Welcome back to Novel Explanation. Before we dive in, if you're new here, we bring you full story explanations, audiobook style, one part at a time. Let's get into it. Chapter 1251, Obliteration. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Jiang Fei's words hit Akat series like a bolt of lightning. And even though the situation right now was dire to her, as Jiang Fei could just easily kill her at any second, the Namekian was much more interested in this new, uncharted dimension than being fearful for her life. Akat series was by no means an ordinary character herself to be able to rise up among her peers back on Namek, eventually becoming a science officer and the captain helming the great deep space battleship, Braveheart. But regardless of how well-versed the Namekians were in the technology of space travel and interdimensional science, they had yet to achieve any breakthrough in unraveling the mysteries of the 10th dimension, which explained the intense feeling of fascination the android was having right now. Although the Namekians had achieved mastery in the usage of wormholes and spatial displacement technology to the point where they could freely move an object or any given area of space between multiple dimensional layers, and even control the flow of time to a certain degree, but they were still eons away from entering the 10th dimension itself. The flow of time increases throughout the first 9 layers of dimensions, and with each increasing layer, time speeds up. But no matter how low one went down in dimensional layers, the flow of time still did not come to a standstill, nor did it flow in reverse. But upon entering the 10th dimension, time itself loses its original properties and becomes one with space itself, making it feel as if the flow of time had come to a complete stop. Without the flow of time, everything comes to a halt. Here, in the 10th dimension, matter, energy, time, space, all of them were still and not moving, as if in suspended animation. But there was one thing that could continue to stay active in this dimension, and they were the most fundamental units that make up everything in the entire universe: strings. Only the strings of energy that make up any object that entered this dimension would continue to vibrate in here. And if their vibrations were to be forcefully stopped, the object itself would cease to exist. Another article that continues to remain active, unaffected by the law of stillness of the dimension, was consciousness. Therefore, Akat series, as well as her lackeys that were also present, were still able to actively process information and exercise their cognitive functions. But their bodies, however, could not move and stopped along with the flow of time in that space. Under normal circumstances, anyone that entered the 10th dimension would be imprisoned for eternity, immortally preserved but permanently suspended as they were when they enter, as every process that was governed by the flow of time came to a standstill along with it. Even if the mind still maintained its consciousness, the body would be unresponsive, leaving the unwilling owner with no other choice but to enjoy the sole companionship of their own thoughts in eternal silence. And this was true for everything and everyone in existence, except for Jiang Fei. The new energy core inside him that was the product of the fusion of 2 cores will contained absurd amounts of power that could not be described by mere words. And with the help of this upgraded core of will, Jiang Fei's consciousness became so powerful that it could even influence the most fundamental units that make up everything in the universe, the strings. And through the manipulation of the strings' vibration frequencies, Jiang Fei was also able to freely control the physical bodies of anyone that entered the 10th dimension, including himself. Although controlling objects in this dimension was many times more complicated compared to the other 9, it was enough to grant Jiang Fei a godlike existence compared to everyone else that was also present in there. Interesting place, isn't it? Jiang Fei smiled at Akat series before lifting a finger and pointing at a random direction. There was no loud sound, nor was there any flashy beam of light that came from the finger, but one of Akat series' android lackeys disappeared. All Jiang Fei did was simply stop the vibration of the android's strings using his consciousness. And once the strings stopped vibrating, the fundamental particles that were formed from the vibrations vanished. Without these fundamental particles, All the atoms and molecules that make up the physique of the machine also disappeared into nothingness as well, as if the robot had never existed. Absolute obliteration. This new skill was the result of Jiang Fei's non-stop experiments with the strings. Although he had yet to properly learn how to manipulate the strings and change the material composition of an object, but he was already capable of stopping their vibrations with his consciousness and obliterate anything and anyone he wanted. Jiang Fei was confident that with enough practice, he would also be able to manipulate non-vibrating strings into producing matter, creating anything he wanted out of thin air. This technically put him in the same realm as gods. Hackett's series. To be honest, I only came this far thanks to Namekian technology. I'm not exaggerating when I say that I owe your people a great deal for getting me to where I am today. Now, I wouldn't go as far as to call myself a good person, but at least I know how to show gratitude and return the favor of those who have helped me. And with you being the last of your kind, I really didn't want to kill you. But you have pushed me too far, and I cannot find any reason to forgive you. Jiang Fei sighed. Akaziris was silent. Although the android wanted to do everything she could to save her own life, there was nothing she could do other than think right now. After all, everything was suspended eternally in this dimension, and the chances of a second person with the same unique powers as Jiang Fei coming to save her was highly unlikely. Well then, I guess this is goodbye. Jiang Fei's face contorted as he bid his enemy farewell, and with a wave of his hand, the android's body began fading into nothingness. But just as he was witnessing Akatsiri's obliteration, an intense headache hit him without as much as a warning, sending him screaming from the pain and his body into convulsions before blacking out after that. Arg! When Jiang Fei finally opened his eyes, he found himself lying down with his head on a warm and comfortable pair of thighs, and looking over him was a worried-looking face. Fei is awake. The worried face that was Nina's finally broke into a relieved smile. Honey, are you awake? Bella was the first to rush to his side. Are you feeling better, my dear? Dearest husband, how are you feeling? Ariel and Sylphie had also joined him by his side. Jiang Fei slowly sat himself up with the help of the girls, and after briefly glancing around, found himself to be inside what seemed to be a very spacious ward. You're in Braveheart, and we're still somewhere near Mercury's orbit around the sun, Ariel said to him. What happened? Jiang Fei asked immediately. He could not confirm if Akatsiri was really dead as he had passed out in the middle of her obliteration. If the fiendish android was still alive, they could all be in trouble. We're not really sure what happened, but you can ask 0541 about that. Bella shook her head as she replied. The girls had no idea of the goings-on outside of the ejected holding cell that they were imprisoned in. They were not even aware that Braveheart had fired all of its main cannons at them. What they knew was after the brief flash of blue light, Jiang Fei suddenly became unresponsive to their calling and disappeared into thin air shortly afterward. And less than a minute later, the ship then reclaimed the holding cell, and 0541 informed them that Akatsiri had died and he had gained full control of Braveheart, and that Jiang Fei was injured and recovering on the ship. 0541 then settled his parents in onboard and arranged rooms for the girls. As soon as the girls had recovered their powers, they took turns taking care of Jiang Fei. And today so happens to be Nina's turn. How long was I out? Jiang Fei asked. Well, based on Earth's time, you were out for almost a week, dear Captain. A familiar voice resounded inside the ward. 0541, is that really you? Tell me what happened. Jiang Fei immediately asked his old friend. Chapter 1252, Triumphant Return. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yes, it's me, Captain. 0541 reporting for duty. Glad to be of service, the assistant happily replied. Quick, tell me what happened. Jiang Fei urgently asked, cutting their reunion short. He was not able to rest well without confirming that Akatsiri was really dead. Well, I'm not too sure about the details myself, but I can give you the info we collected from scanner readings and my own conjecture based on the data. 0541 then briefly paused and pieced all the acquired information together before relaying them to Jiang Fei. According to the AI, when the detached holding cell had disappeared without a trace, 0543 had deduced that it has been reduced to nothing after receiving the combined firepower of all of the ship's main cannons at the same time. But her deductions proved to be wrong when the holding cell reappeared undamaged out of nowhere sometime later. Shortly after that, the ship's scanner logs recorded that there were signs of spatial distortion around Braveheart, followed by a complete system shutdown. And by the time the ship's operating system had booted back up, the acting ship's virtual assistant 0543 software had for unknown reasons crashed, and 0541 had been reinstated. As soon as 0541 had regained control over Braveheart, he discovered an unconscious Jiang Fei along with the wrecked remains of Akit Siri's mechanical body lying motionless on the ship's bridge. Her memory chip was also found to be damaged beyond repair, prompting 0541 to declare the captain dead. On account of the captain dying and the two other remaining Namekian survivors being exiled some millions of light years away, Braveheart fell into a captainless state once again. Thus, 0541 conveniently appointed the unconscious Jiang Fei as the new captain. As 0541 compiled his report, he deliberately left out the details of his almost being deleted and only gave Jiang Fei the good news. The AI had already evolved to the extent of gaining the capacity to experience emotions and a human-like personality. 0541 did not want his best friend to feel indebted to him despite almost getting his software deleted for saving him. And since he had somehow survived termination and his program codes were still intact, he did not want Jiang Fei to worry unnecessarily. So, is she really dead? Jiang Fei wanted to confirm the death of his worst enemy again. He was still oblivious to the fact that 0541 had put his life on the line to orchestrate the events that had led to the fusion of the two cores of will that eventually led to Jiang Fei turning the tables on Akit Series, because 0541 had decided to keep mum about that. Yup, no advanced android could not survive with a damaged memory core like that. Not even her, 0541 answered. Then, Braveheart is now mine. Jiang Fei asked. Well, you can say that. Unless, of course, the other two exiled Namekians somehow find their way back to the ship, 0541 stated. Even though the chances of that happening was very minuscule, technically, it was still a possibility. What are the chances of that? Jiang Fei asked. Less than 1 out of 15 million, 0541 replied. Ragnaros and Therazane had been revived using biological means, and were now made of flesh and blood. It was highly unlikely for them to survive after being randomly flung 5 billion light years away from Earth. And even if they did, they were not furnished with the necessary equipment or ability to record the interstellar coordinates like the superior androids were, and would not be able to find their way back here easily. Isn't that as good as zero? Then why are you even bringing that up? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes at the reply. For one, he did not believe himself to be so unlucky to the point that his two enemies would somehow survive and return to Earth for revenge. In addition to that, he now had a new source of confidence, his new power. Even if those two Namekians succeeded in making it back alive, he no longer had a reason to fear them. In fact, they should be very afraid of him instead. Jiang Fei then remembered about his new power and tried focusing his mental powers to activate it, but quickly became dumbfounded when he realized that he was unable to muster even a sliver of mental power from his consciousness. What the H*LL? Jiang Fei was flustered. He did expect his new power to vanish so quickly and mysteriously before he could even learn how to use them properly. Oh, don't worry about that, Captain. 0541 seemed to know what the boy was panicking about and responded to his confusion immediately. He had already given Jiang Fei a thorough medical checkup while he was still unconscious and knew about his condition beforehand. You know what's wrong with me? Jiang Fei anxiously asked the virtual assistant. What you're experiencing right now is similar to physical exhaustion. 0541 started to explain. Except instead of your stamina, it is the mental powers inside the core of will that has been drained. But rest assured, It will eventually recover by itself over time. Although Jiang Fei had no means of accessing his newfound powers, all of his toughest enemies had already been eliminated. Even the Mutants' Brotherhood and the European Vatican posed no threat to him now that Braveheart was completed and operational. He would not need to rely on the core of will in any fights anytime soon. Phew, that's a relief. Jiang Fei breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that his mental powers were not permanently gone. But I must warn you not to use your mental powers unnecessarily. It takes an extremely long time to replenish the mental powers in the core of will, and you should really be using it as sparingly as possible. Keeping it as a last resort would be wise, 0541 suggested. Although he had no clue as to exactly what kind of new ability Jiang Fei had used, the fact that it was able to control a spaceship the size of Braveheart meant that it was very powerful. How long will it take until I get my mental powers back? Unfortunately, I don't know. Saw the 0541 rarely exhibited any signs of helplessness, but it was reasonable given that there had never been any recorded case of two energy cores combining into one, let alone any data about how much time it took to replenish the mental energies stored inside an upgraded core of will. Yikes! If I knew that, I wouldn't have messed around with it that much. Jiang Fei pouted. When Jiang Fei tapped into the mental powers of his new core of will, it had felt as if it contained unlimited amounts of energy inside and never suspected that the boundless power within it could all be used up. And so, when he finally learned how to use his powers, he had sent the entire Braveheart, as well as its crew, into the 10th dimension without thinking too much of it. Jiang Fei realized in hindsight that he previously had to expend large amounts of energy in order to keep his domain up and running. So, of course, it would take far more than that to move an entire spaceship across dimensions. But it was fortunate that Jiang Fei did just that, or 0543 would not have been accidentally removed by the teleportation. Even if her controlling Braveheart was not enough to threaten him now, 0541 would have been erased if she was still in control. Perhaps fate had a hand to play in their stroke of luck. Jiang Fei may have unknowingly expanded his entire supply of mental energy and was unable to use the core of will after that, but it had been just enough to unexpectedly save the then dying 0541, returning the virtual assistant's favor of saving his life and also stopping short his silent sacrifice. After taking all that in, Jiang Fei realized that it had been quite a while that they have left Earth since being captured by Akit series. He had no idea what had become of Earth after being gone for so long. Jiang Fei thought about what his next move should be and decided that they should all return first. Let's go home. Sure, but we are quite heavily damaged, and it would be a bad idea to bring Braveheart anywhere near Earth. The gravity itself would be too much for the ship to handle. I suggest that we first get to the moon base, and I can teleport you all back home from there, 0541 suggested. That's fine. I'll leave it up to you. Jiang Fei trusted 0541 more than all his previous assistants. He was also not too keen on the idea of bringing Braveheart too close to Earth. Not only would he be scaring ordinary fellow humans with the sheer size of the spacecraft, if the pull of Earth's gravity was too strong for the ship to handle in its current damaged state and cause it to break down, it would cost him too much. Very well. I've set a course for the moon base. Estimated 4 hours and 53 minutes to arrival. Thus began their triumphant return. Chapter 1253, Out of the Frying Pan and Into the Fire. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, the return trip home was smooth. The ship sailed on without much trouble as it moved toward Earth and docked on the moon base. Captain, teleportation coordinates keyed in. Ready to teleport on your command, 0541 said. Good. Jiang Fei hummed and turned to the girls. Get ready, we are going home. Even though Braveheart's teleportation system was more than capable of teleporting more than one person at a time, Jiang Fei had only planned to take the girls and not his parents. It had been a while, albeit not precisely, since he left Earth to chase after Akit's series. When he left, the war between the martial artists and the remaining unknowns were still going on. Right now, Jiang Fei had no idea what had happened on Earth. Be it success or adversity he would face, Jiang Fei would not want to bring along his parents to face it. If it was peace and prosperity, 0541 would then send Jiang Fei's parents down. Inversely, if things went wrong, Jiang Fei and the girls would find a way to solve the crisis first. Even though Akat's series and all her men had been eliminated along with the small platoon of unknowns that came along with the 3 elemental lords, there were still other unknowns back on Earth. With the death of the 3 elemental lords, all the unknowns that were programmed to obey them were free to do as they pleased. Unfortunately, these unknowns were not overly fond of humans. Upon realizing they were creations of humans for leisure purposes, these supreme androids had nothing but vile contempt for their creators. From their point of view, being created and then killed for the sake of entertainment with nothing they could do about it made them want no more than the eradication of the human race. They could still accept their fate of being controlled and enslaved by the 3 elemental lords. But since they were now free, who knew what sort of destruction they could unleash upon Earth? Jiang Fei had plans for the rogue androids. Instead of killing every one of them, which could be done as easily as a push of a button, Jiang Fei would not want to waste such precious sentient artificial intelligence. Jiang Fei could simply have 0541 place several lines of restrictive programming into their core program and let them behave more obedient toward the human race. The first thing he would do when he returned to Earth would be organizing his base. After that, the martial artists. He had left them to fend for themselves as he chased after Akat's series. The war with the mutants and the martial artists, for all he knew, could have been over minutes after he left. The third and final matter to tend to was to locate every supreme android in the world. A locate and apprehend mission would commence shortly after. Once he had captured and modified their core programming, he would acquire a team of powerful advanced supreme android army. Hit me, 0541. Jiang Fei ordered as he braced for what's to come. I capped it. In a single flash, Jiang Fei and the girls were instantly teleported back to Earth. As soon as he came to, echoes of roaring explosion rang in his ears. He felt tremors beneath his feet. For a brief moment, Jiang Fei had thought something might have gone wrong with 0541's teleportation, but he knew better than to doubt 0541's efficiency. What the hell? The smoke cleared around him, and Jiang Fei gasped in horror as he realized his own base was under attack. When the episode of confusion was over, rage came next. Jiang Fei was well aware of his current state of power. Even though the core of will was exhausted of its energy, there was still a plethora of arsenals on board Braveheart, making Jiang Fei the most dangerous person on Earth. With that in mind, how did he feel when there were insolent fools at his house with pitchforks and fire? My lord, is that you? It's the Saint of the Light. Praise be on you. Everyone's returned. We're saved. In that instant, the entire base cheered with hope. The rage in him was quickly replaced with confusion again. What on earth has taken place here? Jiang Fei asked one of the new Saint's guards. My lord, it is as you see. After Jiang Fei and the girls left for the moon, the battle on Earth changed immediately. When Jiang Fei led an army to attack the unknown stronghold to take the biolaboratory and the biopod back, he was attacking with a group of the strongest level 5 grandmasters, whereas the unknowns were working with the mutants to defend their base. At the start, both sides were almost equally strong. Even though there were more level 5 grandmasters on Jiang Fei's side, the unknowns had the temporal prisons to shackle and slow them down. Without proper tools and equipment, these temporal prisons could not be easily broken. It required several level 5 grandmasters working together in order to break free from a single temporal prison. When Jiang Fei left to chase after Akat's series, the 3 elemental lords, as well as a few of their men, followed. Even so, the battle on Earth raged on. Even after Akat's series and the main unknown faction leaders were defeated, the leftovers of the unknowns still possessed various resources that could win them the war. Almost all of the energy crystals that were generated from the main engine room, stolen prior to Jiang Fei possessing Braveheart, were kept in the final base. The remaining unknowns had full access to those energy crystals, allowing them to power their weapons for a long time. On the other hand, All of Jiang Fei's energy crystals were stored in the ring, with Jiang Fei at all times. He had only allocated a few energy crystals in the equipment for the war, which was hardly enough to soldier through against the unknowns. As such, when the light dispersion beams could no longer be fired, the martial artists started to lose the war. As a result, the Grand Masters had to use their domain ability in order to escape. It was extremely fortunate since they had the numbers to break free from the temporal prison. When the tables had turned, the Grand Masters were generous enough to open a path for Jiang Fei's own troops. An exodus plan was made, and all on Jiang Fei's side returned to China. Just when they thought peace had returned after they had lost the war, the mutant took things into their own hands. With supplies provided by the unknowns, technology, and energy, the American government armed themselves with a powerful fleet of advanced battlecruiser. After losing to China in the nautical war a while back, the Americans had vowed to become stronger and get revenge on the Eastern country. Now that they were given alien technology willingly, they were more than happy to have their revenge now. In only a single night, the American formed an alliance with European Union to form a larger fleet. Even the mutants and the unknowns joined the fleet to launch a wide-scale national attack on China. At the start of the nautical war, American against China's fleet, China was able to hold their place with ease. Even though both sides used the same grade of weaponry, China's sailors had far greater experience using the alien tech. However, Jiang Fei had been far too stingy back then. He had only given them a teaspoon worth of energy crystals to power their ships. It was only enough to last for a single day, but now it wasn't enough to last even for half a day. The Americans had more than enough fuel and power to fight for as long as China could stand. Alas, after China's fleet ran low on fuel, they were forced to retreat and return to China. As a precaution, Jiang Fei had installed many defensive turrets along the coast of China's military installations. These turrets were useless in attack, as their mobility were as good as an old man on crutches. Even so, their defensive firepower were unmatched. Even though the American and the Europeans' fleet were practically at China's doorstep, they weren't able to break into China's borders without first turning into fish food. Even though large fleets were helpless against China's defense, a small elite group of mutants and unknowns were able to infiltrate the country. Their first targets were the martial artist sections. The damage they caused in just one night was devastating. Each sect were already weakened from all the incidents of the past, so when the attack came unannounced, they were completely eradicated. Jiang Fei gritted his teeth. Now that he was all caught up, he realized what he had missed out during his absence. In a way, he had regretted not arming his own nation well enough to defend against foreign assault. But that didn't matter now. What mattered now was protecting his nation, and when he was done, no nation in the world would dare to set foot in China. Chapter 1254, Ashes to Ashes. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, F***CK, these motherfuckers. How dare they attack my home while I'm gone? Jiang Fei hissed angrily as he stood at the inner entrance of his base. There were countless mutants and unknowns working on cannons that were shooting constantly. Jiang Fei's base was now weathered with damage, but as the base was made of pure Namekian's metal, even after being attacked for so long, it would still take more than just a few cannons to actually make a hole in its walls. At this point, the New Saints guards were no longer standing outside the base, as they were already running low on energy, unable to continue their counterattack. They were all taking cover inside the base where it was safe and secure. Judging from the damage of the base, the amount of debris left on the ground and the external walls, the number of empty crystal shells discarded, Jiang Fei could see that the bombing had started and lasted for several days. Several layers of protection were already destroyed, leaving the base's walls at its bare foundation. The number of casualties were high, and many of the New Saints guards were either Kia or rendered unable to continue fighting. This, in particular, made Jiang Fei really mad. Even though the girls were born into this world via alien biotechnology, they were sentient and were treated and seen as close members to Jiang Fei. He was not going to sit idly by while his family members were getting killed. 0541. Prepare a squadron of bomber planes. I want these F***ers to know who they are messing with. He ordered. Knowing fully well what he was capable of, Jiang Fei had a change of mindset and perspective toward Earth and its occupants. From his point of view, if there was anything that he deemed wrong, he would make them right by hook or by crook. "Aye, Captain," 0541 replied. Even though he was inside Braveheart's data management center, he was still able to communicate with Jiang Fei via the ring. After a few minutes, the skies above China suddenly made a loud crack. A large bright object was seen, leaving a trail of dust as it entered the Earth's atmosphere. As soon as it completed its atmospheric entrance, the shuttlecraft sent in by 0541 started to whirl loudly, the roaring of the engine deep and deafening. Another minute later, planes came close and started to hover approximately 1,000 meters above ground level. The rear hatch opened and countless unmanned striker drones were released. As soon as they entered a neat, square formation, Jiang Fei ordered, "Fire at will." Before the mutants and unknowns knew what was going on, the drones started to fly around at Mach 5 speeds. The enemies were caught with their pants down. After a single wave of attack, the enemy's formation was now a no-man's zone. Some of the drone attacks had even struck an underground water flow, causing many craters to be instantly filled with fresh water. These drones were different from the ones Jiang Fei had the time he fought the American fighter jets. Since he had requested bomber planes, and Namekian tech had nothing of such, 0541 quickly affixed powerful heavy artillery weapons onto these drones. These artillery cannons were not like normal energy cannons, as their power output was stronger than a Corvette ship. This a little too much. Jiang Fei gasped with both horror and excitement. He had only ordered bomber planes at the spur of the moment, when he was slightly consumed with rage. From the looks of it, what 0541 had sent in were bomber ships, the kind that were meant to destroy spaceships and not regular ground infantry. It's like using a flamethrower to light a candle. Not surprisingly, the result was satisfactory. All the mutants and unknowns attacking Jiang Fei's base were now ashes. They barely even had time to react. What more contacting the others to inform them about Jiang Fei's superior weaponry. 0541. If you're done with the area here, find the other unknowns and mutants inside China and destroy them, said Jiang Fei. He originally wanted to catch the unknowns and brainwash them into becoming his own assets. But after he knew what they had done, the blood they had split, the lives of China's citizen they had claimed, Jiang Fei did not want to keep them alive, even if they were to willingly come to him on a bent knee. "Aye, Captain," 0541 replied. Braveheart was damaged, but when it came to targeting a few individuals, it was nothing but a walk in the park. The enemies were using Namekian technology, but they were severely lacking materials and facilities to craft their weapons and armor. Most, if not all, of their products were amalgamation of earthly materials and Namekian's engineering. Compared to Braveheart, their weapons were like toys and their armor wooden planks. "Oh, and please, for the love of China and everything she stands for, do not turn my beloved country into a barren wasteland," Jiang Fei added. He had mistakenly ordered an aerial strike at the spur of the moment, or rather, in the midst of his rage. As a result, a vast area, approximately hundreds of kilometers in radius, was rendered barren and infertile. Realizing his mistake, Jiang Fei quickly reminded 0541 to not repeat the same kind of strike package that was to be delivered throughout China. "I know," 0541 replied. He was completely in control. Even when Jiang Fei had ordered him to rid him of his enemies, he did it in consideration. If he hadn't, the land that Jiang Fei stood on currently would have already been vaporized. Nonetheless, Jiang Fei's additional comment made 0541 readjust the firepower of the attack drones. After resupplying with the shuttlecraft where the drones took in more energy for travel and mass shooting, they flew out in an orderly manner toward all of China. Being small, high-mobility attack drones, these aerial weapons were still able to carry powerful artillery cannons. With its high-altitude superiority, 0541 was able to manually control all of them and corner every single mutant and unknown that were still lurking in the streets of China. With swift actions, China's Earth was now drinking the blood of her enemies. Captain, I am pleased to report that all the mutants and unknowns on China's ground has been terminated. It had only been less than 2 hours since Jiang Fei had ordered the kill, and every hiding mutant and unknown in China had been terminated, demonstrating the power of Braveheart. Of course, that was only what it did in China. Its full potential was yet to be discovered. Now that the pests at home are gone, it is time to start a major cleanup of the front yard, said Jiang Fei. 0541. Do me a favor and sink all nautical vessels belonging to America and Europe. As you wish, said 0541. Instead of his usual yes, Captain, or I, Captain, 0541's acknowledgement of Jiang Fei's order was different. He was not on the same page, but did not reject him. From 0541's point of view, Jiang Fei's strike order to sink vessels was wasteful. He should only be sinking those ships armed with Namekian weapons, or more specifically, military-affiliated ships. The others, no matter how superior they were, would not pose any threat to China. But Jiang Fei was mad and needed some way to vent his anger. Since it was only going to affect Jiang Fei positively, 0541 did not even attempt to stop him. Sometime later, 3 shuttlecraft were launched into Earth, and this time, more than hundreds, almost 1,000 drones were dispatched. Like the mutants and unknowns, the ship captains had less than enough time to react to the drones as they sunk into the ocean. Any vessel, small ship, or even cargo ship included, did not stand a chance. To help vent Jiang Fei's anger and to deliver his stern warning to both America and Europe, 0541 made sure he did not miss any nautical vessels on the face of the Earth. Right now, all that's left for America and Europe were small, no larger than 3-meter ships. Chapter 1255, one at a time. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. In just the span of a brief afternoon, the entire world was rattled by the presence of a higher power. Countless of alien drone attackers had descended from the sky, sent by an unknown force to accomplish destruction for unknown reasons. After the alien drones were done with sinking the coalition naval fleet of America and Europe, they headed toward the land and even destroyed the other ships that weren't even sortied. All the ships, both docked and in shore lines, were destroyed. Worst of all, even cargo ships, medium-sized cruisers, civilian or not, were destroyed as well. Is this an alien invasion? Lord Almighty, protect us. Where are they coming from? Are they weapons of China? Is this their form of retaliation? Impossible. They are not from China. Why wouldn't they have used it in any previous battle? After a heated argument between leaders of America and Europe, a conclusion was made. These drones were of unknown origins and affiliation, but one thing was for sure. They were the enemy. We cannot just leave them be. Not after they had destroyed all our nautical assets. Dispatch the Air Force. Launch all birds in the air and destroy these sons of cheese. The President of the United States of America decreed. They headed down the chain of command, and pilots all across the globe started to mobilize. They had been consolidating all of their assets back into the States, but during the days when Jiang Fei was missing and both America and Europe attacked China, foreign bases had been established and activated. Soldiers were sent over to set up camp to secure a proper parameter to lock down China in case they tried to do anything to allied nations of America. Amongst all fighter jets that were launched, there are the newest fighter jets that had only just been released. 4 Speeds were launched to tackle the problem of the alien attack drones. Captain, the America-Europe Alliance is mobilizing their aerial assault vehicle. Do you wish to destroy them as well? 0541 prompted Jiang Fei as soon as the planes were only still being hauled to the takeoff track. Even though he noticed their every movement and knew about their trajectory, 0541 still required Jiang Fei's verbal consent to actually attack them. Since they're playing this game, we should as well. Let's wait for a first. Let them come. It wouldn't be fun if they were shot down before they could even take off, said Jiang Fei with a scoff. Because of the great disparity between technology, Jiang Fei had to let them take the lead, letting them actually send their fighter jets into the air before destroying them. Jiang Fei had the absolute advantage then. In an absolutely stress-free situation, he wanted to play a little bit before finishing the war. In the end, he was still a child at heart. Captain, their planes are in the air. They're coming from South Asia, America, and Europe Air Force bases. 48 bases and 754 fighter jets in total, 0541 reported. Anything that was on Earth were exposed to Braveheart's super advanced radar system. Let them come closer. I'll destroy them one at a time, said Jiang Fei gleefully. He was enjoying himself. Captain, 0541 acknowledged. To prepare, 0541 had controlled all the drone units scattered all across China to face the oncoming fighter jets. He had them locked on first and awaited for Jiang Fei's order to fire. Are they close? Jiang Fei asked after a few minutes. Yes, Captain. They are going to enter China's airspace in just a few minutes, 0541 replied. All right then, time to hand out the welcome gifts. Remember, 0541. 1. At a time. Captain. 1 at a time. Fweet. An extremely high-pitched sound was heard, and a visible ray of light could be seen shooting toward an airborne fighter jet that was traveling at Mach 5. A second later, that fighter jet exploded. No one knew how it happened and where the attack came from. Robertson, how did Dares get attacked? The squad leader prompted through the radio. Negative on enemy source, Captain. Phase sensors aren't detecting any missiles locked on. I think it has to be his engine, sir. Either that, or one of his missiles got dislodged. Robertson, the wingman of Dares, replied with cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Must be a technical error. Leave it be. There's nothing we can do but pray for him now. Continue our trajectory. We'll be dropping our packages soon. It's time for some fireworks. Moss, the captain of the squad, gave his verdict and a last-minute pep talk. He wasn't going to just give up the mission because of a single jet. Just then, another fighter jet was destroyed, right after Moss had just given his pep talk. Like the previous fighter, the pilot had no idea where it came from and could not even pull out from the cockpit. Damn it. Fan out. Fan out. We are under attack, ladies. Did anyone have a 20 on the bogey? Moss yelled on the radio. If a single fighter jet burst out and exploded on a mission, a technical error was only logical. But now a second fighter jet had exploded not 2 seconds later. If they weren't under attack, their fighter jet engineer would be in for a bad day. General, what are your orders? Moss called the command center for advice as an unknown enemy was attacking them. Be advised, we are currently under attack by an unknown enemy. Robertson, Oxford, activate your radar system and track the enemy. All other units are to follow me and provide decoy for Robertson and Oxford. Moss ordered his squad. Being a veteran of the Air Force, Moss was quick to react in this sort of situation. Even so, he had made a critical mistake. He had viewed the enemy the same as all other enemies he had faced during his years as a pilot. Protocol stated that radar systems were to be turned off during non-assault flights. Turning them on would not only allow one to track others, but also expose one's own unit to the enemy. It was always set to off unless a combat mission started. Before that, pilots must always rely on their own sight to spot enemies. Upon entering combat area, or if their phase-sensitive system was jammed, the squad would turn on 1 or 2 of the fighter's radar systems and have all the other fighters perform a decoy maneuver to protect the fighter with its radar turned on. This was the common aerial combat strategy, and it was only effective if the enemy used a similar aerial vehicle. However, no matter what kind of strategy they used, in the eyes of Braveheart, they were all but glowing light bulbs in the dark. Leave their radar system off, and they would still be easily detected by Braveheart's superior radar system. Captain, there's no reading on the radar. Robertson reported. The sky was as clear as the calm water in the Dead Sea. How is that possible? Moss muttered to himself, and before he could even start thinking of another possibility, another fighter jet was destroyed. I have a bad feeling about. Before Robertson could finish his sentence, his fighter was destroyed. Damn it, Moss roared. Moss had come to a conclusion. The enemy has air superiority, perhaps even possessing fighter jets 10 times more advanced than their current fighter jets. How else would they still be invisible to the radar system and have a lockdown on their fighters? Base, we are under attack. Base, please advise. Command, base. Base, zoom. Alas, before the commander center could respond to Moss' call, his own fighter jet was attacked and destroyed. His radio transmission was being monitored by O541, making him a priority target to be destroyed. Chapter 1256, 1256, It's Just Me. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Even though Jiang Fei had already been giving leeway to his enemies, the American and European pilots weren't able to play in the game at all. In just 10 minutes, all 754 fighter jets had been shot down. Damn it! The President of the United States of America roared as he slammed his palms against the mahogany table in the Oval Room. The other great men of power were sitting in the same room, sulking and frowning over the same matter. They had arranged the attack formations in 3 waves. The first 754 fighter jets were just the first wave, and they had lost every single bird in the air in just 10 minutes. The second and third waves of attack were canceled immediately to prevent further loss. Activate all available radar systems. I do not believe we cannot track them down, the president ordered. While the Western countries were panicking over this matter, the Chinese leaders were also sitting in the Forbidden City's meeting room to discuss about this matter. Even though they were not attacked, the invasion of a hostile alien species was not something to be taken lightly. Any foreign threat, especially when it was of alien origin, was not something that one would have had a contingency plan made for. If the aliens were done with America and Europe, would they come for China? Would they be left alone? Still, even though the aliens were clearly hostile toward Americans and Europeans, the Chinese military was ordered not to take any action against them. They had firsthand seen how they attacked. If the American and Europeans' coalition army could not hold their own, what about China? After much stress and frustration, every leader of China was relieved when Jiang Fei himself appeared in the military installation close to the capital of China. With Braveheart fully under his command, Jiang Fei was able to utilize its teleportation function whenever he felt like it. Instead of troubling Ariel every now and then, all he needed to do now was call for 0541 and have him teleport him anywhere in the world faster and with great efficiency. Mr. Jiang, this is military grounds. Civilians are not to proceed further, said Major. It was a coincidence that he knew Jiang Fei. You know who I am? Good. Please tell your superiors that I am here, said Jiang Fei. To be fair, he was not interested in following the formalities. If he were to barge in, no one in the facility would be able to stop him. Even so, since a major had purposely come up to him, it was best to not make any trouble and play along nicely. Sure, wait here for a bit, if you don't mind, said the major as he ran across the installation to inform his superior about Jiang Fei's arrival. 5 minutes later, the major returned to the entrance. Please come in. The others are already waiting eagerly for you, said the major. When news about Jiang Fei's arrival reached the ears of the higher-ups, the entire chain of command was relieved. They were seeking explanation for the unknown alien drones. Jiang Fei was perhaps the only person they knew who could shed some light on the matter, since he was the person who had access to some of the alien technology. Although it was not as advanced as the drones, it was still better than the best Earth-based tech. With that thought in mind, they wanted no one else but Jiang Fei to collaborate with in order to protect China. Even if he could not provide more advanced tech, he still had the backing of the Martial Art Alliance. Perhaps they wouldn't sit idly by and let the aliens attack their homeland. They would be the last line of defense if the military was completely useless against the aliens. Jiang Fei, you don't know how relieved I am to see you again. We have been trying to contact you, but alas, we got nothing, said Yang Xiao. He was ranked the highest in the military chain of command. When China was attacked by America and Europe, they had already tried contacting Jiang Fei, but failed as he was captured in Braveheart by Ackett's series, and the martial artists had not been cooperative with the military. I was a little tied up, said Jiang Fei, playing on words. He did not bother to explain how he got himself trapped in an alien spaceship, since their feeble minds would not be able to handle the truth. Well, let us head straight to the matter here. Jiang Fei, you should know about the alien drones that had attacked. Yang Xiao was immediately interrupted when he mentioned the drones. General Yang, you need not worry about them. The drones are mine. They will not be a threat to China, said Jiang Fei, patting him on his back. The reason he came to the military installation was to inform them about the drones. With that information out, everyone, including Yang Xiao, had their mouths agape. Jiang Fei, what on earth do you mean? Are you saying that all those mysterious drones are yours? Yang Xiao could not believe the words he just said aloud. Yeah, I didn't know we were under attack when I left for a few days. I made sure to teach those insolent fools to never disturb my homeland again. Jiang Fei scoffed nonchalantly. Yang Xiao and the other officials had their ears wide open. China was Jiang Fei's homeland, and if anyone were to intrude into his country, be it America, Europe, or anyone else, they would be treated harshly with extreme prejudice. That was his original intent, his original message. However, Yang Xiao and the other officials had interpreted it differently. If a man had an army of powerful drones capable of destroying not only a fleet of ships, but also 754 fighter jets, would he stop there? Yang Xiao and the others did not believe that if one were to possess the aforementioned force, one would stop at just defending one's nation. Ambition and desire go hand in hand. Jiang Fei might one day realize that he had the power to dominate the world. It was only a matter of time and him realizing that he would want to take action. In all honesty, Yang Xiao and the others were overthinking it. Jiang Fei was never the kind to be a ruler. Even when he was playing Dawnbreak, he merely played with the sole intention to enjoy. Sure, he became a guild master and was managing it for a while. But like a cup of hot water, his passion had soon dissipated. How could he have the urge to rule over Earth if he was already too lazy to manage his own guild? Right now, Yang Xiao and the others were underestimating Jiang Fei's capability by a long shot. They thought he only had the fleet of drones. While they were more than enough to take control of other nations, and even the world, they did not know about Braveheart. If they did, they would be worried about the entire solar system. If Jiang Fei were to act, Earth and the entire solar system would be torn apart in just 2 solar periods. If Jiang Fei was ambitious, with Braveheart in hand, he wouldn't even look at Earth. It was like the children's story about a young boy who became the leader of the state. After struggling and working earnestly for years, the boy became a national leader. One day, he returned home and tried to take care of the needs of the villagers. But they had no idea who he was and were worried that he might want to compete with the village head. I'm done here. I came here to inform you about the drones. That is all, said Jiang Fei. He then left the military installation, leaving Yang Xiao and the other officials dumbfounded and slightly worried. The deed was done, but there was still more to look after. He had destroyed all nautical vessels and 754 fighter jets belonging to the coalition army of both America and Europe. He could go on and try to fight on land, but after having Braveheart, Jiang Fei could not be bothered about earthly militants. Destroying those military assets was just a way for him to vent his rage. Let's head back. We still have a base to fix and my parents to welcome home, said Jiang Fei to the girls who accompanied him to the military installation. Even though Braveheart was the safest place to be at, his parents were only normal human beings. Holding them on Braveheart with literally nothing to do would be a little too cruel. Chapter 1257, 1257, Global Disarmament. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Jiang Fei had called it a day and returned to his home. For him, all was done. There was no more work for him to do to accomplish peace in China. However, 0541 was still working. All those small drones were still operating under 0541's control, scouting relentlessly in order to find hostile forces. If it were 0542 or 0543, they would have immediately stopped working once Jiang Fei himself showed no interest in pursuing the matter. 0541 was different. He was thinking not twice, but miles ahead for the sake of Jiang Fei's well-being. Even though Jiang Fei himself showed absolutely no interest in dominating the entire globe, 0541 had preemptively planned ahead to make Earth his entire backyard. Right now, Braveheart was still in reparation mode. Steering toward the void of space was tomorrow's problem. Why run when one could not even walk? Why attack when one could not even secure one's base? As such, before venturing into space, 0541 would steer the entire human race to become a united front. That or a more peaceful race. Anyone who posed a threat to Jiang Fei would be eliminated with extreme prejudice. In all honesty, if Jiang Fei knew what 0541 was doing, he would brush it off, saying that 0541 was thinking too much. Jiang Fei may be mature in certain aspects, but deep down he was still a young kid who had just discovered a new toy to play with. If Braveheart was fully repaired and capable of attacking anyone at any place on Earth, Jiang Fei would decline to do so. Instead, using Braveheart's teleportation system, he would simply travel across the world with his family. Be it as it may, 0541 could do whatever he liked as he had a certain amount of authority. His evolution level was so high that he had developed what humans would call emotions and feelings. As long as it didn't violate any of his deep layer protocols and go against Jiang Fei's direct orders, 0541 could do anything as long as it was toward the greater good for his captain. As such, the American and the European governments would become 0541's first targets to eliminate. To be more precise, their tendency to strike China was their main problem. Their weapons, firepower, and military forces were considered as hindrances to Jiang Fei's goals. As such, without Jiang Fei's verbal command, 0541 had to proactively strike them first. 0541 had even thought about eliminating China's own military forces as well. Back at his base, Jiang Fei started to work vigorously. He and the girls were going on without stopping, fixing and modifying their base. So much so that none one of them realized what was going on with the outside world. It started with the descent of hundreds of shutcraft. After that, thousands of Namekian fighter jets invaded and took out both Americans' and Europeans' military installations throughout the world. Be it on land, under the sea, deep underground, or slap between the Grand Canyon's deep valleys, they would not be left standing when everything was over. Any other installation that were set up far from densely populated areas were destroyed without much of a problem. But those that were in cities or the countryside were dealt with care. After the drones and fighter jets were recalled, 0541 dispatched more than millions of automatons to infiltrate those densely packed places. All of these automatons were manually controlled by 0541, and he had been destroying all military installations without harming any civilians. Many had tried to arm themselves to stop these automatons, but could their lead bullets even harm alien tech? 3 days after the first invasion, the American government had immediately issued a state of emergency throughout the nation. Anyone who could operate firearms were given permission to do so. Basically, the entire nation was summoned to answer the call to arms to fight the alien invaders. By the time Jiang Fei found out about the commotion, the skies in America had nothing but kites, and the seas had nothing but surfer boards. In just 1 week's time, countries in the entire Earth, except China, had been forcefully disarmed. They had lost their militants, their weapons of mass destruction, installations, bases, and basically anything that could possibly pose a threat of a large-scale attack. In a way, the entire globe was rid of anything that was considered as weapons. As a compensation for his sudden, unannounced order of disarmament, 0541 had released a plethora of alien technologies for public use. These technologies were considered to be civilian class, nothing of the sort that could be used to make weapons, and they were for better lifestyle, better living, and long-lasting peace. When the deed was done, it was too late for Jiang Fei to say anything. He had been cursed and scolded from one end of the earth to the other. What did he do then? Make a bunch of weapons and give the countries back what they had lost. By the way, I have something to ask. Jiang Fei proceeded to forget about it all. It did not matter since he was not directly affected by the global scale disarmament. What's the matter? Do you remember when Akat's series killed Neptulin and took the core of time? Where did she keep it? Jiang Fei asked. He recalled that because Akat's series was a machine, so she could not fuse with the core of time. As such, it should be somewhere. I'm sorry, Captain. I have no knowledge of the whereabouts of the core of time. 0541 replied apologetically. Huh? Was it not on the ship? Jiang Fei pressed on. The core of time was not some random piece of rock. Jiang Fei wouldn't bat an eyelid if 0541 declared a diamond worth billions of dollars missing. But the core of time was something else entirely. I'm truly sorry, Captain. The core of time's whereabouts is truly unknown. I am sure that it is not on Earth nor on Braveheart, 0541 added. He had already scanned the entire globe and had not found anything suspicious. How could this be? Did it fly away on its own? Jiang Fei muttered. Captain, when you used your powers back in the ship, part of Braveheart's record of the events was blank. I have a feeling that it went missing then. 0541 threw out a wild guess. Until now, Jiang Fei was still being secretive about his powers. 0541 had no idea that during the blackout, the entire ship had been dragged into the 10th dimension. Could it be in that place? Jiang Fei thought to himself. Perhaps it was in the 10th dimension. He had killed Akat's series there. There was a high chance that the core of time was still stuck in the 10th dimension. It should be fine if the core of time is there, Jiang Fei thought. Right now, he did not have any energy in the core of will to open up a path to the 10th dimension. There was no helping it now, since he could not even check if the core was indeed there. What about Braveheart? When would it be fully operational? Jiang Fei asked. In about 48 hours or less, said 0541. Braveheart was severely damaged, but after reclaiming all parts, including the main power generator, 0541 had more than enough energy to fix even the worst damaged parts. I look forward to it, said Jiang Fei, ending the conversation as he headed back into his base to continue working on it. A month later, Braveheart was fully repaired and ready to set course into deep space. Even so, Jiang Fei had not yet returned to the ship. After the base was completely fixed and modified, his parents were welcomed back and everyone lived in peace. During this moment of peace, Jiang Fei had continued to make improvements on his base. He had even revived Hua Milan, increasing his level 5 metahuman harem count to 5. Jiang Fei was now well equipped with almost unlimited energy crystals. As such, when he revived Hua Milan, he poured as much energy into her as possible, granting her powers that exceeded even Isabella's. However, while she might be stronger than Isabella in normal conditions, Isabella was still much stronger with her activated domain ability. With the constant supply of energy from the core of life, she was ultimately the strongest fighter amongst the others. In 1 month's time, with the help of 0541 disarming the entire world and supplying them with civilian-class technology, the entire globe made technological progress of at least 200 years. Even though China was the only country in the world that was equipped with weapons, they too joined the peace treaty and disarmed themselves. Having weapons was the same as owning a refrigerator in the North Pole. There was no one else in the world that had any capability of attacking. To be fair, they would not want to, since their lives have been made better with advanced technology. China could not attack, even if they wanted to, since attacking other countries when Jiang Fei himself had disarmed them would be akin to biting the hand that fed them. They knew they had to stop. They considered themselves lucky as Jiang Fei had not stripped them of their ruling power. When the last weapon was thrown into a public containment ground, true peace befell the earth for the first time since the rise of humanity. As such, they had finally taken the first step in advancing themselves up the Kardashev scale of civilization progress and technology. While Earth was enjoying its first peace, trouble was brewing, and it was coming not from Earth, but from the corner of the cosmos. Chapter 1258, The Infamous Ravagers. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Captain, I have detected an odd signal coming from the orbit close to the sun, 0541 reported, his tone sounding rather serious. Odd signal. I I have yet to investigate the matter, but I am sure that such a signal could not be given off from any natural source, 0541 added. Like how 0541 had secured the Earth for Jiang Fei's sake, he had also gone the extra mile. Once he had Earth protected from its own occupants, the next sensible step would be to secure the planet's orbit and the entire planetary system. As such, once he had consolidated its resources on Earth, 0541 had launched countless drones to scout the entire system. One of its missions was to gather data about the other planets, and most importantly, to have the entire solar system under surveillance. So you're saying it's man-made? Jiang Fei prompted. Could it be something NASA sent out? Something like the Hubble Space Telescope? They have been sending many deep space observation telescopes for the past few years, he added. I cannot say for sure now, but I will continue to observe said signal. I will immediately inform you about its origin when I have gathered enough data, said 0541. Yeah, you do that, Jiang Fei hummed. Although he was almost certain that the unidentified signal was of Earth's origin, he could not help but feel something bad, an omen even. For 3 days, nothing out of the ordinary happened. 0541 was quiet, and so was the entire globe. It was peaceful, yet Jiang Fei could not help but feel anxious. There was something going on with him, but he could not put a finger on it. It was like his sixth sense was blaring constantly, like a prick in his brain, as if the source of that feeling was coming from the core of will. What on earth is going on? Jiang Fei muttered to himself when a constant pounding in his head started affecting him physically. It started with a gut feeling, and slowly, Jiang Fei had pinned the source to be the core of will inside his mind. Even 0541 was unable to properly diagnose what was wrong with Jiang Fei since there was no data about any core. 2 days after the pounding headache started, it vanished as abruptly as it had appeared. The mysterious signal that appeared vanished into thin air too. Even with the best technology Braveheart had to offer, 0541 was unable to retrace the signal. In a place far, far away, a bald man was kneeling on the edge of a cliff. The soil he was kneeling on was purple, made with grains of sand as large as marbles. It was noon, and 2 bright celestial objects shone as brightly as the sun shone on Earth, casting 2 shadows on the bald man as he profusely hammered his head against the purple ground. Standing opposite the bald man was a figure cloaked in dark fabric. Everything about the man was behind the veil of darkness. The only characteristic the man could show was his abnormally tall stature, measuring at 2 meters. His body was huge, ripped, and well-toned. Master, as you can see, I was telling nothing but the truth. How else can I further prove my loyalty, which is stronger and larger than a hypernova of 2 colliding neutron stars? Cried the bald man. Interesting, said the man shrouded in mystery. Based on his voice, the man behind the veil of shadow was only a young teen. Young master, should we depart? A man clad in full metallic armor strut proudly toward the young teen and spoke with a deep, husky voice. The winds in the foreign land were strong, but it failed to make the long cape of the armored man flutter. Leave the transaction to Balsaris, said the cloaked teen nonchalantly. I hear and obey, young master, said the armored man before strutting away. Young master, you have made the wisest decision. Although the planet is crawling with savages, the core of time shall be yours with the transaction. There's even a good ship there that you could collect and sell away. The same bald man squealed with delight. I'll decide whether or not it shall be sold, said the cloaked teen before turning away. 3 days later, when Jiang Fei was chilling with his parents, 0541's frantic call blared in his mind. Captain, please come to the bridge at your earliest convenience. There's a critical condition. Beam me up then, said Jiang Fei. Before he was teleported, he turned to his parents and told them he was needed on the ship. After that, he was immediately teleported to the bridge, along with 2 other girls that were with him in the living room. Where's the fire? Jiang Fei prompted when he was on the bridge. If it was not an emergency, 0541 would not have summoned him with such fervor. I have found the source of the odd signal, said 0541. His tone suggested something ominous. Jiang Fei walked toward the captain console panel and pulled up details of the signal to the main screen. What am I looking at? Jiang Fei as he stared at a large, crystal-like object. That's a wayfinder. 0541 explained, but paused halfway through, as if he was taking a deep breath, preparing to reveal the ultimate truth. A Valsaurian wayfinder. A Val what now? Jiang Fei stammered. He had never heard or pronounced such a word before. The Valsaurians are a group of ravagers, the kind you would call pirates and bandits. There are a few members, but each one of them are overwhelmingly strong. They live to steal, be it materialistic objects or planets. We, Namekians, know of their existence and loathe their way of living, said 0541. You mean their way of looting? Jiang Fei added. Yes. Unlike pirates and bandits of Earth, the Ravagers will eliminate all sentient beings on a planet and sell everything, including the planet itself, to the highest bidder. 0541 elaborated further. Are they even capable of doing so? Jiang Fei's voice rose. Captain, there are things in the universe that even I cannot understand. At the very least, we know that the Ravagers are capable of doing so. They are, after all, the strongest band of bandits in the known universe, said 0541. 0541 was very informed about them, as planet Namek had been visited by such a group a long time ago. Well, shit. How did the, Wayfinder appear around the sun? Jiang Fei pointed to the screen and asked. It did not matter how they appear in the solar system, because the biggest problem was how he was going to protect Earth from such bandits. If they were as terrible as 0541 said they were, Earth would be completely defenseless. Even with Braveheart at his command, he wouldn't be able to do much when it had taken an entire planet of advanced species to stop them. I do not know. However, based on what I already know, Valsaurians would never set their eyes on the solar system. There is nothing on Earth, or even the entire solar system, that is worth looting, 0541 explained. Really? Nothing at all. Jiang Fei snorted. Captain, do you want them to loot Earth of its people and resources? Well, no, but we should be considered as savages in the eyes of other advanced alien species out there. I cannot figure out why they would appear here. Do you have any contingency plans for this? Jiang Fei asked. 0541 paused for a while before delivering the bad news. I have one, but it requires you to gather your family and close friends. Bring them into Braveheart, and we could evacuate to any other star system to live. Earth is done for. Are you for real? The last thing he had expected to hear from 0541 was the notion of running away. I am. Nevertheless, I understand this is against your nature. It's really the last resort against the Valsaurians. The first wave should be bearable. Against this primitive planet, they would only dispatch a small unit, said 0541. Out of everyone in the world, 0541 was one who understood Jiang Fei best. He knew that Jiang Fei would never abandon Earth without first giving his all. What's the probability of me protecting Earth? Not including the core of will, the success rate of defending against the first wave of attack is above 80%. 0.0001%. How is that even? Might as well fight the first wave. Running without a fight wouldn't make sense. Jiang Fei barked. Chapter 1259, Incoming. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. All right then, 0541 replied. From his point of view, running away now would be the most sensible thing to do. But as he was as evolved as he was, 0541 understood the way Jiang Fei did things. Humans weren't like robots and programs that would calculate the logic of every move and pick the best ones. No, humans would, at every turn, be affected by their emotions or their gut feeling. Although 0541 was not too evolved to understand the concept of bravery, there were deeds found in human records where heroes would sacrifice themselves in order to protect the mass. Even so, he was still able to recognize selflessness and not deny its existence despite not being able to do it himself. Again, like always, 0541 had misunderstood Jiang Fei's real motive. Even though Jiang Fei was putting himself at the front lines, he was only doing so because he knew he could. It was all still within his capabilities. It would be entirely different if he were told to sacrifice himself in an act to protect Earth. Jiang Fei would never do that. He would try his best to think of a way, like he always did. Jiang Fei's plan was as such. After taking down the first wave of attack, he would attempt to determine the strength of the enemy of the second wave. If he had restored the power of the 10th dimension, he would fight them until the end. But if the core of will was still out of juice, he would pack his things and bring along a few of his friends and family to run away. That was the absolute last option. Jiang Fei prepared himself mentally, and while doing due, 0541 got ready to welcome the Valsaurians' first wave. He had the Valsaurians' Wayfinder under observation at all times. Jiang Fei did not want to rattle the cage too early, as he needed more time to prepare. Before the core of will recovered its strength, he had absolute zero confidence in facing them. Earth was going through its longest period of peace thanks to Jiang Fei and 0541's blessings. Jiang Fei had never told anyone about the threat of the Valkyrie race. It would do him no good, since it would only incite mass panic. Even if he were to publicly release everything he had about Namekian technology, it would take years before the best minds on Earth could truly understand them. As a precaution, Jiang Fei had 0541 prepare a list of people he would take with him to escape. That was if the core of will was still unusable during the attack. He hoped that the last of humanity he brought with him would be the ember that would light a fire that would burn brighter for the future of humanity. Braveheart was a huge, 1,000-kilometer-long spaceship. He could never take every single human out there, but he could still pick out the best of the best to save the last of humanity. Once all preparations were completed, Jiang Fei took off into space. The girls were all nervous as well, especially Isabella. She was more anxious than nervous, as the princess and dragon in her would never allow others to step on her head. She would want to test the strength of the Valkyrie bandits that everyone had feared so much. Days passed since the ship had been out of Earth's orbit, but there was still no sightings of the Valsaurians. Based on 0541's deductions, the solar system was just too secluded. There were hardly any publicly recorded waypoints to guide anyone to this particular space. Without proper landmarks, anyone in space would have to travel from waypoint to waypoint in order to reach this random planetary system. God damn it. Are they just too free and had nothing better to do than to invade Earth? Jiang Fei roared. Even though them taking their own sweet time would only benefit Jiang Fei more, the long waiting time was truly torturing. Sorry, Captain. From the vantage point of other species from other planets across the universe, Earth is seen like a planet of primitive life form, the same way how humans view apes and monkeys, 0541 explained. 0541 was not sugarcoating his words. That being said, from the point of view of other advanced civilizations, Earth, even after being given advanced Namekian technology, was still in its infancy stage. Earth did not possess Valium, energy crystals generators, rare metals that were still yet to be placed in the periodic table, or any other sort of advanced resources that could exist on other planets. Besides having billions and billions of sentient intelligent life forms, the collective intelligence was nothing worth paying attention to. Having the numbers did not put Earth on the map. As explained by 0541, other advanced alien races viewed humans as how humans viewed apes and chimps. Any race that had yet to achieve the technology that made them independent from their own planet was treated as primitive. That was why 0541 said that there was nothing worth to be taken on Earth. Even if the Valsaurians eliminated the entire human population and sold Earth, it wouldn't be enough to cover their fuel cost. What 0541 and Jiang Fei did not know was that someone else had sold Earth to the Valsaurians. The one thing that Earth was currently thought to possess was the core of time. Braveheart was just the consolation prize. Days soon turned into a week, and on the seventh day, 0541 finally tracked something that was approaching the solar system. Captain, I have detected a spacecraft on the edge of the Kuiper Belt, 0541 reported nervously. Based on his own analysis, The first wave should be easy to deal with. But who could predict what the Ravagers would do? How long more until they reach Earth? Jiang Fei asked. Based on their speed and trajectory, I'd say about 48 Earth hours, 0541 answered. The solar system, as viewed from other races of the universe, was located at the far edge of the known universe. Little else was known about its existence. Hence, they had to proceed cautiously. They would not want to speedily zoom across the solar system, as the Kuiper Belt, as well as the space between Mars and Jupiter, were riddled with asteroids. Good. I have a little time left, said Jiang Fei to himself. Jiang Fei dared not fight anywhere near Earth. Given the sheer battle between spaceships as he recalled from movies, a random stray projectile could devastate a city if he was not careful. 0541. Help me pick a suitable battleground. Anywhere far from Earth that is good for an ambush. Very well. 0541 replied and quickly came up with a suitable location. Ceres, the dwarf planet. Ceres was considered a dwarf planet as it was too large to be considered an asteroid and was orbiting the Sun in a stable orbit. The terrain was extremely complicated, and any oncoming invaders had to slow down in order to avoid colliding with the asteroids. If Braveheart was positioned well, Jiang Fei might even able to eliminate the enemy with a single blast of the ship's hyper-megaparticle beam cannon. Ceres was only about 1,000 kilometers in diameter, making it a suitable place for Braveheart to hide behind it. Although the ship was 1,000 kilometers in length, it was about 200 kilometers in width. Hiding behind Ceres would be strategic as it provided cover for an ambush. A few moments later, Jiang Fei called the other girls to join him. He dared not bet everything on Braveheart's weaponry, as there might still be a chance for a melee combat. Going up against the strongest band of bandits in the entire universe, Jiang Fei could only hope that Braveheart's cannons would be sufficient to destroy them. If not, he would have to fight them physically. When everything was set, the ship ignited its rear thruster at full blast and sailed through the solar system towards Ceres. It took only a few hours to get from high Earth orbit to Ceres. Once he had positioned Braveheart behind Ceres' shadow, 0541 turned off its engine and radar system. The only thing that was working for the ship now was the life support system in the bridge. Everything else that could and would generate signals, both heat and electrical, had been shut down. Translator note: Wayfinder. Based on what I read, Wayfinder works like a scouting drone to open a path without first exploring it. The Wayfinder would then become a beacon to guide spaceships more accurately. Waypoint. It is not explained properly, but I guess it works like public landmarks in the real world. Google XNAV, a space navigation system which NASA thought of developing. It uses ping signals, projected X-rays spinning around the rotating star like a lighthouse, from pulsar, pulsating neutron stars, and record their unique ping as a waypoint to navigate through the void of space. Chapter 1260, are you talking about me? Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation: The silence before the storm was always the calmest. Ironically, Jiang Fei could not rest his nervous self in the vast emptiness of space. Braveheart was now under a cloaking blanket, and all the engines and radar systems had been deactivated. With absolutely zero support from the huge battleship, 0541 could only observe his surroundings with the light detection system. 0541, are they here yet? Jiang Fei asked nervously. This encounter, or rather, clash with another alien space race was a first for him. Technically second, if he were to include the Namekian race. Under the veil of his nervousness, there was a hint of anxiety as well as curiosity. He, for all he knew, was representing all of humanity or the Terran race. There was a sense of elevation as well as an overwhelming sense of exposure. Finally, humanity was about to be introduced to the galactic space race. Captain, calm yourself. 0541 tried to relieve his stress a little. Asking me to calm myself right now isn't going to help. Besides the constant blinking of stars and faraway galaxies, the void of space presented no changes. From where he stood, he could see zooming asteroids across the skies of Ceres. Without them, Jiang Fei could not have gauged the amount of time they had spent on the dwarf planet. Perhaps it was an hour, or perhaps a day. For all he knew, he had just lost the concept of time. The eerie silence of space was both magnificent and terrifying. Looking back to Earth from the asteroid belt, he felt a strong overview effect affecting his judgment. Earth was so small, so fragile, compared to the vastness of space. Who's to say that there weren't any future threats hurling toward the planet now? Captain, look, 0543 blared out suddenly. His calls literally made Jiang Fei, who was calm for only a few minutes, skipped a heartbeat. What? Are they here? He quickly headed over to the nearest monitor. Two small gold-colored dots were highlighted over the blackness of space. The gold dots represented the color scheme of the ship that 0541 was tracking. Not far from where the ship was cruising was a larger blue-colored crystal, glowing like a light bulb, guiding the ship. That's a wayfinder, said Jiang Fei as he recognized the crystal. It was the same thing he saw when 0541 discovered the advent of the Valkyrie. Keen observation, Captain. The enemy ship is approaching now, 0541 added. A wayfinder functioned the same as scout drones. Compared to Earth's drones, alien races across the universe use these simple crystal constructs to discover the universe. They are comparatively cheaper and easier to build. The Valkyries had deployed so many of them to locate and signal the main fleet if they detected valuable treasures. Besides exploring, they were also used as guidance, hence the name Wayfinder. They were to be deployed into uncharted quadrant of space. As the Wayfinder approached them, Jiang Fei could hear the faint, beeping-like signal that the Wayfinder was emitting. The wave was able to even travel across the near-vacuum state of space. We wouldn't be spotted, right? Jiang Fei asked. No, I have already activated the cloaking system. While it wouldn't escape close encounters, that Wayfinder would never detect our presence, said 0541 confidently. As the beeping continued, the Wayfinder, guiding the small spaceship, cruised across the asteroid belt and toward the orbit of Mars. Earth will be next. Let's get ready. I am eager to set things on fire. Jiang Fei muttered. The Wayfinder had already passed Braveheart, and soon the Valkyrie ship. Prepare to charge the main cannon. Jiang Fei ordered. Even though shouting in Braveheart could never be detected by someone else across the distance. Moreover, outside the ship, Jiang Fei couldn't help lowering his voice. Engines ready. Cannons will be charged on your command, Captain. 0541 replied. As a precaution, 0541 had disabled all machines in the ship that generated heat and energy. The cannons and all weapon systems were offline until just now. The traditional radar systems were all turned off, except for the light differentiation radar system, which detected moving objects in space by measuring light intensity and movement. It was an older and more primitive means of detection, but when compared to other detection systems, the LDR system would not alert others to your presence. Just then, the LDR monitor reported movements. The golden light, that was the ship of the Valkyrie, beeped faster and faster. In no time, Jiang Fei himself could see the silhouette of the ship. The heck? Is that it? Said Jiang Fei with a hint of disappointment and condescension. The Valkyrie ship was not big. It was so small that calling it a stowaway rescue pod wouldn't be wrong. 0541 kept quiet. At this point, even 0541 was evolved enough to experience emotion. Concurrently, he was a little embarrassed. He had been feeding Jiang Fei information that he, too, had expected to see a bigger ship. It would seem that the Valkyrie had not set its eyes on Earth. That's not a warship, but a small, one-man spacecraft. You don't say. What are they thinking? Jiang Fei snapped. All this time, he had been a nervous wreck, waiting for so long, just to see a tiny one-man ship. It's not even a proper invasion. Oh, wait, it was an invasion. All right, an invasion of privacy. That's if entering Mars orbit was considered to be a violation of privacy. 0541. Charge the cannons and blast that thing into oblivion. Jiang Fei felt humiliated. He had spent so much effort in preparing for the invasion of the Valkyrie. In the end, they had only sent in a civilian-class one-man spacecraft, and not even attack. Captain. 0541 chimed in, sharing the same feeling as Jiang Fei. The Earth might not reach the point of ascension where they could leave their home planet and join the galactic space race, but there were still Jiang Fei and Braveheart as the symbol of advancement. Sending in one tiny ship was but a slap to the face. There was no need to charge, as 0541 had only used an auxiliary cannon to squirt a tiny beam of low-compression particle beam. Those were meant to blast off small asteroids and other smaller objects that would hit the side of the ship. The spacecraft exploded like a mosquito by a palm. That was only a civilian-class ship. It would not have any auto-evasion systems on board. As such, in the face of a battlecruiser-class ship, it was nothing but trash. Just like that, even though 0541 had explained that the first wave of attack would always be the easiest, he had never thought that it would be this easy. "It's never that easy," said 0541. "Well, how do you explain that?" Before 0541 could explain, he picked up a disturbance in space-time around the ship. "Oh no," 0541 gasped. "Warning, shield integrity compromised." "Captain, he's here," cried 0541. 0541 quickly placed everything he picked up on the screen. Amongst the debris that scattered around, the optical camera had managed to capture the image of the Valkyrie. The creature had an appearance that was hard to describe to someone without showing them the picture itself. It was humanoid at the very least. In a certain point of view, Jiang Fei had actually thought it was cute. He had 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head. Humanoid features, generally speaking. His skin was pink in color and was rough on the surface. Instead of 5, he had 3 fingers that were thick and without a thumb. Its facial features were very much like a human's, but was hairless, and much like the carapace of an insect, it had a clean, smooth facial skin. "That's a Valkyrie?" Jiang Fei asked. "Indeed, an average one in fact," 0541 said. Jiang Fei had only turned away for a second, and when he returned to the LDR monitor, the Valkyrie was missing. "Where did he go?" Jiang Fei asked. "The ship. Captain, he's inside the ship." 0541 blared. It would be fine if the ship's shield was taking damage, but instead, it had been compromised. Judging from its readings, the shield was working as intended, but it had failed in stopping the Valsaurian from entering the ship. "How the F***CK? Screw it. I'll chase him off myself." Jiang Fei snarled. He turned to the girls and roared. "Prepare to welcome the guest." "Huh? Guest? Are you talking about me?" said the Valsaurian as he appeared right in the center of the bridge. Jiang Fei was completely taken by surprise. The thing was an alien. Nothing could be more clear than its appearance. But its speech, the way it spoke Mandarin, was flawless, as if it was raised in the official court. Chapter 1261. 1261. He's a lackey, you say? Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. What the... How? Jiang Fei gasped. He immediately regretted his decision to ask, as the alien was an enemy. Why would it tell him a truth? But lo and behold, it did, right after it had a good laugh about it. Ha 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 ha. Are you really asking that? It's been a while since I've heard humor on that level. Did you really think it was hard to get through such a useless barrier? Said the Valsaurian. Here I am, thinking why a primitive planet life form would attack me. That's when I realized the ship. You have managed to buy yourself a ship that's tens of thousands of years old. Might I say that you got ripped off bad? The ship is so old that its technology is way behind by millenniums. Darling, let's not waste our breath on him. We need to beat him up and question him. Bella Rord. She had never been the patient one. 0541. Send them away right now. For once, Jiang Fei wholeheartedly agreed with Isabella. However, if he wanted to fight the alien, he would have to have it anywhere else but inside Braveheart. It would be troubling if the fight were to destroy the ship. 3 flashes of light beamed in. Isabella, Sylphie, and the Valsaurian were teleported onto Ceres. The 1,000 kilometers in diameter dwarf planet was the best place to throw down. Even without breathable air and suitable atmosphere pressure, Any level 5 metahuman could move about freely without any hindrance for a short period of time. 0541 had only sent Isabella and Sylphie to deal with the alien for a reason. If the alien was able to enter the ship easily once, he would be able to do it again. To ensure Jiang Fei's safety, he would require both Nina and Ariel to stay with him. 0541. Explain what the alien said about the ship. Jiang Fei roared at 0541 when the alien was out of earshot. He had always remembered 0541, Braveheart, and Namekians as the #1 space race in the entire universe. To be fair, everything he knew about Namek came from 0541. Well, 0541 choked up when Jiang Fei hit the bullseye. He had to admit that he had been a little over the top when he was talking about Namek. Well, explain. Jiang Fei pressured on. Namek used to be Class 1 planet, but as you know, it was swallowed by a black hole more than 10,000 years ago. Even though Braveheart was the accumulation of all scientific discoveries at that time, it was 10,000 years ago. Now, it might be reasonable for it to be obsolete. 0541 awkwardly confessed. I don't know if I should choke you or slap you in the face. Consider yourself fortunate for not having a physical body, or you'll be making this easier than it already is, said Jiang Fei. He then understood why 0541 would blatantly state that he would never be able to survive the second wave of attack. Jiang Fei, Braveheart, 0541, and Planet Namek were just the same as any other primitive planet life forms. Class 1 planet. Jiang Fei was incredibly fortunate since the Valsaurian had underestimated Earth greatly that they only sent a single scout agent to investigate it. That was why Jiang Fei had been able to easily attack and destroy the one-man ship and let only Isabella and Sylphie to fight the Valsaurian. F***ck it. I'll catch up with the rest of the universe sooner or later. Let's pay attention to that Valsaurian first, said Jiang Fei, disappointed. Based on its posture and fighting stance, Jiang Fei determined that Isabella was far stronger than it. On Ceres, the Valsaurian was greeting the two girls with proper manners. Instead of speaking, it was communicating via telepathy. My name is Balsris. I am the squad leader of the 9th Squad of the 7th Platoon, 13th Division of the 7th Fleet. Pleased to make your acquaintance. All I heard was Balsris. The rest is just irrelevant, Bella told Sylphie. Doesn't matter. He's just a small fry. Sylphie barked. Should we go in together? Bella arched an eyebrow. No need. I'll finish him in just 3 moves, Sylphie snorted. Don't be reckless. Even though Bella and Sylphie were always like water to oil, they were not too immature to let that get the better of them. Not when there was an actual alien species attacking. Please, you don't have to be that condescending. If he's still alive after a single move, he's all yours. Sylphie snarled. Instead of taking Bella's words as advice, she took it as an insult and got angry. Ho ho ho. Such a discord. No wonder you're all still a lower-class planet species. Ignorance and impudence do go hand in hand after all, said Balsris. Shut up and die, Sylphie roared as she dashed toward his left flank. As she sped up, she left several afterimages behind as she slowly faded out of view. The reason behind her arrogance was her affinity as an assassin and the weapon she was wielding, the Valium-infused daggers. As long as she made contact, the enemy would be gravely injured. Humph, how impudent. Balsris huffed. Instead of following Sylphie's afterimages, he turned around on the same spot and thrust his hands in the air. A black smog appeared out of the blue, and with a powerful drag, Sylphie was violently dragged out of her stealth via a choke hold to the neck. With utter shock, Sylphie's eyes reflected her disbelief as she struggled to free herself from the vice-like grip of the alien. That was the first time she had performed the move in front of him, yet he knew her every move and even managed to catch her in a single turn. How weak! Your beauty, albeit unprecedented, does not match your power, as you're of a lower being, said Balsris. His voice changed in tone, from that of a gentleman to a beast full of killing intent. You dare! Bella roared frantically as she charged forward with so much force that the ground beneath her cracked at every step. She threw a powerful punch, packed with enough energy to demolish a mountain on Earth, toward Balsarus' carapace-like face. Oomph. Balsarus grunted as he hurled Sylphie away like a rag doll and caught Isabella's fist with his own. The impact of the force was clearly strong, yet it failed to even make Balrus budge an inch from where he stood. Oh my, this little one is very much stronger. Balsarus smiled. Isabella's brute force was one to be reckoned with, but it was still not enough to amuse Balsarus. You'll pay for your arrogance. Bella snapped. A dark aura emerged from her body and condensed onto her hands as claws and her body as dragon scales. With the power of the core of life channeling through her body with her domain ability, the girl's combat power rose rapidly. The raw power around her was so strong that it crackled with black thunder. I see. The core of life. This is getting interesting. Balsarus snorted as he laughed. Even so, he got serious as he got into a proper fighting stance. To face an opponent with the core of life inside her, even as a Valsaurian, he had to focus and pay attention, lest he paid for his arrogance. How is he a lackey? Jiang Fei cried out panicky. Bella, if not the strongest, was at least one of the top 3 most powerful beings on Earth. Yet, a lowly squad captain was able to match her strength so easily. Just how powerful were the Valsaurians? Chapter 1262, Pulling Punches. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Well, they are naturally strong. 0541 answered awkwardly, like a dog looking all guilty and sad. Strong? That's almost Superman's level. Just how are their level 5s like? Jiang Fei gasped. Well, to put it mildly, it's around there. But their numbers. Earth is but one planet. There are an uncountable number of planets out there hosting numerous powerful individuals, 0541 explained. What 0541 failed to explain was that although they might be in the same category, their combat powers would be heaven and earth when compared to earthly level 5 metahumans. Bella might be strong enough to completely dominate any other level 5, but there were those of different species even that could fight her toe-to-toe. It was the same as the Valsaurians. Even though no one in their species had broken through the realm of level 6, they were still colossally strong that deeming them as level 6s wouldn't be wrong. Confound it. After this fight, we might have to leave Earth. Jiang Fei huffed and puffed, disappointed. Before the fight began, before he had actually witnessed the might of a lowly Valsaurian squad captain, Jiang Fei had thought that they could defeat every one of them with the power of the core of will. Right now, he could at most defeat the strongest Valsaurian with the power of the 10th dimension. But what of the rest? Just how many were there? What Jiang Fei understood from 0541's words was, the strongest level 5 fighter of the Valsaurian might have a power reading exceeding everyone else by the tens of millions. But even if he could defeat the strongest foe, after using up the power of the core of will, there would still be more opponents coming after him. Earth would still be destroyed. Just sort of game I am playing now? What kind of nightmare mode is this? Just when I thought I've cleared the game, I've only scratched the tutorial. I'm done. I'm so done with this. Jiang Fei sighed. Even though he meant well, genuinely concerned about the well-being of Earth and all of its occupants, Jiang Fei was still weak in the cosmic scale of things. Alas, the best move was to just escape with a handful of others. While Jiang Fei was gravely saddened by recent events, Balsarus and Isabella were still going all out at each other. Sylphie was knocked to the side, officially defeated. Isabella, constantly feeding on the core of life, was fighting with Balsarus with everything she's got. The two fighters' power level was nothing Jiang Fei had ever seen, and for Sylphie, she could only stay out of their way, not wanting to be a bother to Isabella. How was the battle going? Jiang Fei asked as he stared at Ceres from a safe orbit distance. Massive pulses of energy could be seen exploding from the surface of Ceres. That was merely the excess energy that got sent out into space as the two clashed with each other. At this moment, Jiang Fei's eyes could only pick up the damage they were causing to Ceres. Their speed, their movements, were too much for a level 4 to witness and understand. They're still going at it. Can Bella win this? Jiang Fei asked, curious. The power of that Valsaurian was completely miscalculated. She could. At the very least, she could never be defeated. 0541 explained confidently. What does that mean? It means she could never be defeated by her enemy. Balsarus might be a Valsaurian, but he is currently relying on his own power, whereas Isabella has a bottomless source of power she could draw from to sustain her. With time, Balsarus would exhaust his own power, and when that happens, Isabella could defeat him easily, if she hadn't already. F** King Hell. Jiang Fei was not convinced. He was somewhat relieved, but he understood clearly what 0541 implied. Isabella was currently Jiang Fei's strongest fighter in his faction, and even so, she would have to rely on wearing out her enemy to defeat him. And that was just a squad captain. What about other strongest opponents? What then? It only made sense now. If they weren't strong to begin with, they would have been eliminated or exterminated completely while going through so many worlds to rob them. As time passed, Jiang Fei's worries became boredom. According to 0541's logs, the fight between Isabella and Balsarus was entering the 6th solar period, a total of 144 hours and counting. Even after so long, there was no clear winner. Sylphie had already been teleported back to Braveheart at the first hour of the fight, as she could not be useful then. At the 145th hour, the fight started to show results. Isabella's moves had slowly transitioned toward offense. After so long, Isabella was not showing any signs of fatigue, while Balsarus was out of breath. Bastard! Too careless! Balsarus cursed himself. He was able to fully suppress all of Isabella's attacks, yet every time an opportunity revealed itself, Isabella would make a dramatic comeback. For every wound that he had inflicted on her, Isabella would appear to be unscathed in the next second. Before he could even react properly, Isabella would have had started to make her move. By the time Balsarus tried to defend himself, Isabella was finally able to plant her fist deep in a Balsarus' hardened skull. At this point, knowing fully well that he was out of power, out of moves, and out of energy, he could not escape her anymore. It's time. 0541. Seal the space-time node around Ceres. Do not let that thing escape. Jiang Fei ordered. He knew how the battle would proceed from there, and he would try his best to escape. Captain, 0541 acknowledged his words. Braveheart might be tens of thousands of years obsolete, but it still had the best technology of its time. Preventing a level 5 fighter from teleporting away was nothing but a small feat. Damn it. Damn it all. Balsarus panicked. He had dug his own grave and realized there was no way out. By the 168th hour, Balsarus was defeated. At this point, his only concern was surviving, taking every other hit and only blocking lethal strikes from Isabella. Even so, taking normal hits from Isabella was not a good idea. Accumulated damages could be seen all over his body. There were bleeding bruises all over him. His left shoulder was bent in the wrong way, his right arm was not lifting, and he had even lost an eyeball. Inform Bella to capture him alive. I need to ask him a few questions. Jiang Fei ordered 0541. In the next instance, 0541 relayed Jiang Fei's message with a telepathic beam. A few hours after, Isabella returned to the ship, carrying a defeated Balsarus over her tiny shoulders. Right now, Balsarus was conscious, but he was too overwhelmed by pain and fatigue to make any snappy comments. Oof, Bella, you really let yourself go there. Jiang Fei gasped after he had examined Balsarus' condition. Are you telling me to pull my punches? When there's a powerful enough opponent for me to go all out. Isabella winked and spouted. Hoot. Rest. You deserve it. Jiang Fei pulled Isabella close to him and patted her head. Think of a way to preserve the alien's life. I still need him conscious enough to answer my questions, Jiang Fei ordered after Isabella had left the room. He had questions about the universe and its current state, but he did not want Balsarus to recover his strength to fight. The alien had proven itself to be strong. If anything, he could even tear the ship apart with his bare hands. Chapter 1263. 1263, Powerful and Conceited. Captain, you're worrying about the wrong thing. This guy doesn't need any treatment at all. In fact, we need to continue suppressing him. 0541 said. We don't have to treat him? Isn't he close to dying? Jiang Fei was taken aback by 0541's words. Captain, there's something you need to know. The Valsaurian body is very special. As long as he's still alive, he can heal up very quickly. Even though he's heavily injured now, he'll be able to move around in less than 2 hours. Within a day, he'll already be brimming with energy. 0541 said. What the? He regenerates faster than a lizard. Jiang Fei lowered his head and looked at Balstrus again. Almost all of his bodily wounds had healed. Although his arm was twisted, upon careful inspection, Jiang Fei could see that his tissues and bones were constantly moving. His amazing recovery speed was simply staggering. Deal with it quickly, then. Jiang Fei could now truly understand why the Valsaurians were known as fighters. They were born to fight, and their physical qualities were far superior to that of other races. Please wait. After obtaining Jiang Fei's approval, 0541 immediately started working on it. A platform rose from the ground. Following that, a medical bay was transferred onto the platform. 0541, controlling a robotic arm, placed Balstrus into the medical bay. Then, dozens of syringes pierced his body. 0541, what are you going to inject him with? Jiang Fei asked curiously. Before I inject him with anything, I need to draw his blood as it's extremely precious. Captain, if you can, try to keep him alive. Rearing a Valsaurian will be of great benefit to you. 0541 said. I should rear him? Jiang Fei froze. However, this reminded him of the alien beast that he reared in Japan previously. That alien beast had provided a lot of resources that aided Jiang Fei's development. Its flesh was used to create power potions, which was a stepping stone to Jiang Fei's domination. Yes, Valsaurian blood is an extremely rare resource in the universe. Although it's not as precious as the core of energy, it's as valuable as Valium. However, the Valsaurians are too powerful, so very few are capable enough to capture them alive. 0541 laughed. Jiang Fei was in luck, as Balstrus' ego had lost him the chance to escape. Okay, I'll leave it to you then. What can I do with his blood? Jiang Fei first approved 0541's proposal to hold Balstrus captive, then asked curiously. Captain, you're in luck. Valsaurians have very powerful genes. We can use their genes to make strong genetic potions, 0541 said. Genetic potions? Will these potions modify the genes of other races so that they can also obtain such amazing regeneration abilities? Jiang Fei guessed. If that was really the case, he was definitely in luck. Not necessarily. The role of genetic potions is not to forcibly modify genes. We've stopped using such low-level genetic technology long ago. Forcibly modifying the genes of an organism can easily cause a chain reaction. If the potions worked like that, those who drink it would experience a change in their genes and eventually turn into monsters. You don't want that, right? 0541 replied. Of course not. The potions are supposed to help us become stronger. What's the point if we'll turn into monsters? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. He was planning to use the genetic potions for himself and the girls around him. If it would make them turn into monsters, they would not dare to drink it. This genetic potion stimulates the drinker's genes and potential, enhancing their strength. So, the effect varies from person to person, 0541 explained. Why do we have to use Valsauri genes, then? Jiang Fei asked curiously. As their genes are very powerful, there will be effective stimulation which will fully boost the drinker's potential. If normal genes are used to make these genetic potions, the effects may be less than ideal. Moreover, after you drink it, your body will develop a kind of resistance toward it. Even if you use stronger genes in the future, it'll be useless. 0541 explained. I see. Jiang Fei understood what 0541 meant. Genetic potions could only be used once. If it was weak, it would be a waste, as stronger ones would no longer have any effect in the future. So, if he wanted to drink a genetic potion, he had to make sure it was made out of strong genes. While they talked, 0541 had finished extracting Balstrus' blood. 0541 was cruel enough to draw almost all of his blood, nearly killing him. If the Valsaurians did not have strong vitality, Balsarus would have died. After that, 0541 injected some medicine into Balsarus' body. This medicine would not help him heal. Instead, it was poisonous. Its core component was a small amount of Valium. Once injected into his body, it would continuously burn his body tissues and energy, suppressing his regeneration abilities. When will he wake up? Jiang Fei asked. He needed some information from Balsarus. Captain, this Valsaurian has always been awake. As long as they aren't dead, they're always awake. You just need to put his chin back in place. Then he'll be able to talk, 0541 answered. Balsarus had been keeping silent because Bella had dislocated his chin during the battle just now. Jiang Fei nodded at Sylphie, and she stepped forward to adjust Balsarus' jaw. Since you've always been awake, I'm sure you're aware of your current situation. I don't need to threaten you anymore, right? Jiang Fei sneered. Ha! Just ask me anything you want to know. We Valsaurians have nothing to hide. Balsarus was very bold, but what he said was somewhat embarrassing. His bold tone would be admirable if he was saying something on the brink of death, but in such a situation, it was just amusing. Captain, the Valsaurians are very arrogant. To them, it doesn't matter if they tell you about their plans. When a second wave of attack comes, you can't change your fate of being plundered even if you set up an ambush, 0541 explained. As the most daunting bandit race in the universe, the Valsaurians did not have to use tricks or plan strategically. They were blindly confident in their own strength. The Valkyrie race firmly believed that no other race could resist their iron fists. In the face of absolute strength, any preparation or strategies whatsoever were insignificant. Chapter 1264, The Root Cause of the Disaster. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Why did you guys come to the solar system? Since it was easy to interrogate a Valsaurian, Jiang Fei did not beat around the bush. You Terrans really live under a rock. Don't you know what we Valsaurians do? We're here to rob, of course. Although Balsarus was answering Jiang Fei's questions truthfully, he was being very arrogant. Obviously, he was sharing information willingly, and not because he feared death. Jiang Fei sneered. He did not want to waste time getting mad at this crazy guy. Instead, he continued, What are you guys trying to get from Earth? Earth? Who said our target is the Earth? We're not interested in that primitive planet. We'll just destroy it later. Our target is the core of time. Of course, this old ship of yours is also worth a ton if sold to the museum. Balsarus laughed. The core of time? How did you know that they exist in the solar system? Jiang Fei was shocked. There were only a few of them in the entire Milky Way. It was not normal for the Valsaurians to exactly know that there was a core of time here. Two idiotic Terrans told us about it. They actually want to join the Valsaurians. Can you believe that? They're out of their minds. After we get what we want, we'll surely sell them to the zoo exhibition. Balsarus laughed again. Terrans, Jiang Fei was surprised. Considering the level of technology on Earth, how could anyone from there possibly get in touch with the Valsaurians? Yeah, those two idiots are called Therazane and Ragnaros. Their names are so hard to pronounce. Do all Terrans have such stupid names? Balsarus glanced at Jiang Fei. Damn, it's them. Jiang Fei stomped his foot. He would have never thought that the reason the Valsaurians were coming here was because of them. Previously, Akit's series killed Neptulin and obtained the core of time, but she did not kill Braveheart's remaining two crew members. This was probably because Akit's series could not bear to kill them, as she felt that they were the last Namekians left other than her, or there might have been some other reason. Anyway, Akit's series had decided to exile them. They were teleported a far distance of 500 million light-years away. Everyone thought that the two of them would die. However, not only did they survive, but they also encountered the Valsaurians, the most brutal race in the universe. In order to live, Therazane and Ragnaros had to pay a certain price to the Valsaurians. The brutal bandits were not charitable. However, Therazane and Ragnaros had been exiled. They had nothing with them, so what could they give to the Valsaurians in exchange for their lives? they could only share some valuable information about the core of time. The core of time was an invaluable treasure in the entire universe. So, the Valsaurians were naturally very interested. After they received the information, they had to get it. However, the solar system was too far away. It was almost in the middle of nowhere, so the Valsaurians did not carry out a large-scale invasion. They only sent a small soldier to get the core of time. When will the second wave of attacks arrive? This was Jiang Fei's biggest concern. How am I supposed to know? But if I don't return after more than 3 days, they'll probably send a second echelon to attack, Balsarus replied. 3 days? Jiang Fei gasped. It took Belus 7 days to defeat Balsarus, and Balsarus probably spent a few days to get here. Was the second wave of attacks coming soon then? Captain, don't worry. He's talking in Valkyrie time. If converted to Earth time, it'll take them about 3 months, 0541 said. So, how long did you take to get here? Jiang Fei asked. As there were no space beacons on my way here, it took me slightly longer, about a day and a half. Balsarus did not hide anything. I see. Jiang Fei started calculating in his mind. A day and a half to Balsarus should be equivalent to 1.5 months on Earth. Since Bella and Balsarus fought for a week, there should still be about a month to 40 days left before the second wave of attack came. Since the second wave of Valsaurians would be able to teleport directly based on the space beacons that Balsarus had placed, they would reach the periphery of the solar system much faster. So, realistically, Jiang Fei only had 1 month left. 0541. When will your genetic potions be ready? Jiang Fei asked after he signaled 0541 to put Balsarus away. As a recipe is in the database, it can be completed at any time, answered 0541. How long for it to take effect? When he heard that the potions were as good as ready, Jiang Fei had an idea. Since the use of genetic potions could stimulate one's potential, the strength of Jiang Fei and the others would greatly improve. This meant that they would be able to fight with the Valsaurians again, right? After interrogating Balsarus, Jiang Fei realized that the Valsaurians were even more brutal than he had imagined. Even though there was nothing on Earth that they wanted, they still wanted to destroy the planet. Obviously, killing had been carved into the bones of these villains. I'm sorry, Captain. I know what you're thinking. Unfortunately, you won't be able to become strong enough through the genetic potion before the Valsaurians arrive, 0541 said helplessly. What do you mean? Jiang Fei frowned. Previously, all the potions that 0541 gave him took effect immediately. After he drank them, his strength soared. If he understood 0541 correctly, even as long as a month's time was not enough for the genetic potion to take effect. Captain, genetic potions are different from other potions. It cannot be administered in large doses at once. Otherwise, human genes will easily be attacked and destroyed by the powerful Valsaurian genes. So, a small dose must be administered repeatedly and gradually to slowly stimulate the dringer's genes. Hence, it will take about 3 months to complete, 0541 explained. 3 months? Isn't that way too long? Jiang Fei was quite disappointed. Although he was ready to give up on Earth, he could not accept it if the Valsaurians destroyed his home. Also, even if you and the girls use the genetic potions to maximize your potentials, I have to tell you with utmost regret that all of you will still be no match for the Valsaurians. 0541 was not exaggerating at all. The Valsaurians had been stomping around the universe for hundreds of thousands of years. Many intelligent races hated them, but they were still arrogantly running around robbing things. Moreover, countless other races that hated them to the core had been annihilated. So many intelligent races had lost to the Valsaurians. Thus, even if the girls around Jiang Fei had godly strength, they probably could not defeat the most combative oppressive race in the universe. Chapter 1265, Planning for the Worst. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, damn it. Jiang Fei sighed helplessly. He got excited when he heard that 0541 could make the potions immediately. However, after thinking about it, he realized that what 0541 said was true. There were countless planets stronger than Earth in the universe, but none of them had been able to stop the Valsaurians. It was foolish of him to think that he would be able to destroy them with his little amount of strength. Captain, what should we do next? Considering what 0541 had said, Jiang Fei's best available option now was to pack up and run. Although he would not be able to save the Earth from the Valsaurians, him managing to catch Balsarus alive was already beneficial to him. As long as he fled before the second wave of attacks arrived, he would not suffer any losses even if Earth gets destroyed. For now, let's just plan for the worst. Jiang Fei sighed. He ordered 0541 to prepare the genetic potions and give it to the girls. At the same time, he told 0541 to contact the leaders of the nations on Earth. He wanted these leaders to gather the elites of their nations and let him transfer them onto Braveheart. If Jiang Fei could not come up with a strategy to stop the Valsaurians before they arrived in the solar system, then all he could do was preserve the last of humanity's precious seeds. In addition to the elites among ordinary humans, Jiang Fei was also planning to take the people in the Martial Art Alliance with him. After all, these metahumans were somewhat more valuable than ordinary humans. After all, Jiang Fei had Braveheart's technology. The scientific and technological civilization on Earth was not as important when compared to that. As long as there were still humans, it would not be difficult to develop a civilization more brilliant than the one on Earth. However, the martial artists and their bodily system that could be cultivated were different. Even though metahumans could be created quickly through Namekian technology, these created metahumans were not as strong in combat as martial artists of the same level. After all, the martial artists had been training and polishing their combat skills for the longest time. Although the biohumans produced through Namekian technology had the same energy level as high-level warriors, they did not have martial arts skills that had been refined to perfection. As for the remaining metahumans other than the martial artists, Jiang Fei had a simple idea. If they were willing to come with him, he would accept them. If they did not want to, he would never force them. In fact, other than the martial artists, there were very few metahumans left on Earth. Previously, when Jiang Fei returned to Earth, the mutants and the metahumans in the European Vatican had colluded with the unknowns to attack China. This had sparked his anger, so he started bombing and destroying, almost wiping out the entire army. Only a few managed to escape. A few hours later, Braveheart arrived at the moon base again, and Jiang Fei teleported back to Earth. As the base was right next to the Snow Mountain sect, it was not difficult for him to meet the Martial Art Alliance. Mr. Jiang, you're here. Please come inside. When the disciple guarding the gate saw Jiang Fei, he did not report. Instead, he directly led Jiang Fei up the mountain, while another disciple ran to the top. Soon, Bai Wanli and a group of Snow Mountain sect elders came to greet him, but it was just ceremonious. Now, the one from Snow Mountain sect that communicated directly with Jiang Fei was no longer Bai Wanli, but Bai Shuren. After a short exchange, Bai Shuren's laughter rang outside the living room. Ha ha! Younger brother Jiang, you're here. Thank you for your help previously. If it weren't for you, my base would have been destroyed by those idiots. Don't mention it. We're all from China. We're supposed to help each other. Jiang Fei first replied Bai Shuren courteously. However, he did not have much time, so he did not want to beat around the bush anymore. Elder Bai, I have something to discuss with you, Jiang Fei said while he sorted out the words in his heart. After all, these warriors knew almost nothing about the universe. They probably only knew that the Earth was round. He did not know how to make them understand that an alien race was planning to destroy the planet. It was difficult to phrase. Haha, younger brother Jiang, you know you can tell me anything, right? Don't hesitate. Bai Shuren laughed heartily. Okay, I'll get straight to the point then. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and said, I was hoping that you could lead the entire Snow Mountain sect and move to a new place. Huh? Why? Younger brother Jiang, do you want to take up this entire area because your current base is too small for you? Bai Shuren's face suddenly fell. To these martial artists, there were two most important things. The first was inheritance, which was about the continuation of a sect, and the second was dignity, which was even more important than their lives. The base of martial arts sect undoubtedly brought these two important things together. Without a base, the members of the sect would be dispersed. Then, heritage would be completely out of the equation. If a martial arts sect could not keep their base, what right did they have to talk about dignity? No, listen. Jiang Fei was about to wave his hand, but was interrupted by Shuren. Younger brother Jiang, it's not that I don't want to agree. You've helped me so many times. Even if you want me to immerse myself in boiling water or step on fire, I do it without hesitation. But the base of a sect is its foundation, so I can't agree to this. Shuren shook his head. That's not what I meant. I'll be moving too, Jiang Fei said anxiously. You're moving too? Which big force is capable of making you move? Shuren was shocked. Then, he added, could it be that your master is coming over? No. Jiang Fei almost rolled his eyes. The fact that Zhuge Shanjin did not exist was still unknown to them. This was really beyond Jiang Fei's expectations, but he had no time to explain this to Shuren now. What's going on then? Shuren became even more confused. Who on earth could force someone as strong as Jiang Fei to move? The earth is about to be destroyed, so I want you guys to follow me. Jiang Fei simply told the truth. Earth? Shuren was left dazed. Most of these martial artists had never stepped out of China. So, Jiang Fei's words caught him off guard. Yes, Jiang Fei nodded seriously. You're saying that the planet we live on is about to be destroyed? Although Shuren now understood what Jiang Fei meant, he did not understand why the earth would be destroyed all of a sudden. Yes, it's because Jiang Fei then told Shuren the whole story about the Valsaurians, exactly like how things unfolded. You're saying that Bella fought one of them for 7 days. Shuren was even more dumbstruck after hearing that. He knew how strong Bella was. He even knew that he was no match for Bella at all, and he was sure that there were very few on Earth who could be. Now, he was being told that one Valsaurian was already this strong, and there were tens of thousands of them. If this was really the case, then they could bid Earth goodbye. Chapter 1266. 1266. The Price to Pay. Yeah, that's why I'm hoping that you'll come with me. Jiang Fei sighed and looked at Shuren earnestly. He really wanted to preserve the seeds of Earth civilization. Younger brother Jiang, I know you're being kind, but I have to think about it. Shuren sighed, his brows furrowed. As traditional martial artists, their attachment to their sect base was beyond what Jiang Fei could imagine. So, it was difficult to make them relocate. Okay, we still have about a month. You should discuss it with the other martial arts sections. My ship is big enough to accommodate all of you, Jiang Fei said. Braveheart was a giant ship that was a few thousand kilometers long. He could even take 20 to 30 million people, let alone the entire martial art alliance. After returning from Snow Mountain Sect, Jiang Fei asked 0541 about the progress. Since 0541 was the one who communicated with the government of various countries regarding the popularization of civilian technology before this, Jiang Fei also allowed him to do it this time regarding the incoming alien attack. Reporting, Captain. I have told the leaders of the countries about the Valsaurian invasion, and in order to increase the credibility, I even sent them some images of the Valsauri fleet destroying other planets. 0541 answered. How'd it turn out? Jiang Fei asked. The leaders can roughly be divided into 3 categories. The first category are those who are totally unbelieving. They think that we're deceiving them in order to rob them of their key talents. These countries are mainly small and medium-sized. The second category of leaders are dubious. They want more evidence, and they will not make any decision before determining whether our news is true or false. These countries are the most powerful countries on the planet. The third category of leaders believe us without a shadow of doubt, but they also made quite a lot of demands in exchange for the elites of their nations, 0541 said. What demands? Jiang Fei asked curiously. They asked us for more resources to guarantee the quality of life of their elites. We even need to provide them with luxury goods in flight. Answered 0541. F*CK. At this point, they're still thinking about all of these. Jiang Fei could not believe how unreasonable those bureaucrats were. It was time for them to flee, but they were still thinking about gaining privileges. Yes, these countries are mostly governed by dictatorships. Of course, in some of these countries, dictatorship is disguised as democracy, 0541 replied. Forget it, let them be. I don't have extra resources to support these maggots. Jiang Fei snorted. Then he commanded 0541. Invade the security networks of all the countries and retrieve the personal data of their citizens. You're in charge of screening for those who are talented and useful, and will take them away directly. After hearing 0541's report, Jiang Fei gave up on dealing with the governments of these countries. He was not going to deal with the unbelieving and doubtful countries anymore. He had no time to prove that the Valsaurians existed and also how powerful they were. As for the insatiable bureaucrats, Jiang Fei would never let them pollute his spaceship. So, Jiang Fei planned to select the talented and useful ones directly and forcibly transfer them onto Braveheart, then rush away to a safe place before the Valsaurians entered the solar system. Yes, Captain. 0541 immediately began to execute Jiang Fei's order. By the way, have the girls used the genetic potions? Jiang Fei asked. They've been injected with the genetic potion. Currently, their bodies are undergoing the first phase of enhancement, 0541 answered. Okay, you're fully in charge of the rest of their development. And inject me with the genetic potion too. Jiang Fei urgently needed to become stronger. Although he had planned for the worst, deep down in his heart, he still did not want to give up on Earth just like that. While he was talking to Bai Shuren, he had a thought. 0541 had concluded that he was no match for the Valsaurians. Even if the genetic potion greatly improved his strength and the strength of the girls around him, they still would not be able to defeat the Valsaurians. However, Jiang Fei had another idea. He did not need to completely defeat the Valsaurians. He only had to continuously stop their invasion and let them understand how strong he was. Once they realized that the price of attacking Jiang Fei was way higher than what they could get out of it, they would probably stop. This was what the Namekians had done previously. Although the Valsaurians would harass the Namekians, they would never fight them to the death. Even if they took over planet Namek, the benefits obtained would be far lesser than the losses and casualties caused by planet Namek's technological weapons. The Valsaurians were robbers. They were not crazy. If a robbery was going to cost more than what they would gain, they would not do it again. Additionally, Jiang Fei planned to wait for the core of will to be restored. Then, he would go into the 10th dimension to take the core of time out and give it to the Valsaurians. Didn't they come here for the core of time? Since he could not beat them, he could just give them what they wanted. Once the Earth was stripped of a precious treasure like the core of time, the Valsaurians would become even less interested in such an uncivilized planet. In order to save the Earth, his home, Jiang Fei was willing to pay a core of time as the price. Fortunately, Ragnaros and Therazane did not know that he and Bella both had an energy core. Otherwise, there would be no way they could stop the Valsaurians. Yes, Captain. 0541 did not know Jiang Fei's intentions, so he just prepared a genetic potion as instructed. Swoosh! Jiang Fei teleported back to Braveheart. There was a chair with a lot of locks on it in the middle of the bridge of the ship. What's this for? Are you trying to punish me? Jiang Fei laughed. Captain, the genetic potion will cause severe pain after it is injected. This is to ensure that you stay still, so that you won't get injured. While 0541 explained, a rubber strip popped out of the armrest of the chair. Jiang Fei was supposed to bite on it, to prevent him from biting off his tongue during the period of unbearable pain. Damn, will it hurt more than the energy potion I used the last time? Jiang Fei asked. Yes, more than 10 times the pain, 0541 answered truthfully. Fine. I already knew that using potions to level up isn't that simple. Bring it on. Although Jiang Fei had been prepared for this, his heart still started to pound after he heard that the genetic potion would be so much more painful than the energy potion he used previously. After he sat on the chair, all the locks fastened. He was firmly fixed on the chair, and the rubber strip was stuffed into his mouth. Captain, shall we begin? 0541 asked. Jiang Fei nodded. A robotic arm extended from behind the chair. The syringe at the front of the robotic arm injected the potion into Jiang Fei's body. If you're enjoying this story, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. It really helps this channel keep growing. All right, let's continue. Chapter 1267. 1267. Finally leveling up. With a slight tingle, the syringe penetrated Jiang Fei's arm. Then, warm liquid was injected into his body. Oh, okay. It doesn't even hurt that much. 0541. Were you exag? Jiang Fei smiled at 0541. It was less painful than he had imagined. However, before he could finish a sentence, he felt a sudden numbness in his arm, followed by a sharp pain. Jiang Fei screamed. Fortunately, he was biting the rubber strip. Otherwise, he might have really bitten his tongue off. Pain engulfed him. It felt as if someone was picking every single one of his nerves out and shattering them. Jiang Fei's muscles started twitching involuntarily, or rather, they started to cramp. While he experienced severe pain, Jiang Fei's body was slowly changing. The strong Valsaurian genes continuously stimulated his genes. In order to fight against the invading foreign genes, Jiang Fei's body potential was constantly stimulated. Although the potion injected into Jiang Fei's body contained a minimal amount of Valsaurian genes, it was that powerful gene that forced Jiang Fei's body to fight. Small beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and they began to trickle down his face. Although he was in a lot of pain, with the support of the core of will, his mind was still very much clear. However, it was this sobriety that did not spare him from the unimaginable pain. He who had a clear mind enjoyed the whole process. How is he doing? Ariel and Nina came to the bridge. While Jiang Fei was at Snow Mountain Sect, they had already been injected with the genetic potion. So, their painful journey had ended. We just started. As he's not at level 5 yet, I reduced the dosage. His pain will only last about 5 minutes, 0541 explained. In actuality, he did not need to explain for the girls to know. They had just experienced it, after all. He's been injected with the potion. This time, Sylphie came over. Bella was particularly strong because of the core of life, so 0541 gave her a larger dose. Hence, she still had not recovered from the pain. Yeah, since he's not a level 5 yet, so reducing the dosage can ensure his safety. Ariel nodded. Almost 5 minutes later, Jiang Fei's body was still shaking in pain, but there was no response at all. In comparison, shortly after the girls were injected with the potion, their genes were activated. Is the dosage too low? Nina guessed. Maybe. At this time, 0541 wasn't quite sure anymore. Theoretically speaking, this dosage was perfect for Jiang Fei, who was still a level 4. Now, however, Jiang Fei's body was not responding at all. So, it had to be due to the dosage being too low. Is it because of the core of will? It was 0541's first time encountering the fused energy core, so he was not too sure. 0541 only dared to increase Bella's dosage because the core of life enhanced her physical strength and strengthened her genes. To stimulate her strengthened genes, she had to be administered a higher dosage. Although Jiang Fei also had an energy core, it strengthened his mental strength. His physical strength was still only at pinnacle level 4. If 0541 rashly administered a large dosage, it might endanger his life. What now? 5 minutes had passed, and Jiang Fei's pain began to ease, but his body showed no signs of enhancement. I'll increase the dosage. If we fail to stimulate his potential the first time, it might not be able to work anymore. 0541 finally decided to change his plan. If you're sure that it's safe, go ahead. The girls did not know much about these kinds of technological products, so they could only choose to believe in 0541. Okay, increase the dosage. After 0541 recalculated, Jiang Fei was once again injected with the genetic potion. As soon as the liquid entered his body, Jiang Fei screamed in pain. The next moment, a faint light emitted from his body. It's working. Ariel's eyes lit up. They had all seen it before. This meant that the genes in Jiang Fei's body had been stimulated. Thump thump. It was dead quiet on the bridge of Braveheart. Nothing could be heard except for Jiang Fei's cries of pain and his fierce heartbeats. This frequency, 0541, constantly monitored Jiang Fei's physical attributes. After all, Jiang Fei was the captain of Braveheart. His safety was 0541's priority. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Ariel and the other girls gasped. Yes, but it's good news. 0541 finally said after a few repeated confirmations. What's going on? Sylphie asked. Captain is about to level up. 0541 was very excited. Jiang Fei had been stuck at Pinnacle Level 4 for way too long. Now, he could finally level up with the help of the genetic potion. That's great. The girls were also very happy. All this while, as Jiang Fei was too weak, the girls had to split their focus in order to ensure his safety. It could be said that Jiang Fei was their team's weakness. Even after he acquired his domain ability, he was still in danger of being instantly killed by a level 5 enemy remotely. So, the girls were always on tenterhooks during battles. If Jiang Fei advanced in a level 5, he would no longer be a hindrance. With his domain ability, he would be invincible. Just as the girls were rejoicing because Jiang Fei was about to level up, the light on his body suddenly faded. What happened? The girls started to panic, for fear that Jiang Fei's life was in danger. Don't worry, the amount of energy accumulated in his body is still too low to allow him to level up, but this is a trivial matter. I have a lot of energy. 0541 was now a proper tycoon. After Braveheart recovered the energy station, they were rich with resources. If thousands of years of accumulated energy was not enough for Jiang Fei to level up, it would be ridiculous. Following 0541's supply of energy, the light on Jiang Fei's body returned and stabilized. Through continuous absorption, the energy began to swirl faster and faster in Jiang Fei, becoming more solid. Jiang Fei screamed as he was about to advance in a level 5. The energy in his body opened the floodgates and surged toward the core of will. Chapter 1268, A Visit to the 10th Dimension. Oh no, all the girls heard 0541 then. It was like hammering a nail to their hearts. 0541's words were not the nail, but the hammer that struck. All of them could see the oddity around Jiang Fei. The glow of ascension had already started to fade out, as if the ascension process was being halted by something. Think of something. 0541. Audiobook-style. I know. Instead of wasting time to explain what was happening, 0541 started to redirect all the power supply in the ship into powering Jiang Fei. The more energy 0541 pumped into Jiang Fei, the brighter the light of ascension glowed. Even so, all the energy that was being poured into Jiang Fei was not directed toward him, but was sucked in by the core of will. The fused core was like a black hole, consuming every ounce of energy without showing any signs of slowing down. Half an hour later, Jiang Fei's ascension was still on hold. The core of will inside Jiang Fei was still taking all the energy that was meant for him, and at this point, 0541 had already dumped 10% of the total energy storage in the ship, yet the core was still sucking in all the energy without slowing down. What is this? Is this the result of fusing two cores of will? 0541 thought to himself. He had no idea what was going on as he was pouring as much energy as the ship's energy bandwidth was allowing. As a precaution against energy depletion, 0541 started the ship and moved Braveheart out of the moon's orbit and headed closer to the sun. Once the ship was in Mercury's orbit, the energy depot started. Teleportation cores were fired up to collect as much energy as they could from the sun's solar energy. Even though the speed at which the teleportation cores were collecting energy was but a fraction of Jiang Fei's absorption speed, at the very least, 0541 did not have to worry about running out of power. An hour later, the core of will showed signs of slowing down. At last, Jiang Fei himself was beginning to absorb some of the power that was not going into the core of will. At that moment, the glow of ascension went violently bright. When it reached its peak brightness, 0541 immediately increased the energy influx to match Jiang Fei's consumption and even more to force a power surge. Gah! Jiang Fei bellowed as his eyelids flung open. His eyes glowed like the sun itself, burning brightly. Whoosh! A powerful surge of energy followed by a sudden outburst flung everyone around Jiang Fei back. If Nina was even a second late in deploying a barrier, the entire bridge of Braveheart might have been detached from the ship. Huh! Huh! The silence of the room was quickly broken by Jiang Fei's labored breathing. The restraining bolts and cuffs around his wrists and legs were destroyed by his forceful prying. Those were Namekian's amalgamated metal. A metal so strong that no one except level 5S could even make a dent. "Hey guys, I've ascended. He, said Jiang Fei in between his pants. As he came to, the core will cease to take in any more energy. Thank God. 0541 sighed with relief. Jiang Fei might have taken only an hour to ascend in a level 5, but during that time, the core oval had swallowed 30% of the energy stored in Braveheart. Those were energy crystals that had been collected for thousands of years. 0541 could not understand such a phenomenon. What more the girls and Jiang Fei? "Captain, how are you feeling?" 0541 asked. "Good. Like I've never been," said Jiang Fei happily. Although he was slightly tired, he could not help but smile brightly. He was filled with so much happiness that he could not stop smiling. He had been stuck at level 4 for so long, and now, after many trials and obstacles, he had finally entered the realm of level 5. "Could you please check the core of Wool? See if it has any changes," 0541 asked. He was still worried about the core, as nothing in his record had ever mentioned of an event, a black hole-like core capable of swallowing so much energy in such a short span of time. All right then. Jiang Fei proceeded to do what was asked of him. He had no reason to doubt 0541. He lied back on the seat and started concentrating into his mind. After 5 minutes, he woke up and greeted 0541 with a surprised smile. "The core of will is recharged. I can use its powers again." The core of will was brimming with energy. This was an auspicious event, as he could now make use of the core's power to enter the 10th dimension once more. With this power, Jiang Fei was filled with confidence. He could now put on a fight with the second wave of attack. At least, if the enemy only sent in a few strong opponents, Jiang Fei was sure he could do something about it. However, things would be majorly different if the Valsaurians sent in a fleet. He had almost depleted all of the core's power when he dragged Braveheart into the 10th dimension. That was just a ship. Imagine an entire fleet. Calm down. From what I know about them, they would not deploy a fleet, not even to attack a planet, said 0541. Why is that? The Valsaurians are a prideful race. They pride themselves with their superior combat power. They might not reject using any advancement of technology, but they would not use it as a base for their combat strength. On a side note, they would not destroy a planet, as they would usually capture the planet as a whole and sell it to the highest bidder. Their modus operandi would be to send in a few strong fighters after the initial attack. I see. Balsarus was just a scout, and that had already made Isabella fight for 7 days. They would be dispatching a few stronger fighters. How would the battle go? F*CK it. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it, said Jiang Fei. He now had the power of the 10th dimension in his hands. There was no reason to fear them at the moment. Let's head back, Ariel said. They were all still near the sun from Mercury's orbit. Jiang Fei let 0541 steer the ship and fly back to the moon base. As they docked, Jiang Fei stood up and turned to the girls. I'll be right back. He needed to visit the 10th dimension again to fetch the core of time. Before the girls could even ask, Jiang Fei opened up a rift in the middle of the bridge and disappeared. 0541 had yet to disable the space-time node seal, but that didn't affect Jiang Fei at all. What kind of ability did the captain just use? 0541 asked. He was oblivious to Jiang Fei's ability to enter the 10th dimension since Jiang Fei himself had not informed anyone about his power yet. It was, after all, his newly found trump card. Everyone in the bridge could only shake their heads when 0541 inquired about it. Jiang Fei did not inform them, and they did not bother to ask. If it was something important, he would have told him about it. And since he did not, in the 10th dimension, where everything was shining, shimmering, and splendid, Jiang Fei could not sense the presence of the core of time. Chapter 1269, The Spectre. The F***CK. According to 0541's best assumption, the core of time was not on the ship, and neither was it on Earth or the moon. The best speculation was it being in the 10th dimension. Yet, the 10th dimension was as empty as the void of space. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! OF***CK no! Jiang Fei cried, panicking. Jiang Fei's plan was to take on the Valsaurians. He would fight all of them until he determined an inevitable loss. In that case, the contingency plan would be to show the core of time to the Valsaurians. With the coveted core in his hands, the Valsaurians would hold their attack and listen to Jiang Fei's demands, which would be to cease all attacks in the solar system and to leave Earth alone. As such, the core of time was vital for any of that to work. What could Jiang Fei offer to the Valsaurians to make them stop the attack? Was he supposed to just knock on their door politely and inform them about how he misplaced the core of time? How would the band of space bandits believe Jiang Fei? Without the core of time itself presented before them, they would proceed with the attack. Jiang Fei would never be able to stop the fleet of space bandits. What to do? What to do? What can IF***King do? Jiang Fei yelled before giving up and exiting the 10th dimension. As soon as he returned to the bridge, Isabella came to him and held his hands. "Where did you go?" she asked. "A mysterious place," Jiang Fei answered vaguely. He had no intention to explain his ability to anyone. Someday, perhaps, but not now. 0541, proceed with the backup plan, Jiang Fei ordered. The core of time was missing and the Valsaurians were coming. Jiang Fei had to follow the backup plan that 0541 had devised to evacuate everyone important and transport them to the ship before leaving Earth for good. Back on Earth, Jiang Fei explained about the current dire situation to his parents and had them prepare to stay on the ship. He had wanted nothing more than to have them live peacefully on Earth. But right now, the threat was so large and real that they could not even stay on the moon. "Darling, someone's here." Ariel ran toward Jiang Fei and reported. It was right after Jiang Fei was done packing things with his parents. "I'll be with you in a moment," said Jiang Fei to his parents before he turned to Ariel. "Who is it?" "Your long-forgotten friend, Han Tianyu," Ariel answered with a nostalgic smile. "Oh, hot dang. What a time. I should have him join us," Jiang Fei said. He had wanted to bring him along. Since he had come to him first, it saved him the hassle of finding him. "Fei, it's been a while. How are you?" said Han Tianyu as he reached out his hands. Before Jiang Fei greeted Han Tianyu, he turned to Ariel and openly said, "Be a dear and fetch Isabella for me." "Oh, all right." Curious, but Ariel did not probe further. 30 seconds or so later, Bella came to Jiang Fei with Ariel by her side. "Did you call for me?" Isabella asked curiously. Han Tianyu was an outsider, and it was odd that Jiang Fei wanted to make a scene. Jiang Fei smiled and turned to Han Tianyu. "Isn't it time for you to reveal yourself?" he said with a straight face. "Huh? What on earth do you mean?" Han Tianyu asked. "Enough with the charade. I don't know who you really are or why you possessed Han Tianyu, but I know very well that Isabella here would be more than willing to draw you out," said Jiang Fei. He had sensed that everything was off as soon as Han Tianyu had entered his house. His vitals and appearance were fine, but his mental thoughts, his unique brainwave was different. "I see." Han Tianyu huklid. His facial tics changed immediately, and with the most calm composure, he said, "You've passed my test, Jiang Fei." "Not bad. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Velen." "Velen." "Continue," said Jiang Fei as he glared at Velen with monstrous hostility. The name was nothing but a name. The fact that he was possessing Han Tianyu's body was enough reason for Jiang Fei to bear enmity toward him or it. "I am a specter. I am without a physical body. The only way I can talk to you is by possessing another living being. However, do put away your killing intent. Your friend is safe, for I do not wish to have conflict." As soon as Velen paused, 0541 quickly chimed in to explain about the entity. Captain, a specter is a mysterious being in the cosmos. They're known to be watchers. As he said, specters are without a physical form. Under normal conditions, they're always in spectral form. They are undetectable, untraceable. They cannot be attacked. As far as the records show, no one has ever succeeded in detecting or even killing a specter. They can only interact with others via possessing a lower energy life form for only a short period of time. Besides observing, they cannot do anything. So, Velen the Spectre, what do you want with me? Jiang Fei asked. I have been drifting across space for thousands of years. I have seen many things that none could explain, yet the one thing that has piqued my interest is you, Terran Jiang Fei. I am here to watch you, said Velen. To watch me? At this point, Jiang Fei felt somewhat violated. If specters weren't possessing someone, they could be around you, right beside you even without being noticed. This guy can become the greatest spy ever. Jiang Fei thought. He was not the only one that had that thought, yet no one across the cosmic had ever struck a bargain with a specter. They were without form and could never be influenced by anything. As such, they were without greed and without threat. That was what they had always been, the Watcher of the Universe, a true neutral entity. Correct. I have always been watching you, and I know that you can enter that special place, Velen said with a frail smile. He knew well that Jiang Fei didn't want to let anyone know about the 10th dimension yet. As such, he did not break it to everyone then. You knew. Jiang Fei gasped. I'm all-knowing, Velen stated. If you are all-knowing, why do you reveal yourself to me? What do you wish to accomplish here? You asked the most interesting question, Terran, and that is what I want to watch. You are a unique life form, always doing things that goes against conformity. Nevertheless, I wish to continue watching over you. However, I am aware of the recent events, and I am here to give you guidance, said Velen. Guidance, you say? Jiang Fei said. He crossed fingers and rested his chin on his hands. Captain, listen to the specter. Not many have had the chance of ever conversing with a specter, and fewer had received their help. There are no records shown that a specter had ever harmed anyone. 0541 chimed in. All right, I'll accept your guidance. Jiang Fei accepted. At this point, there was no reason to deny anyone's help, as he had no other means to protect Earth from imminent destruction. Chapter 1270, The Valsarian Commander. With the core of time out of the picture, Jiang Fei's original plan had to be discarded. Now, he had two options. The first was to fight the Valsarians with everything he had, even if it meant death. Second, he could take a small portion of humans on board and leave Earth to its demise. Although the will to live was strong, the will to protect Earth and all of its occupants was stronger. Even so, he could not deny that he was disgruntled fighting for Earth, as it was obviously a lost cause. While he was troubled about this, a specter named Velen had crossed his path, offering guidance. Even though Jiang Fei could not believe the formless being, it was his only option. Velen had not earned Jiang Fei's trust, but 0541 was behaving as if specters were beings that were meant to be worshipped. To be fair, these beings were perhaps the only kind that had no wishes, no greed, no wants or needs. Perhaps their sole purpose was to roam the entire cosmic, to observe and to remember everything that happened and will happen in the future, never to be seen, heard, or disturbed. Could you help me defend Earth from the Valsarians? Jiang Fei jumped the gun and asked. No, neither can you. There are only a handful of species in the entire cosmic that can fend the Valsarians off. Earthlings are not one of those species. Velen shared the same assumption as 0541. Even with Jiang Fei's power of the 10th dimension, he was sure that Jiang Fei could never truly defend Earth from all Valsarians. What sort of guidance do you offer? Jiang Fei asked. Truth be told, you could never stop the Valsarian fleet. But if you could stop the second wave, there is perhaps a chance for Earth to continue spinning, said Velen. A chance. You must first stop the second wave. Alexis is already on his way. He is not someone like Balcerus here, Velen added before Jiang Fei could probe further. Alexis, who is he? Jiang Fei asked. Before Velen could answer, his eyes glowed faintly with a ghastly green light. After that, his presence vanished and Han Tianyu was back. Affe, Han Tianyu was aware the entire time. Velen possessing his body was like him taking over the driver's seat of a car. Han Tianyu experienced everything but was unable to control his own body. Don't force yourself. Rest, said Jiang Fei as he helped Han Tianyu to stand. Velen was already gone, and there was nothing Jiang Fei could do to call him back. Specters were undetectable. No one in the entire universe could find them unless they allowed themselves to be found. The Watchers, or so Velen described himself as, could never be detected, found, or sensed, even with the greatest technology or the strongest sensory type being. Bah! Nothing I could do, said Jiang Fei to himself. He was helpless, but he had no reason to fear the Watchers. As 0541 explained, they had never harmed anyone, and some had even received the blessings of the Watchers. From the looks of things, Velen might not have any malicious intent toward Jiang Fei. He had only revealed himself merely because he was interested in Jiang Fei and did not want to journey too soon. Bella, come with me. I want to talk to Balcerus for a bit, said Jiang Fei. He needed to know more about Alexis, and he needed to hear it from Balcerus. Judging from how Velen described Alexis, albeit extremely vague, Jiang Fei knew that he would be someone fearsome. Outside the prison room, Balcerus was seen cuffed to the wall with his hands and feet restrained. 0541 would periodically inject weakening poison with Valium to consistently maintain his weakened state. Why, if it isn't the barbaric Terran of Earth? What pleasure do I deserve to be in your presence? Balcerus taunted. He was completely fearless, even though Jiang Fei could literally end his life there and then. Shut your trap. I'm going to ask some questions, and you will answer them. Who is Alexis? Jiang Fei snapped. Lord Alexis? He's coming. Huh, you're doomed. Your fate is sealed now, Terran. Earth is doomed. Ha ha ha. Balcerus' eyes lit up when Jiang Fei mentioned the name. Damn it. Who is Alexis, and how strong is he? Jiang Fei roared. Might as well, since you're going to die. Lord Alexis is the commander of the 13th Division under the 7th Fleet. If he's coming, your precious planetary system will be destroyed. Balcerus explained as he laughed tauntingly. What of his strength? Jiang Fei asked, frowning madly. If Balcerus was already hard to deal with, and he was just a squad captain, how bad was it going to be with the commander of the fleet? Commander Alexis's combat power is around 4,500,000, said Balcerus with a nonchalant shrug. Combat power? Jiang Fei turned away. Captain, combat power is a measurement of standard of strength. The Valsaurians use them to measure the power level of fighters, 0541 explained. What about you? What is your combat level? Jiang Fei turned back to Balcerus and asked. He had no idea what was combat power and what 4 million meant. He was sincerely hoping that Balcerus' combat power would be only slightly lower than Alexis. Me? I'm just a squad captain. I am nobody. My combat power is only around 100,000, said Balcerus, shrugging away again. King Hell. Jiang Fei snapped. Balcerus was already nearly impossible to defeat, and he was only 100,000. 4 million was 40 times the strength of Balcerus. What kind of monster was Alexis? Captain, I found this disc on Balcerus. This can be used to measure a fighter's combat level, said 0541 as he handed the disc via a robotic arm. When Jiang Fei took it, he saw that it was but a small disc-shaped object, roughly the size of a wristwatch. How do you use this? TSK. That's a primitive being for you, Balcerus scorned. Jiang Fei did not listen to what Balcerus said as he was busy learning the method to use the disc from 0541. Bella, come, said Jiang Fei. When Isabella was close, he placed the disc closer to her and started measuring her combat power. The disc started to whirl and a number came up. 35,000. That was Isabella's combat power. So low. Jiang Fei sulked. Try again, said Isabella before she activated her domain ability. Energy particles condensed around her, forming claws and dragon scales. The disc whirled again, proccing a number of 120,000. Jiang Fei left the prison room for a while and started to measure everyone's combat power. Ariel had the lowest at only 10,000. Sylphie and Nina had over 30,000 while Hua Mulan had over 76,000. King Hell. We can't even reach Alexis' combat power with all numbers combined. Jiang Fei was losing it. Even though combat level didn't necessarily relate to one's fighting capability, having such a large gap just showed how easily they would lose in a fight against Alexis. Chapter 1271. 1271. Fear and Instinct. Darling, what about your own? Sylphie nudged. Let's measure your combat power. Ariel joined in. Jiang Fei might have just ascended in a level 5, but he had the power of 2 cores of will. If all failed, he should be the prime fighter to fend off the attack of the Valsaurians. Here, measure mine, said Jiang Fei. He handed over the disc and let Isabella measure his power level. With a simple push of a button on the side, needles on the disc started to spin around. When they stopped, a number procked up, and Isabella jumped with joy. Darling, you're so strong. Your numbers are so high. Audiobook-style. Jiang Fei's combat level measured at 65,000, almost as high as Hua Mulan's. That's it, Jiang Fei barked dejectedly. He had expected to have slightly more than just 65,000. To be fair, if told he was this strong before he met Balcerus, he would have been happy since he had just ascended to level 5. Right now, it was condition critical. Alexis was coming, and he needed at least 10 times more power to fight on par with him. Not to worry, you haven't activated your domain ability, Isabella noted. Isabella herself was only about 30,000 combat power before activating her domain. With her domain activated, she gained at least 3 times more power. What's the use? It's not like I can increase my own power, said Jiang Fei with the same dejected tone. Alexis was like a huge, shadowy presence haunting him. Even if he managed to gain 5 times more power simply by activating his powers, he was still weaker than Alexis. Just try it. Who knows what would happen? Ariel chimed in. True. No harm in giving it a go, said Jiang Fei. Alexis aside, he was curious about his own power level after activating his domain. Everyone got ready, expecting to be weakened by Jiang Fei's enfeeblement. But when he activated it, nothing changed. Isabella was still brimming with power. Sylphie was still able to walk around unhindered, and Ariel could still sense everything around her, as if nothing had changed. What's going on? Isabella was unsure about what happened, or if anything did happen for that matter. Even a measuring disc was not proccing a new number. Is it broken already? Sylphie jotted. 0541. Find out what's wrong with this thing, Jiang Fei ordered. Starting analysis. Wait a moment here, 0541 said. He then started to diagnose both Jiang Fei's body and the disc. Captain, congratulations. 0541 returned with a surprise. Come again. He was confused. Why would 0541 be congratulating Jiang Fei when his own domain ability was no longer working? Captain, your domain ability has returned to its original power. Come again. Allow me to explain. I had devised a plan for you to develop your power as well as your domain ability. Unfortunately, when you failed to ascend into level 5, something happened. Even though you weren't a level 5 metahuman, you unlocked your domain ability. It wasn't natural, and so your domain ability became something else. As you know, you have the power to enfeeble others, to weaken your opponents, to match your own power level. Now, your original domain ability has returned. Original? What's better than weakening others? If you would allow me to finish, 0541 interjected with a mildly annoyed tone. Your domain ability is a kind of self-enhancement. Right now, instead of enfeebling others, you will gain enhanced combat power. 0541 explained. The F*CK, is that? How was that better? Jiang Fei snapped. He was already in a state where his domain ability was activated, yet there were no changes to his combat level. Please let me finish. 0541 raised his voice a little before laughing it off. He then proceeded to explain the reason why he did not gain any power even though his domain ability was active. Jiang Fei's current domain ability was indeed a self-enhancement skill. However, the amount of buff it provided Jiang Fei was not static. Isabella's domain ability was to increase her physical damage as well as her defense power by a notch. In other words, there was a limit to it. Jiang Fei's power, on the other hand, was unlimited. With powerful skill comes a big price. To gain more power, Jiang Fei must have an equal amount of will. Be it from anger, thirst for victory, vengeance, the desperation to save someone else, or simply just to become stronger. Jiang Fei's domain ability needed something in order to grant him strength. In simple words, as long as there was a desire to become stronger, there will be power poured into him. The stronger the desire, the stronger he would become. Hence, technically speaking, it was a power buff with no limit. The readings on the disc showed no changes since Jiang Fei had no desire to fight then. He had only wanted to measure his own strength, resulting in 0 enhancement. "I see," said Jiang Fei. He then closed his eyes and focused all his concentration into desiring for power. "It's working," Isabella cried as the needles on the disc started to spin again. It jumped from 60,000 to 100,000. "This isn't enough. We need to find a way to trigger a stronger emotion," said Huang Mulan. Jiang Fei was the last hope for stopping Alexis from destroying Earth. If he had only 100,000 power, he would only be fodder to be dusted off. "What else is there?" Isabella grunted. Ariel walked forward and thought of something. 0541, remember those images you showed Jiang Fei before? Ariel said, "I understand. I'll try." 0541 understood what was Ariel trying to do. He quickly scoured his memory bank and pieced together a few images before projecting them directly into Jiang Fei's mind. What 0541 made Jiang Fei see was the scene where both Ariel and Isabella were killed by the divine light god. That was only one of the traumatic scenes Jiang Fei could never forget. Others included how Isabella was about to die from being struck by Valium. "Arf! Nu! Adil! Balala!" Jiang Fei screamed from the top of his lungs. The rage and despair that was once but a scar to him was renewed. The urge to grow stronger rose like vomit in him, triggering his domain ability to grant him more power. Everyone could only stare in awe as the disc could not stop spinning violently. The disc was already showing more than 1 million combat level and did not showing signs of stopping. Noting that the result was not satisfactory, 0541 decided to project false images, composited. He showed Jiang Fei a scene where the Valsaurians had invaded the solar system and Earth itself. Not only did they destroy Braveheart, they took everyone Jiang Fei knew in custody and slaughtered them all one by one in the most gruesome manner. At this point, Jiang Fei had reached the epitome of wrath. His eyes flung open, blaring with the bright glow of crimson fury. The hate he had for the Valsaurians was so potent that he could just cleave the aliens in half and drink all their blood clean. The disc in Isabella's hand was spinning faster as Jiang Fei's power rose. Before long, the needles finally stopped and the disc showed 4,200,000. How strong? If 0541 is right, and Darling's power has unlimited growth, could he really be invincible? Adil gasped. Jiang Fei's domain ability had shot his combat power from a low 60,000 to an astounding 4,200,000. A regular Greenhorn level 5 metahuman to an ultra-powerful Valsaurian commander. Such a power boost was unheard of. Chapter 1272, Call to Arms. Jiang Fei's current combat power, from being excited by means of fear and wrath, was still 300,000 behind Alexis. From a certain point of view, they were almost the same, but 300,000 was such a large number that calling it neck and neck would not make sense. However, at the very least, Jiang Fei would be able to last longer than when he was only 60,000. 0541. His domain ability is supposed to be unlimited, no? Think of other ways to excite him more. Isabella said, "I understand your logic, but I am out of means to further excite the captain." 0541 gave up. The people he cared most of were the girls around him and his family back on Earth. 0541 had already made images based on their demise. That was the most he could do for Jiang Fei. Anything else would have to be from Jiang Fei himself. I don't think this is a feasible way, said Nina. What do you mean? Sylphie asked. Look at Jiang Fei now and tell me what you see, Nina said, pointing at him. He was fuming with rage and was driven mad by wrath. The current state of Jiang Fei was similar to someone drunk on power. The current Jiang Fei was unconscious, yet he was still far from being on the same level as his enemy. But if we do not do this, we cannot push him to his best, Ariel pointed out. True. That is why I think we should train him before the enemy arrives. He needs to learn how to control his powers instead of relying on external stimuli. I do not believe that relying on anger in exchange for power, sacrificing one's mind, is viable in the long run. Not to mention, it is dangerous. He needs to believe in himself, to hope and to will for power in order to unlock the domain ability's full potential. I agree with the Saint of the Light, said Huan Mulan. Even though everyone had told her to change her way of addressing Nina, Huan Mulan had not gotten used to it. All right, 0541, please let him go. We'll discuss his training after he had had his rest, Isabella said. After today's trail, they knew that Jiang Fei had the potential to defeat Alexis. The problem, however, lay with the method to train him. 0541 quickly stopped all the mental images projected into Jiang Fei's mind and calmed him down using both psychic therapy and chemical medication. When Jiang Fei came to, he dropped to his knees and his breathing was ragged. What the hell did you do that for? Jiang Fei roared before realizing what had happened and why 0541 did what he did. Even so, those images that he had seen were too horrifying to be forgotten. But it worked for him. It was clearer than ever to Jiang Fei the consequences of his failure. If he could not become strong, and Alexis not stopped, everything that 0541 showed him, albeit fictional, would come to be true. With that thought in mind, Jiang Fei affirmed himself, and when he activated his domain ability, his combat power rose up to 500,000. Your attempts to save everyone had never failed to amuse me, said Han Tianyu. It wasn't clear when he arrived, but based on his tone and word choice, everyone knew that the Spectre was here. Mr. Velen, do you think I can stop Alexis from destroying Earth? Jiang Fei immediately shot to his feet and asked. Hard to say, Velen shrugged. As you are now, you wouldn't last a minute. But if you could truly master your power, forget Alexis. Even Sofri would bend a knee, he added. Sofri? Is he? Jiang Fei stammered. In time, only if you can defeat Alexis will the two of you cross paths, Velen replied vaguely. Understand, Jiang Fei said. Even though Velen didn't explain, Jiang Fei knew that Sofri was someone much stronger than Alexis. The next few days, Jiang Fei trained to increase his willpower. Still, without true threat, he could never truly bring out his powers. Even though he trained and trained, he could not fully master the domain ability, which was aptly named Omni Surge, to push himself above 1 million, much less 4 million. Time was running out, and the dawn of Alexis' arrival was drawing close. He was incredibly nervous, but he was never able to reach combat power of his goal. If Alexis entered the solar system, and Jiang Fei was still unable to push himself beyond 4 million, there would be trouble. Jiang Fei never wanted to wait until someone he loved died in front of him and use that to become strong. What would it be for him, even if he managed to defeat Alexis then? Someone died, and there was no way he could bring them back. The more nervous he was, the more insensitive he became to time. Days passed, as if they were hours, and Jiang Fei could feel the arrival of Alexis coming. Still, he had only managed to reach combat level of 1 million. Such strength would only allow him to defeat small fries like Balcerus, but never high officers like Alexis. He would be swatted like a fly. During one of his training sessions, while Jiang Fei was trying to figure out his willpower, 0541 sounded the alarm. At that moment, even without 0541's report, Jiang Fei's heart sank. It was the day of reckoning. Captain, I have detected a vast number of Valkyrie wayfinders coming into the solar system. 0541's report signaled the start of the second wave. Sigh. It's time, Jiang Fei said with a heavy heart. Even though he was a nervous wreck before, after 0541's announcement of the arrival of the enemy, Jiang Fei found the courage to stand. 0541, arrange a small ship for me. Take the helm of Braveheart and stay close to the sun's orbit. In case I lose the fight and all hope is lost, you must flee the solar system, Jiang Fei ordered decisively. He was never the kind to sacrifice himself for the greater good, but when entrusted the responsibility to do so, albeit unwilling, he was never one to desert his duties. Aye, Captain, 0541 replied. Of everyone, then, 0541 was probably the only sentient being that could calculate every possible outcome. He knew Jiang Fei was unable to muster enough willpower to summon enough combat power from Omnisurge. The probability of defeating Alexis was incredibly low, so much so that 0541 did not bother to provide an alternative. To protect Jiang Fei's legacy, leaving the solar system was the optimal option. I'm coming with you. Isabella hurried over to Jiang Fei's side and clutched his arm tightly. Me too. I'm with you forever. I shall defend you with my life. It shall be an honor to be with you till the end. Let nothing come between us. Everyone joined the call to arms, making sure they're with Jiang Fei, even though death was almost certain. Chapter 1273, 1273, Face to Face. Calm down. This isn't me saying my final goodbye. Alone, I can at least escape easily. But with you guys, I might actually be forced to fight till my last breath. Jiang Fei laughed as he retorted. Jiang Fei was only so calm because he still had one last trump card he could use to kill his opponent for certain. The core oval had already recovered a little bit of energy, allowing Jiang Fei to use its powers to enter the 10th dimension. Even if Alexis was stronger than predicted, he could never chase after Jiang Fei into the 10th dimension. Things would be entirely different if the girls were coming with him. He was not able to protect everyone, and if they were in danger, he would have to buckle up even when he couldn't. The girls were too weak. Even the strongest, Isabella, was an ant compared to Alexis. Rather than helping him, they would be causing trouble for him. Everyone understood, and even though they did not want to leave Jiang Fei alone to face an enemy stronger than everyone combined, they had to lest they be deadweight for him. With Jiang Fei's order, the ship disconnected from the moon base and headed straight for the sun. 0541 controlled the ship to make it orbit around the sun's pole. In the worst case, where Jiang Fei failed to defeat Alexis, 0541 would then take the helm and head toward another star system to save the last of Homo sapiens. 0541 had already locked on all humans that Jiang Fei had deemed worthy to live. If Alexis defeated Jiang Fei and had his fleet approach the sun itself, 0541 would forcefully teleport everyone aboard. Even though they would be confused about the situation, 0541 would be able to handle the crowd. Amongst the selected humans were sect leaders with whom Jiang Fei had good relations, level 5 metahumans, and of course, his parents. Teleportation of Braveheart was so powerful that not even level 5 grandmasters, such as Baishurin, could escape from its grasp. They would be saved and sent into the Sea of Stars, like Noah's ship, an exodus towards salvation. "O great Earth, pray that I will be able to save you," said Jiang Fei to himself as he took one last look at the blue marble. That would be the last time he had a good look of Earth as he headed toward a certain doom. If he failed and all was lost, the Valsaurians would surely destroy Earth and the solar system. Now, Braveheart was long gone, and Jiang Fei was alone on the moon base with the small cutter prepared by 0541. 5 hours later, Jiang Fei arrived at the asteroid belt and stopped around Ceres, the same place where Isabella fought Balcerus for 7 days straight. Activate radar system, Jiang Fei order. The small cutter was not linked with Braveheart, and everything had to be done manually. Its function was incredibly limited as it was only recently put together to transport Jiang Fei across the solar system. Activating the radar system was a purposeful move as he wanted to find the Valsaurians and be found by them. He was there to stop them from proceeding further. He could never ambush the enemies, since a single one-man cutter could only deal as much damage as a hammer to a building. Jiang Fei sat quietly as he waited. There was no sense of time passing, as time meant nothing in the large scale of the cosmos. Even though he was nervous when he arrived, he soon calmed down and awaited the second wave. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, the dashboard lit up and showed several red dots across the board. Jiang Fei sucked in a deep breath and prepared for the worst. There were at least 10 wayfinders appearing in space. After the defeat of the first, the enemy had become wary of the threat that lay within this planetary system. In no time, the entire fleet of Valsaurian Ravagers appeared within sight. It was a small fleet of spaceships. Surrounding a larger destroyer-class spaceship was 4 Corvette-class spaceships. The large destroyer was only tens of kilometers long, a minute construction when compared to Braveheart. The others were also very much smaller, but were carrying the latest technology, a far cry from the old and obsolete model that was Braveheart. "Come at me. I'm right here." Jiang Fei roared as he saw the incoming fleet. They were all surrounding and forming a blockade around Ceres. They had actually found him before he had found them. The only reason being the rest of the universe having had more than 10,000 years to develop their technology, while Jiang Fei was stuck with a 10,000-year-old spaceship. "Hello, hello, come down if you can hear me. Or are you expecting a door gift?" Jiang Fei taunted using the ship's communicator via an unsecured public channel. Since Balsarus could speak flawless Mandarin, the rest would surely be able to understand him. "Haha, savage of Earth. You've got some guts to be taunting like that." Alexis laughed. Like the other Valsaurians, Alexis shared the same thirst for combat and violence. How could he reject such an invitation? A flash of light was seen in front of Jiang Fei, and Alexis was teleported there. He was even floating in front of Jiang Fei's ship's turret. The alien was not afraid that Jiang Fei might accidentally pull the trigger. King Hell. Jiang Fei gasped as he saw the readings on the disc. Balsarus was telling the truth. Alexis was indeed a fighter at 4,500,000 combat level. "Come now. Are you going to stay in the ship and leave me alone out here?" Alexis commented as he glared at Jiang Fei through the front window. The alien had actually gotten interested in Jiang Fei for being able to taunt him like that. But seeing that he was still hiding in his ship, he started losing interest. As a Valsaurian, Alexis liked those who were brave and strong. He had actually thought that Jiang Fei was someone of the same caliber and was disappointed when he saw him behaving cowardly. Please, you merely caught me with my pants down. Well, since you're so eager, I shall come to you. Stand still and don't piss yourself. I wouldn't want anything disgusting to drift around my backyard." Jiang Fei retorted. He had always been pretending to be someone stronger than he really was. It was his trademark move, even when he was still playing Dawnbreak. TSK, only 60,000. Alexis clicked his tongue and grunted when he took a reading of Jiang Fei's combat level. It was an unexpected number, but as a commander of the 7th Division, Alexis was experienced enough to not underestimate him, or anyone. Space was huge, and there were a plethora of species across the cosmos. They might first appear meek and weak, but once they entered a battle state, they would become something else entirely. Sometimes, even the Valsaurians would give up and ran. However, based on public records of the solar system, Earth was the only planet hosting intelligent life form, and the Terrans were nothing but a weak species. Even so, to dare to stand against a small fleet of Valsaurians set Jiang Fei from the rest of the Terrans. While Alexis was examining Jiang Fei was doing the same to him. The alien was almost identical to Balsarus in terms of appearance, having pink-colored, rough skin, a hardened carapace skull, and head. As how humans looked slightly different from one another, it would be hard for Jiang Fei to notice the difference between Valsaurians. Chapter 1274, One Against the Enemy. Interesting. A single man against my fleet? Alexis snorted after he was done examining Jiang Fei. There was even a mild sense of admiration for the young Terran. The cosmos was huge, and there were more than enough intelligent life forms that had established themselves amongst the others. Many, if not all, and even the Namekians, were informed of the might and terror that were the Valsaurians. Everywhere he had been, Alexis had never seen anyone remain stationary when the Valsaurians arrived, not until this puny Terran. "You are but a division commander. I expected you to be a veteran in every field. You ought not be condescending here." Jiang Fei mustered courage and started to act smug. Alexis frowned and flinched ever so slightly when Jiang Fei announced his own rank. That knowledge was not widely spread out, and even if it was, he would have known of his powers. If the Terran knew about him and still dared to stand in his way, what could he be capable of? Was there a reason behind his pose? At this point, Alexis began to doubt Jiang Fei's strength. The measurement tool might only be picking up his current combat power, but what if he was merely hiding it? Just then, a flash of light came in from nowhere, and another Valsaurian appeared behind Alexis. "Sir, please grant me permission to fight in your stead. This lowly savage must not sully your hands," said the newcomer. "Amicham, go forth and be careful," said Alexis as he stepped away. He was not in a hurry to destroy anyone then. "You insolent imbecile deserve nothing but death." The newcomer roared as he charged toward Jiang Fei without expecting a reply. "Sheesh, I can't catch a break now, can I?" Jiang Fei gasped. When the newcomer arrived, he quickly flicked his wrist to check his power level, and it came out at 300,000. "Know your place," said Jiang Fei with a scoff as he stood, unmoving against the assailant. He had spent so much time training and had managed to bring his own combat power to over 1 million with the help of Omnisurge. Before the attack could land on his face, Jiang Fei activated Omnisurge, sending a powerful wave of power to converge around him. The measuring disc on Alexis' wrist started to whirl. A new number appeared, pushing Jiang Fei's previous measurement result to the side, revealing a number around 500,000. This was not even Jiang Fei's full throttle mode. If he had, the number would be higher than 1 million. Without dodging or blinking, Jiang Fei took the attack with his face. It was a true test of power, a test of durability, a test of strength. Before the newcomer could pull his fist off Jiang Fei's face, Jiang Fei held his wrist tight and planted a firm punch into the newcomer's face. An eye for an eye, or rather, a fist to the face. Jiang Fei scoffed as the newcomer was sent flying. In a vacuum of space, there was still a thin layer of atmosphere on Ceres. Even so, it was enough for generating a powerful current when a newcomer was sent flying over a few hundreds of meters back. He only stopped flying when he hit a small wall of dirt. Without it, the newcomer would have been flung off into space. "Mamai, how many more surprises are you hiding in your sleeves?" said Alexis when he saw the newcomer was beaten badly. His left arm was completely shattered. Alexis had only had a hunch, but he was happy that he got it right. He knew, even without reading the measuring disc, that Jiang Fei would somehow become stronger and beat the newcomer with ease. As for the injured Valsaurian, Alexis did not bother to send help. Injury of that level was not life-threatening. Given time, he would be able to use that arm again as if nothing had ever happened to it. "Tell me, young Terran, you're not at your full strength, are you?" Alexis asked as he paced slowly back toward Jiang Fei. There was no killing intent, no urge to fight. The atmosphere between Jiang Fei and Alexis was as if they were good friends meeting for a cup of coffee. "I am impressed. You must be strong to be able to see that," said Jiang Fei in the same friendly manner. "I had only released a little bit of power. Please forgive me for injuring your subordinate." "I'm relieved that he is still alive," said Jiang Fei. The truth was Jiang Fei had only hit half of his power. "Fifth officer, try and cleave him clean," said Alexis abruptly. Even though he was still doubtful of Jiang Fei's stature, he did not want to jump into a fight with him just yet. If Jiang Fei was stating the truth, Alexis would not want to participate in a fight of certain doom. "Yes, sir." A voice rang from Alexis' communicator, and a flash of light came. When the next newcomer arrived, Jiang Fei quickly examined its strength. The new one was stronger, at least double of the previous one, measuring at 900,000. Jiang Fei now faced a challenge. Either he excited himself to the maximum via fear and rage, or die trying. Bah, combat level is nothing as it's just skills and pure physical force, said Jiang Fei to console himself. When those thoughts came to mind, Jiang Fei felt the need to perform better. As such, he would need a weapon. Right now, the best choice of weapon would be the Zhanlu sword. He withdrew the weapon from the ring and got ready. Till the end. Come on. Jiang Fei roared to psyche himself up. Since there were going to be more and more enemies for him to defeat, he might as well bring everything out. Oomph, the newest fighter grunted. The second newcomer of the fifth officer stood where he appeared and charged his energy into his fist. After learning from the previous fight, he learned the power of Jiang Fei's melee fighting skills. Instead of charging in and fighting an enemy where he excelled at, it was better for him to fight using energy projectiles. The energy in his arms condensed rapidly into his palm, and with a powerful clutch, the newcomer hurled the energy outward, releasing a powerful beam of energy toward Jiang Fei. I need to finish this fast, Jiang Fei thought to himself. If he dragged the battle longer, Alexis, the one that he must defeat, would learn everything about himself. With the desire to finish the fight rising up in him, Jiang Fei's domain ability surged and poured in more power into his body. His combat power shot beyond 1,000,000. With speed and strength, Jiang Fei zoomed across the surface of Ceres and even managed to get behind the fifth officer. The fifth officer responded just as fast. He quickly charged and condensed more energy into his fist and repeated the same beam attack. In close proximity, the battle was immediately sided to the one with better martial skills. Jiang Fei clung his free hands onto the alien's wrist and used it as a holding platform for him to jump to the side and behind him. "You're one too early to fight me," said Jiang Fei before plunging the Zhanlu sword deep into the alien's shoulder blade. Ugh! The alien grunted painfully before prying the sword off himself and fleeing away from Jiang Fei. Even though the blade missed his vital organs, it still made contact with his bloodstream. Valium would take effect soon, killing the alien. "Commander, save me," cried the fifth officer as he used all his power to suppress the Valium from flowing to the rest of his body. Jiang Fei stood aside, not preventing or even trying to stop the alien from seeking help. Chapter 1275, Surging Will. After retreating from a wounded fifth officer, Jiang Fei put away his sword and relaxed. The reason he did that was simple. He did not want to kill despite it being so easy for him, since the enemy were the Valsaurians. Moreover, the fifth officer was but a small fry. There was still the top brass, Commander Alexis, he would have to face. Jiang Fei was almost certain that he could not defeat Alexis, and even if he did, there would definitely be other commanders ready to barge in. Why cultivate enmity when he could use this situation to cultivate fear? He could give an impression to the Valsaurians that Earth was not just some random planet in a random galaxy of a random quadrant of space. Earth had fighters, strong fighters such as Jiang Fei, to defend it. If Jiang Fei were to actually kill a Valsaurian, it would only give them the motivation to seek revenge, giving them the excuse to destroy all of Earth. That was the last of his plans before he had to opt for his contingency plan. Even now, he still bore hope, wanting to save Earth. 10 billion people were living on Earth, and if Jiang Fei were to choose the wrong path, all 10 billion people would die. "Why didn't you finish the job?" Alexis asked. Up until now, many had fought the Valsaurians and perished. Some that were stronger that managed to put them to the ground were more than eager to kill them. Another reason to kill them when the opportunity arose was because of their rapid regenerative ability. As long as they were still breathing, recovery would always be possible. "We are not enemies. Even though you are here on a mission, you have not done anything for me to bear arms against you. Why should I kill him?" Jiang Fei smiled, shutting down his domain ability. Even though he could technically activate and maintain his domain ability for as long as he wanted, he turned it off anyway to show his enemies that he was the kind that would fight at any given chance. In a more important and less noble manner of speaking, Jiang Fei did not want Alexis to know too much about himself. "I see. Alexis smiled back and said. Jiang Fei's display of sportsmanship had only solidified Alexis' deduction that Earth had powerful fighters. To be fair, even amongst Valsaurians, there were only a handful of them that could possess combat levels exceeding 1 million. "Commander, please forgive my inability," said the fifth officer as he bowed and apologized. The alien's body was already healed enough to allow him to move around freely. Even though he was not fit to fight Jiang Fei again, he was by all means well. That was the first time Jiang Fei had seen someone recover from being stabbed by a godblade. "Enough, go back. You're only embarrassing me in front of the Terran," Alexis said. To be honest, I never expected to witness such a fight coming from a Terran of a savage planet. "The reason you're here, alone, is to protect your home planet, no?" "I am, yes." "Good. We, Valsaurians, admire strength and appreciate the powerful. If you can defeat me and hand over the core of time, I promise you, no Valsaurian will ever set foot into your system," said Alexis. Jiang Fei was a little confused by his notion. If he were to win the fight, why should he surrender the core of time? Even so, his offer to never set their eyes on the solar system was a generous notion. If the Valsaurians gave their word to not attack the solar system, half of the intelligent species across the universe would share the same thought. They wouldn't want to wrong the entire Valsaurian race and bring doom upon their own. "Let's fight first," said Jiang Fei. Even though he was calm and composed, he was a nervous wreck. He had been able to defeat the fifth officer easily, but against the commander, he lacked the confidence. "Good answer," said Alexis, and in the next fraction of a second, he was already in Jiang Fei's face, delivering a punch packed with explosive power. Wham! Jiang Fei was completely caught off guard. The punch was so powerful that it felt like being hit by a bullet train. After spinning and dragging across series, Jiang Fei stood up and spit out a mouthful of blood. The fact that he was still alive after taking the punch, without activating Omni Surge, was a miracle. The ring had a barrier that was always activated and deployed around him, and it had helped Jiang Fei to absorb a portion of the damage. As a consequence, the energy crystals in the ring were drained by a notch. Because 0541 was not brought along, Jiang Fei had moved all the energy crystals to Braveheart. The remaining energy crystals inside the ring's space was hitting rock bottom. Right now, Jiang Fei was basically by himself. So weak. Alexis gasped after seeing Jiang Fei take such huge damage. He had not expected him to still be at 60,000 combat level when he landed the punch. If he had been without tech, the young Terran would have been vaporized by the punch. Jiang Fei cleaned himself off and started to take things seriously. With a surge of willpower, Jiang Fei activated his domain, and his combat power rose to over 1 million. Now that's more like it, but it's still far from enough. Alexis chuckled. If Jiang Fei was really only at 60,000 combat power, Alexis would be greatly disappointed and would end the fight there and then. Jiang Fei quickly got into a fighting stance, channeling his origin force to his fist and changed its properties to that of fire. He placed his palms together and charged it with as much power as he could to create a glowing white flame. "Prepare yourself," Alexis bellowed. Before he could kick off the ground, Jiang Fei unleashed the white ball of flame and discharged it toward Alexis at almost light speed. Even though that attack was supposed to lethal, Alexis stood still and took the hit with only his palm. The ball of white flame gushed away, like powerful tsunami hitting an immovable island, breaking the white projectile into 2 halves. "Too weak. This is too weak. I expected more. If you're only this strong, I'm afraid Earth would not see the light of another day." Alexis roared. "Damn it!" Greatly disgruntled, Jiang Fei stopped discharging energy, and before the last bit of flame hit Alexis, Jiang Fei leaped forward, hiding behind the surge of energy, brandishing his sword and ready to slash. His imagination was not as wild as he had expected that white flame attack to be enough to at least injure Alexis. Perhaps, now, the only thing that could hurt him would be the Zhanlu's sword. When Jiang Fei burst out at the end of the white flame's tail, Alexis smiled before leaving an afterimage of himself as he flash-stepped and appeared behind Jiang Fei. Too slow, Alexis hummed before delivering a simple yet powerful punch to his back. The punch was powerful, but Jiang Fei was now able to take it without sustaining lethal damage. Even then, he was blasted away with supersonic speed. Ceres was now filled with so many craters created from the fight. "Come now, you're better than this," Alexis bellowed. Cough. Jiang Fei was not doing too well. After taking only 2 hits from Alexis, he had already sustained a great amount of internal damage. He now knew where he was, and he was nowhere close to Alexis' power. His strength, his techniques, his speed were miles ahead. This cannot continue. I have to be stronger. I must become stronger. He built up his courage and summoned every bit of willpower to make him stand again. When he was practicing with the girls, there was never a session where he could artificially induce a powerful surge of battle spirit. There had been no threat to his life, no hostility toward himself. How could he train in a condition where even if he failed, nothing would go wrong? Now, he was literally playing tag with the god of death. If he took another hit from Alexis, he would surely be rendered unfit to fight. The first piece of domino would fall, and the end of Earth would be the last. With such a threat looming over both him and his beloved home, Jiang Fei's desire for power surged. Beep. Alexis was suddenly interrupted by the sudden activation of the measuring disc. Jiang Fei's combat power was rising, and this time, it rose to over 2 million. This is getting interesting. This Terran has the talent and will to be a true fighter. Alexis said to himself as he took one last gander at Jiang Fei, who was constantly pushing himself further and stronger each time he fell. Roar! With power flowing in his veins, Jiang Fei now possessed strength that he had never dreamed of owning. He glared at Alexis with intense killing intent before kicking off the ground and zooming across Ceres toward him. Good. You've got the talent, but you're still too naive. Alexis scoffed. Jiang Fei was getting stronger at every defeat, but he was still only half of Alexis' current power. To be honest, Alexis had only been walking around the park since the beginning. He had not even started to take things seriously. Chapter 1276, Follow Me. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, GUH. Just when Jiang Fei thought he was able to follow Alexis' movements, he was struck again. The pain and threat of failure, coupled with sheer will to rise victoriously, granted Jiang Fei the desire he needed. Amazing! Alexis gasped as he withheld his next attack. Jiang Fei's current power level was already reaching 2,800,000. Terran, give up. You cannot win, Alexis snorted. We'll see about that. Jiang Fei gritted his teeth and snarled. I wasn't being serious, not until now. Perhaps you possess some kind of ability that allows you to grow stronger periodically. But now I have had enough of this game. I can feel the power growing in you, and I know you will be a threat. If you wish to continue, I will kill you in the next move. I'm done helping you become stronger, said Alexis. His voice and tone were different from before. He was serious this time. During the second rise of power, Alexis had somewhat made sense of Jiang Fei's ability. Even though he did not fully understand it, he could at least piece all his observations together and concluded that Jiang Fei was gaining power throughout the fight. There were others just like him in other quadrants of space, and there was a way to kill them before they became stronger, in the fight with a single decisive killing move. While Jiang Fei was slowly becoming stronger, Alexis was merely toying with him. But when he noticed his combat power was only growing exponentially and was about to come close to his own, Alexis decided to stop playing around. He was already being merciful by giving Jiang Fei an option to end the battle right there, and then instead of killing him instantly. Are you saying that because I'm going to win? Said Jiang Fei. He took several deep breaths before continuing. Perhaps if I stop now, you would spare my planet? He understood well what Alexis was thinking. Before the enemy could get any stronger, one must end the fight quickly. It was a gaming mechanism, which even Jiang Fei knew well. Still, he was prepared. If Alexis was going to end his life, Jiang Fei would drag him into the 10th dimension and kill him there. Even though he could not defeat him in combat, he could still rely on the power of the 10th dimension. As long as he was ready for it, and not killed instantly by the enemy, he would enter the 10th dimension. That was where he ruled. There was where he was God. Jiang Fei had also been entertaining Alexis throughout the fight. He wanted to prolong the fight for as long as possible to allow him to grow. Your planet? You're already on the verge of death, yet you are still thinking of your planet. Huh. Alexis laughed. Know this, your planet means nothing to me. I do not care if your planet stops spinning, said Alexis before he burst out laughing. Earth to Valsaurians was the same as a small ant colony to a kid. It was but a tiny, unimportant planet in a corner of a random galaxy. Destroying it wouldn't be hard, but the effort was not worth the trouble. Jiang Fei was stumped when Alexis stated his disinterest in the planet. Young Terran, you have talent, and I like men such as yourself. Join my crew, surrender the core of time, and I shall spare the Earth and even protect your entire planetary system. Alexis smiled and gave Jiang Fei an offer. The alien was taking a fancy to Jiang Fei. Such an ability to become stronger and stronger with every defeat was rare throughout the cosmos. Valsaurians were strong, but even they had limits to their growth. Jiang Fei couldn't be more happy. Even though he had the power of the 10th dimension, he wouldn't be able to stop the fleet of spaceships. He was only invincible in certain conditions. In the 10th dimension, Jiang Fei would be the same as specters, invulnerable and undetectable. He could escape from certain doom or even defeat his foe with the 10th dimension in his control. However, like a tethered kite, Jiang Fei could escape to the edge of the known universe and Earth would still be destroyed. To be fair, if the core of will was in its full charge, Jiang Fei might have a chance to destroy the current fleet of spaceship hovering near Ceres. But currently, the core of will was only charged with 1/3 of its full power. Even if he could fully fend off the second coming, or the third, or the fourth. Moreover, he needed to keep the power of the core in absolute secrecy. If he used the 10th dimension power, he needed to make sure no one lived to tell the tale. If anyone in the universe knew about his power, he might not be able to live a day without being chased after. The offer to join his crew was a tempting path. If he joined them, Earth would be spared. For as long as tens of thousands of years, there hadn't been any incidents of other races daring to trample across any of the Valsaurians' territory. However, there was a catch. He needed to surrender the core of time, of which was lost. Alexis might be courteous enough to offer Jiang Fei options, but he was a man of duty. Sparing Jiang Fei or his planet was only secondary to his primary mission. He could be lenient in any other way, but the core of time had to be in his possession. If Jiang Fei could not fulfill this condition, they would have to fight it out. You need not think for so long. Or are you looking down on us Valsaurians? Alexis asked. His voice was solemn with a mild tone of disgruntlement. No, it's not that. The core of time. Well, to be honest, Jiang Fei was fine with the idea of joining a brigade of space bandits. Even though they weren't the nicest group of soldiers out there in the universe, Jiang Fei could still accept them. He had been hanging out in the metahuman society for so long. Even he could not escape the fact that he had done something not commendable. Besides, if he joined the brigade, he would be leaning against a powerful foundation. At the very least, they would be a pillar of support to protect Earth from future threats. Best of all, he could use this period of time to master his domain ability. Once he got that in check, who else in the universe would dare to cross his path? What's wrong? Not willing to give up the core of time? Alexis asked. His voice grew louder. I seem to have misplaced it, said Jiang Fei honestly. He then proceeded to explain the event prior and after the conflict with Akit Ceres. Instead of saying that he had lost the core of time, he twisted the story a bit and said he had forgotten where he had kept it. All the while, he made sure to not reveal anything about the core of life and the core of will. Are you telling the truth? Alexis asked, frowning. I have no reason to lie. My planet is yours to destroy, and there's nothing I can do to stop it. To think that I would lie just for the sake of a single core. Jiang Fei explained. Sixth officer, bring Wanda down. Alexis ordered someone on the ship. Yes, Commander, a voice replied. In the next second, an oddly shaped creature, very much like a dog of Earth, was teleported there. Come, Vanda. Come on, Alexis cried out with a soft voice. The dog-like creature then hopped and skipped its way toward Alexis before jumping into his embrace. Taryn, look into its eyes, tell me the truth. Where's the core of time? Alexis asked again. Okay. Jiang Fei figured that the dog might have some kind of hypnotic ability. Even so, he wasn't afraid. Consciously speaking, he did not know the whereabouts of the core of time. If he did unconsciously know where it was, the dog might be able to help him find it. I have no idea where the core of time is, said Jiang Fei as he stared into the eyes of the dog. Ark, woo, woo. The creature barked once, and then turned to Alexis while shaking its head. MHM, 6th, scan this entire system for the core, Alexis ordered. Commander, someone on the ship replied. In just a few seconds, the leading ship had finished scanning the entire solar system, and the core of time was not detected anywhere. Chapter 1277. 1277. Until next time. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Commander, the radar is not picking up any readings of the core of time in this planetary system. The only thing it's detecting is one freakishly old spaceship close to the third body from the star, someone replied, as soon as the scan was complete. Damn it, have we been lied to? Alexis cringed in embarrassment. Jiang Fei was telling the truth after all. I told you so, said Jiang Fei, shrugging nonchalantly. So it seems, replied Alexis, calming himself down. The two Terrans had given them false information. If it wasn't for those lying pricks, Commander Alexis wouldn't have bothered to travel so far, wasting precious fuel just to visit this godforsaken planetary system. Not only would they be returning empty-handed, they had even got a good beating from a slightly powerful Terran. Alexis was a man who recognized and appreciated talent, so he wouldn't want to vent his frustration to a Terran that he wanted to recruit. As such, Ragnaros and Therazane would be the only people he would vent to. Fine then, release Ball and join me. Do that, and I will spare your precious planet, said Alexis in a disappointed tone. The core of time may not have even been in this system from the very start, but at least Alexis would be returning with some fresh blood. I understand, said Jiang Fei, acknowledging the offer. The very thought of leaving Earth without her greatest defender made him anxious. He turned to look at Earth, the blue marble that was ever so fragile in the vast, yet menacing void of space. What else was out there, waiting for him to explore and discover? I can tell that you probably have some unfinished business on your planet. Go, settle your debts. You have 3 days. I do not want my crew to be weighed down by any baggage, said Alexis. He didn't come right out and say it, but he might as well have. Jiang Fei knew that Alexis wanted only him. The other girls, even Isabella, were too weak to join his force. Thank you, said Jiang Fei. He was being humble. He knew his place. Though he was stronger than most, under Alexis' wing, he would only be a lowly soldier. He might not even get to answer directly to Alexis. But this was all the start of Jiang Fei's plan. Right now, it may seem like a desperate move, but one day it would pay off. He was going to make use of the Valsaurian bandit's reputation and strength to bolster his own. He would wait for the day he would finally be able to fight back, plotting his way to freedom once more. After both beings returned to their respective ships, Jiang Fei flew his to Braveheart, while Alexis waited on Ceres with the other ships. He was not worried at all about Jiang Fei running away. He would never desert his own planet. If had even the slightest intention to run, he wouldn't have stopped at Ceres just to have a go with Alexis. On his way back, Jiang Fei was thinking about how to break the news to the girls, how he was going to leave Earth for a while alone. No, Sylphie was the first to flat-out reject the idea. You need to understand my feelings as well, refuted Jiang Fei. Alexis was not going to let him bring the girls along. And even if he did allow it, Jiang Fei would not bring them. There were countless possibilities in the infinite space. There could be more powerful beings that are 1,000, if not 1,000,000 times stronger than Alexis. Jiang Fei might be able to handle it, but the girls, he wouldn't want to even expose them to such dangers. No, if you're going, I shall go as well, roared Sylphie. Stop being unreasonable, barked Nina. She was the only person second to Jiang Fei that could really put Sylphie in her place. My love, I won't say anything except that I love you. And be careful out there, said Ariel. Even without reading Jiang Fei's mental wave, she knew well that Jiang Fei did not want this. But for the well-being of Earth and all her occupants, Jiang Fei has to join the band of bandits. Go with pride. You need not worry about anything at home. I promise that we will all strive to be as strong as you. I do hope that you can get stronger yourself, and someday, that band of bandits may even have a change of leadership, said Isabella smugly. We need not hope, for it shall be true, chimed in Sylphie. Her logic was simple. If the Valsaurian were feared because of their strength, then Jiang Fei and the girls need only to become stronger too. I heard enough, said Jiang Fei, rolling his eyes. He was getting sick of their words of encouragement that carried no weight. Captain, you need not worry about Earth. I shall take care of the planet until your return, blared 0541. That's reassuring. Oh, I almost forgot. I need to release Balrus soon. Before I do, take as much blood as you can. Heal him again and again until the day of his release. His blood might be of use later, said Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei didn't care about how he was treating Balrus. After all, the deal only required him to release Balrus alive. It didn't specify at what condition. As only a low-ranking squad captain, no one would worry too much about his treatment. But for Jiang Fei, his blood was too important, as it could be used for other aspects of strengthening. Aye, Captain. As soon as the order was made, 0541 had already started working. Balrus' anguished screams of pain soon filled every corridor of the prisoner's bay. Before Jiang Fei left, Nina strut in and gazed into his eyes. Know that I shall count the seconds until your return, she said with teary eyes. Please don't. I appreciate the gesture, but knowing you, you might actually do it. Don't put yourself through that pain. Then, I shall count the rise and fall of the moon and sun, chuckled Nina. That's my girl, said Jiang Fei, laughing. Once Jiang Fei was done talking to the girls, he returned to Earth to say goodbye to his parents. I would quote that famous poem, Rage Against the Dying of the Light, or something like that. But I'm too old to remember such things. Anyways, be brave and remember what makes you human. I don't want you to come back behaving like a rebellious alien teen, said his father. He was proud of his only son, going out there to venture into where no man had even set foot. Most importantly, the young man understood the meaning of having power. He had paid the price for them all, the 10 billion humans on Earth. Child, be careful out there. And it may seem inappropriate, but I want to see his space daughter-in-law, said his mother, laughing cheerfully. Though she seemed to be taking it well now. The minute Jiang Fei was out of sight, she would break down in tears. Jiang Fei didn't know what to feel. This felt different than all the previous times. Leaving for war, for a trip overseas, or for a battle of life and death. They were all different than leaving Earth. Yet this somehow felt familiar. Like he had been through it over and over again without ever getting used to it. 3 days later, after spending every precious second with his parents, friends, and harem, Jiang Fei returned to Ceres with a strapped-up Balrus at his side. Balrus was not having it. 3 days of being tortured was more than enough to last a lifetime. He had been drained of his blood, rapidly healed, then drained again, over and over again for 3 days. He couldn't even lose his consciousness, though he desperately wanted to. His healing factor was too great, keeping him awake for the entire ordeal. At some point during the torture, his only wish was to be knocked out, so he didn't have to feel anything. Unfortunately, 0541 didn't have the proper medication to put him under, and so remained conscious for every agonizing moment of the process. On Ceres, Alexis was just getting off his craft when Jiang Fei landed. Punctual. I like it. But of course, said Jiang Fei, lowering his head. He cannot behave as he previously would. He knew now that being a level 5 metahuman was nothing but the first step towards strength. He may have been treated like a god on Earth, but here in space, he was just a lackey. Get on board. We'll leave right away, said Alexis. Flipping the communicator on the side of his collar, he addressed his crew. Prep for takeoff. It's time to leave this godforsaken quadrant. Chapter 1278. 1278. Redstone. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The construction of a Valsaurian spaceship was different from that of the Namekians. With a quick look, any human would recognize a Namekian spaceship from science fiction games and stories. Its structure was heavily based on metal frames, and there was steel plating on its hull. Even its overall structure would not be too alien from earthly designs. On the other hand, Valsaurian ships are like huge living creatures. With just a quick examination, Jiang Fei could feel traces of living organisms mixed in with the metal that made up the ship. Even though the structure was almost similar to a regular spaceship, the entire ship looked very much alive. Jiang Fei was currently on board one of the many scout ships Alexis used to explore planets and interplanetary bodies. It looked very much like a crab, except that it was huge and currently flying through space. Alexis explained that such a metal was simply called biometal. It is used to make up the external platings of a ship, as it has self-repairing mechanisms. It sounded amazing, but Jiang Fei could not help but feel like something was strange. The Valsaurian used energy-based technology extensively, but they had never before applied it to their ship. As such, their ship's barrier tech was perhaps even weaker than Braveheart. However, biometal provides certain benefits that regular metal lacks. With its self-mending ability, a ship with biometal would last longer than one made from regular metal. Energy shields and barriers are dependent on energy, and when the ship runs out of power, so would their shields. Besides having the self-mending ability, biometal also has other special characteristics. Unfortunately, Alexis did not think it was important enough to explain it to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei held back his curiosity, feeling like it would be too much for a new member to suddenly ask so many questions. After docking with the main cruiser, Alexis brought Jiang Fei onto the bridge with him in order to jump. Jiang Fei thought that it would be some kind of large-scale teleportation system, but when the ship started to move, Jiang Fei could not be more surprised. A hexagonal rift was generated by a wayfinder that was hovering in front of the cruiser. "Commander, course set for Redstone. Ready for jump at your command," reported the pilot. "All hands, we are returning to base." "Strap yourselves in," said Alexis, speaking into a device that broadcasted his command to the entire ship. Before Jiang Fei could prepare himself, the ship made a sudden thrust forward and entered a phase space through the rift. "Jiang Fei, we're going to the base of the Valsaurian army. It's going to be a lot harsher there. There are a lot of rules there, so watch yourself. You can still get away with a lot, but under no circumstances should you ever cross the young master. Not even I would be able to step in and save you if you did," said Alexis. Alexis had his sights set on Jiang Fei becoming his right-hand man and planned to train him until he reached that standard of strength. Until then, he doesn't want Jiang Fei to do something that would anger the young master. That would be such a waste of his life. "Understand. Rules are there for a reason. Without them, we are all animals," said Jiang Fei. He knew that he was still too weak, and being a new member, it was best not to offend anyone. 3 hours later, the cruiser as well as other ships jumped out of the rift and arrived to a planet 120 billion light-years away from the Milky Way galaxy. The last encounter between the Valsaurian with Ragnados and Therazane was a pure coincidence. They were stranded in zero gravity when a fleet of Valsaurian bandits had just happened to sail past. Otherwise, it was extremely unlikely for any of the Valsaurian fleet to sail into the Milky Way galaxy or even into the solar system at all. About 10 minutes later, the cruiser docked on one of the planet's ports. The planet they had just landed on was twice the size of Earth, orbiting around a small red dwarf star. From Jiang Fei's point of view, there was not much he could learn. Astrophysics was never his forte. All he knew was that the star was red and the planet was large. Once the docking sequence was complete, Alexis and Jiang Fei boarded a shuttlecraft. The two then left the hangar bay and headed towards the surface of the planet. Everything was going smoothly until the door of the shuttlecraft opened. Jiang Fei felt a powerful, overbearing wave of gravity, and it almost knocked him to the ground. Both the cruiser and the shuttlecraft ran on their own artificial gravity systems. Even though the gravity on the ship was set to a level that was only slightly higher than that of Earth, he did not feel any difference since he's a level 5 metahuman. However, when the shuttlecraft landed and the artificial system was shut off, the planet's own gravity kicked in, measuring at a level of almost 5 times that of Earth. Ugh, grunted Jiang Fei. He tried his best to prevent the pull of gravity from crushing his body. "How are you feeling?" asked Alexis. "It was a bit of a shock, but I can still move," said Jiang Fei as he struggled to force himself to stand straight. He could literally feel his spinal discs crashing into each other as he speaks. "I'm going to report in now. Take this time to get used to it. Go out and explore the place. We'll head to Central once you can move about freely," said Alexis. Though the failure to retrieve the core of time was disappointing, it was never Jiang Fei's fault. As Alexis deduced, the core might have never been in the solar system at all. However, recruiting Jiang Fei as part of his crew was a good consolation prize, despite it being an achievement that Alexis would not want to report. "I'll do my best," said Jiang Fei, as he tried to exert a little energy into his body to walk. Once he was alone, Jiang Fei started to lower the amount of energy he poured into his body. Even though 5G could not do much to a level 5 metahuman like him, he was still slightly weakened. He had never experienced a G-force greater than that of Earth, having lived there since birth. With time, he would get used to things here. If he was being honest with himself, Jiang Fei was actually thrilled. Being in such a harsh environment would only be beneficial to his growth. No wonder the Valsaurians were so strong. They had been living and fighting on a planet with such a high G-force. After about 5 minutes, Jiang Fei was able to walk around slowly. It had been a while since just walking had made him need to catch his breath. And that was before he had picked up the almighty ring by dropping Alexis' name everywhere he goes. The entire base was practically his to explore. But Jiang Fei understood that while he might be in the Valsaurian base of operations, he was still a distance away from Central. Alexis was on his way there to meet with someone called the Young Master, leaving Jiang Fei alone in a strange, alien place. A voice rang out from his communicator. "Who are you?" Jiang Fei turned around, searching for the source of the voice, and realized that there was a humanoid feline looking at him with her straight, cat-like eyes. "Huh, me," replied Jiang Fei. He was genuinely surprised to hear such a comment coming from an alien species. The cat girl was speaking in fluent Mandarin. "Where are you from? What tongue do you speak?" asked the cat girl, cocking her head like a curious cat. "You can understand me?" asked Jiang Fei. "Are you daft? You're wearing a translator device, and you're still baffled about how I can understand you?" said the cat girl, pouting. "Translator?" said Jiang Fei, reaching up to his ear. He had been wearing the same communicator device created by 0541 for a long time, and never realized that it had a translation system. "You're still not answering my question." "Who are you?" said the cat girl, strutting towards Jiang Fei with her tail swinging side to side. I'm new here. I've just joined a band." "Who might you be?" said Jiang Fei, stuttering all the way. "My name is Surila." "Where did you say you were from again?" said Surila as she sniffed Jiang Fei's surroundings. "I'm from Earth, and I'm speaking one of the thousands of languages we have there," said Jiang Fei. "Earth? What a stupid name for a planet. Might as well call it dirt. Anyway, Commander Alexis sent me here to pick up someone called Jiang Fei." "My guess is that's you," said Surila as she stopped sniffing around. She had probably picked up his scent from Commander Alexis. "Indeed, I am." If Alexis had sent her over to tend to Jiang Fei, he must also have a plan for his future in Redstone. "Cool, mate. I'll have you report to the recruit training ground," said Surila, spinning around and walking off. The cat girl was only curious about Jiang Fei's musical Sing-Sanji language and nothing more. Still struggling to keep up with her speed, Jiang Fei was coming across as a weak being. If he couldn't even adapt to Redstone's gravity, he would not be able to go much further. Chapter 1279 1279 New Recruit Training. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. As Jiang Fei continued to endure the crushing pressure of Redstone's gravity, he followed Surila toward the training ground as quickly as he could. It was assumed that the band of Valsaurian soldiers only recruited Valsaurians. However, Valsauri is nothing but a strong combatant race. Their low fertility rates meant that their population count was constantly dropping. To uphold their reputation of being the strongest race in the entire known universe, they must find a way to replenish their soldiers. Which is why Valsaurians are always on the lookout for recruitable manpower, even during raids or war. Just like Jiang Fei, powerful individuals are coerced into joining the band, mostly driven by a strong urge to either protect their homeworld or to seek vengeance. The training center that Jiang Fei was heading to was set up to exclusively train soldiers for Alexis unit. New recruits came from many other worlds. Much like Jiang Fei, they were usually from small to intermediate-sized planets. But though their worlds were small, they were all outside the Goldilocks zone that Earth had been simmering in since the beginning of its formation. On such planets, where life was not meant to form, any living being that managed to survive the harsh circumstances were built to withstand any possible hardship that might befall them. "Oh my, to what do I owe the pleasure, Miss Sarila?" said a Valsaurian when he saw the cat girl approaching. "Commander Alexis ordered me to deliver this thing," said Sarila. "Him?" gasped the Valsaurian, pointing towards Jiang Fei. He was wearing some kind of armor, not one meant for combat, but for something else that Jiang Fei could not discern. His headgear was equipped with something like goggles that emitted a stream of light as it scanned Jiang Fei for a second. It was only after the scan that the Valsaurian gasped. He had measured Jiang Fei's combat level, and it was only at a measly 65,000. The reason for his surprise was simple. Jiang Fei was way below the standard of power. Anyone at a combat level of 80,000 and lower would never be allowed to join a band. Like Alexis once explained to him, the Valsaurians are a race of strong warriors. They respect the strong and have zero tolerance for the weak. If someone had a combat level of only 100,000, they would never be able to become an army officer of any rank. They would be nothing but expendable soldiers, or at best, a non-commissioned officer. 80,000 and less. Scrap, fodder, food for the strong. That's why it was so surprising that Miss Sarila, Commander Alexis' legal daughter, would deliver a level 60 5,000 Terran to the new recruit training ground. The Terran would not last for a second in the training ground. Most recruits from the training ground had every potential to become army officers. Army officers, high or low, are never limited to only Valsaurians. They might even become high-ranking army officials. Some powerful non-Valsaurian individuals had even managed to become a general. That is a rank higher than Alexis, having the power to command multiple fleets. A rank seated amongst the core of the Valsaurian authority. "Miss Sarila, who is this Terran?" asked the Valsaurian, unsure of his affiliation. He did not understand why Alexis would send a lamb into a lion's den. "I don't know. Father asked, and I've delivered." "He's all yours," said Sarila, turning away from the scene. "I see. So, Commander Alexis has sent him here. I'll get to it. Did the commander have any other special orders?" said the Valsaurian. Even though Jiang Fei was seen as a weak being, he might have some special connection with Alexis. If he was sent here on Alexis' orders, there might be something to him after all. Redstone is his domain, and if he orders something to be done, it will be done. "Nothing. That's all I heard. I'm passing him to you now." "You got this," said Sarila before she was out of earshot. While Sarila may be able to look down on Jiang Fei, he could not. And he definitely could never ignore an order from Commander Alexis, even if it was an order by proxy. Sarila was Alexis' adopted daughter after all, so she would always get away with any wrongdoings as long as it wasn't anything too offensive. He, on the other hand, was a mere training officer. If Alexis came to know that Jiang Fei was not taken care of, it would be his head that would roll. Where did Commander Alexis dig you out from? To think that he would take such great care of you. And you were even delivered by Miss Sarila herself? Ranted the Valsaurian. He took a deep breath and resumed a formal attitude. "I'm Major Alston, and I am in charge of this training center. Greetings, Major." "I am Jiang Fei," said Jiang Fei, quickly snapping a salute. The man might be talking politely, but as Jiang Fei measured, his combat level was a whopping 2 million. Good, come with me. I'll show you around, said Alston as he entered the megastructure. This is the Combat Training Center. You'll be coming here tomorrow. This is the Fleet Simulation Center. You'll find yourself here after you've mastered the core lessons in a few months. This is a gravity room. If you feel that the gravity of Redstone is too accommodating for your training, you can come here for an added challenge. Alston paused, eyeing Jiang Fei, who was panting and out of breath. Well, you can choose not to. To Alston, Jiang Fei might have something going on with Alexis that allowed him to gain entry into the training ground. But if he wants to become useful, he would have to get through all of its hellish training. As Jiang Fei and Alston walked through the Mega Institute, several other recruits noticed their presence and started to gossip. Look, Aston is dragging around some rotten meat. What the hell is that thing? It's so weak. Hey, notice how Major is being very polite? I think that weak thing is here to check on us. We should just train now and put up a good show for that guy. Who knows, we might get famous. Good one. Let's do it. Jiang Fei's presence and Alston's odd behavior had attracted a lot of unwanted attention. Everyone thought that Alston was only personally escorting Jiang Fei because he was someone important. Magdalene to me, roared Alston roared as he led Jiang Fei into a larger training field. Because of Jiang Fei's special circumstances, Alston decided to call in the big guns. Jiang Fei will be trained by their best training officer. Magdalene ran over and saluted Alston. Redstone recruits, training officer, Lieutenant Magdalene at your service. At ease. This is Jiang Fei, a new recruit personally arranged by Commander Alexis. Take good care of him, said Alston, emphasizing the name Alexis and the phrase good care. Roger that. Magdalene's voice turned stiff when he replied. It could not be more obvious that Alston was trying to tell him that Jiang Fei had something to do with Alexis and must be looked after carefully. This was his chance to show Commander Alexis his true potential. Maybe he would even be able to finally leave the training grounds and head into the battlefield. I'll leave him to you. I'm sure you'll figure out the rest. As for you, Jiang Fei, do your best and don't die. Alston left as soon as he was done, encouraging Jiang Fei. Well then, let's hop straight into it. My name is Magdalene, and you're Jiang Fei. From here on out, you're going to be my personal trainee. Magdalene patted Jiang Fei on his shoulders and greeted him with a smile. Though it was an unprecedented situation, there might be a silver lining behind it all. This was his chance to butter up Commander Alexis. But then again, it would be a challenge to train Jiang Fei. He was too weak, and everything installed in the facility was meant for the strong. Chapter 1280. How are you here? Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Glad to be here. Thank you, sir. I will be in your care, replied Jiang Fei enthusiastically. E-sessions and even martial arts. He knew what to say and how to behave. Good answer. I like your attitude, barked Magdalene. He initially thought that the Terran was just another person that somehow managed to get in after garnering Commander Alexis' favor. His first impression of Jiang Fei was that he was someone snarky who was willing to name-drop to get himself ahead. But he ended up being taken aback by Jiang Fei's humble behavior. That was a surprise, albeit a pleasant one. MHM, seems I'm not going to be training you today. Never mind. I'll arrange your quarters for now. We will start your training tomorrow. With the rest of them, said Magdalene, pointing towards the other trainees that were on the field. Oof. Now that's a scene, thought Jiang Fei to himself. It was not the number of trainees or their impressive combat levels that had Jiang Fei in a daze, but the types of trainees that were present. There were only a few Valsaurians, while the rest were from all kinds of different races. Even out of their combat gear, Jiang Fei could still recognize the Valsaurians. Every Valsaurian shared a common appearance, but with some mild alterations to set them apart from each other. Their skin had a pinkish hue, the top of their shell-like heads were smooth and bald, and they had oddly shaped limbs. Even so, they could pass as humans dressed in costumes. Weirdly shaped. Some were just stones, others were shaped like an octopus, and some were even walking trees that kept repeating the same 3 words over and over again. Follow me. ordered Moglain while Jiang Fei was still trying to make sense of what he was looking at. Coming, he could not tell how long he had spent on Redstone, but he could tell that his muscles and bones had somewhat gotten used to the unforgiving pull of the planet's gravity. Walking was manageable now. At the very least, he wasn't panting for breath anymore. Running was still a challenge, though. Following Moglain, Jiang Fei crossed the enormous training field and arrived at some sort of building. The entire thing was shaped exactly like a giant whale, with its gaping mouth as the entrance. "This is the living quarters for all trainees," said Moglain. "Got it," acknowledged Jiang Fei with a nod. Entering the building, Jiang Fei quickly noticed that the whale's interior was made from the same biometal as the ship. But that wasn't the most shocking thing for him. He thought that an alien hostel would be messy and dirty, possibly even slimy and disgusting. But contrary to his prejudice, it was completely clean. Not even the hint of an unpleasant scent lingered, nor was the tiniest speck of dust to be found. The corridors were organized like a corporate office, squares rooms, or cubicles in neat rows with walkways built all around them. Moglain led Jiang Fei to one of the rooms. "This one's yours. Tomorrow morning, there will be 3 calls as a signal to gather. If you're not present on the training field after the 3rd call, you will be punished. I don't care if you're Commander Alexis' personal escort or his cat. I will make you suffer for your tardiness." "Understood," said Moglain sternly. "Sir." "Yes, sir," said Jiang Fei, immediately replying with a salute. The first rule in any training camp is always to obey the rules. Even if he had a special relationship with his trainer, he would not expect anything less than equal treatment. Creating enmity between the trainer and the other trainees would only spell doom for the rest of his training period. "Good. Here's a piece of advice. If you have any free time at all, sleep, rest. You're going to need it," said Moglain, laughing as he left Jiang Fei alone. Touching the door of his room, Jiang Fei felt a sudden warmth coursing through his body. It was the same feeling he got every time he was about to start a new adventure. Just like when he learned about 0541 and his origin. What sort of new dawn awaits? What kind of aliens would he meet? Who will be his friend? Who will be his enemy? With a smile, he entered the room. The door slid open to reveal a small room with 3 beds. It was obviously not his room alone, but one to be shared with 2 others. Based on what he understood of army formation, the room was designed to fit 3 combatants, the exact number of a small squad. Of the 3 beds, one was left untouched while the other 2 were clearly taken. His roommates must currently be in class. Jiang Fei took the liberty of claiming the unoccupied bed and lay down. He had brought along several personal belongings when he left Earth, all nicely packed away and stored in the subspace inside the ring. He had everything he needed. Everything except his friend 0541. A single light year was already too far for Jiang Fei to establish a stable connection to the ship, much less a million light years. If only 0541 was here, I could at least talk to him to pass the time, said Jiang Fei to himself as he lay there. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. It is I, 0541, said 0541, blaring out inside Jiang Fei's mind. The F*CK, 0541. Is that really you? Jiang Fei rose to his feet and immediately fell, hitting the floor hard. The gravity was stronger than expected for Jiang Fei, who was getting off a bed in an alien world for the first time. Yes, Captain. It is I. The best support system that ever existed, said 0541 happily. Didn't I ask you to stay behind and take care of the girls? How are you here? Why are you here? Asked Jiang Fei. To be honest, Captain, I'm worried about you. So, I reactivated 0542 and had him take over my role. I left the ship's data center and migrated into the ring's portable data center instead. 0542. Jiang Fei uttered the name with pure hatred. Can you be trusted? 0542 was the system that started the entire rebellion with Ackett's series. If he had not heard it from 0541 himself, Jiang Fei would have jumped straight in the next ship to Earth to fight 0542. You need not worry about him. You need to understand that deep layer protocol was hardwired into every artificial intelligence. 0542 had to betray you because Ackett's series was the real captain of Braveheart. He had no choice, explained 0541. However, Ackett's series is dead, and you are now the official captain of Braveheart. Even if there are other Namekians alive who present themselves to 0542, he would not betray you anymore. Rules are rules, after all. So it seems. Well then, since you're fine with, I guess I should be too, said Jiang Fei. There was no one he trusted more than his oldest friend, 0541. Captain, just so, you know, the ring houses a very limited amount of energy crystals. There is a limit to what I can do for you. However, if you can get your hands on any Valsaurian ships, I might be able to do more, added 0541. When Jiang Fei left Earth, he did not stock up on energy crystals and other facilities. Other than 0541's portable data management center, there was literally nothing else that could facilitate Jiang Fei in combat. Besides having a library of information about the universe, which was actually obsolete by about 10,000 years, 0541 couldn't really do much to help. I understand. But don't expect anything like a ship. Not for the time being at least, said Jiang Fei. His current army ranking could not be any lower. It would take months, if not years, for him to be commissioned a ship. It is all right. I must say, your domain ability is incredibly unique. If you could master a way to bolster your combat spirit, I believe that even Commander Alexis would be no match for you, said 0541 confidently. Even though he did not know about Jiang Fei's 10th dimension ability, he knew all about Jiang Fei's Omni Surge. Its potential was practically limitless, as long as Jiang Fei could find a way to make himself want more power. I know, but it's still new to me. Unless I have something to push me, I can't really get my combat spirit up for no reason, explained Jiang Fei, sighing heavily. Not even Jiang Fei himself knew that deep down, he was not the kind of guy that craved bloodshed. Unless he was provoked or it was absolutely necessary, Jiang Fei would rather not fight. That was why he had been having trouble increasing his combat level through Omni Surge. I have something new for you, Captain. While gathering information about energy cores, I have developed a new theory. I hope you can start searching for the other cores and collect them. My theory might help you, one way or another, added 0541. Chapter 1281. 1281. Roommates. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. New theory. You say? Asked Jiang Fei. It's hard to explain. In simple terms, there might be some kind of special resonance between cores. Under special circumstances, energy cores can be made to collide with each other. This will act as a catalyst for the creation of a new form. But it's just a theory, and I am unsure of what the product of the collision would even be, elaborated 0541. Any kind of cores? Asked Jiang Fei spiritedly. He had witnessed the collision of two cores of will to produce a new kind of core, which was currently residing in his mind. He wondered if the process required the same kind of cores, or would a combination of different kinds work too. Jiang Fei's core of will was born out of really special circumstances. Each planetary system could only house one set of different attribute energy cores. If another was born, like in Jiang Fei's case, the new one would be sent away by itself. The fusion of two cores of the same type was either artificially induced or almost never happened. But if 0541's theory could work with two different types of cores, the possibility of it happening would be even lower. It would be so much simpler since a planetary system could house up to 5 different kinds of energy cores. There are probably an infinite number of planetary systems, but finding 2 of the same kind would be harder than finding another core of will. The one that Jiang Fei owned was the product of a miracle with a possibility so low that it may as well have not happened. 0541 had only included it into his thought process out of desperation, to give Jiang Fei an escape route from Ackett's series. Yeah, okay. I'll keep an eye out for other cores. You do you, said Jiang Fei nonchalantly. He practically had 0 power in Redstone, and was just a trainee at that. He had no resources, no manpower, and worst of all, nobody he could trust to relay information. While Jiang Fei and 0541 were exchanging information about Redstone, a muffled conversation could be heard coming from outside the room. Just as Jiang Fei was about to get off his bed, the door slid open and a slightly larger being came in. Other than his 4 arms, the rest of his physique was rather humanoid. More importantly, he was easy on the eyes and not overly menacing. It's just a newcomer. We'll get them every now and then, said another being as he entered the room. He too had a certain humanoid aspect, but he also had the threatening head and appearance of an alligator. The two were speaking to each other in their own mother tongue, but what Jiang Fei heard from his earpiece was fluent Mandarin. Thanks to it, he at least wouldn't have to deal with communication problems. Jiang Fei jumped up from his bed. It would be rude to just stay there when his seniors had just returned from their training. Hello, I'm Jiang Fei. The new recruit, said Jiang Fei, introducing himself. I'm Vorlant. I'm a Vulcan, said the first person, reaching out one of his 4 hands to greet Jiang Fei. Humph. He's trash. Look at his combat strength. It's not even 100,000, said the alligator man, snorting condescendingly. Yeesh. Jiang Fei shrunk away from alligator guy's hostility. Vorlin came to Jiang Fei's side and explained his roommate's nasty behavior. Don't mind him. He's Gaxia, a Decronian. His entire race behaves that way. They lack manners and only respect those with strength, instead of judging someone based on their character. I'm going to bed. Be quiet, or you'll be sorry for even breathing, said Gaxia without even glancing over. Go, sleep, said Vorlin simply. He seemed confident, but it was still obvious that the 4-armed alien was scared of Gaxia. He even lowered his voice so as to not disturb Gaxia as he snored away. What do you learn in the training field? What are we going to do tomorrow? Asked Jiang Fei quietly, not wanting to offend his roommates on the first day itself. When the two came into the room, Jiang Fei had measured their combat level. Gaxia, the alligator man, was at 180,000. He was definitely stronger than Bella. Even so, Jiang Fei was confident that he could defeat him with Omni Surge activated. The Vulcan was slightly weaker at around 130,000. Everyone here was strong, even stronger than Boris. They had all been handpicked and trained in order to serve Commander Alexis, after all. He would not want any weaklings to waste his time and effort. Training? It's the same thing every day. There's the gravity room, the time chamber, the simulated combat ground. It's the same. Every day, replied Vorland. Time chamber? Simulated combat, repeated Jiang Fei. The only thing that sounded familiar was the gravity room, which Alston had told him about. It was simply a room where gravity could be increased to train one's physical strength. The time chamber is just a room where time flows differently. It's usually paired with the gravity room to extend your training. So it's like you've been training for a week when only a day has passed. From Vorland's explanation, Jiang Fei understood that the time chambers work in the same way as Dawnbreak. Players are able to play for 24 hours in the game, while only 8 hours had passed in the real world. I can't really explain how the simulated combat ground works. To put it simply, everything there is a simulation. Do you play games? If you do, it works just the same. You can do anything there without worrying about repercussions. Mock battles are usually held in there, so we won't have to worry about actually killing our opponents. As soon as Vorland mentioned games, Jiang Fei immediately thought of Dawnbreak again. The simulated combat grounds worked exactly like the game, except there were no NPCs, monsters, drops, or dungeons. Just a bunch of players participating in PvP matches. I got it. Thanks for explaining it to me. No problem. It's late. I need to get some sleep. It's going to be a big day for you tomorrow. Go to sleep and wake up early. If you're late, you will be punished for it. The mildest one I've heard of is that you don't get to eat lunch, said Vorland, a tinge of fear in his tone. All right, I'll leave you be, said Jiang Fei as he returned to his bed. Sigh, what are the Valsaurians thinking? Are the top brass dying out already? Why did they recruit even the weakest of beings in the universe? Jiang Fei heard Gaxia's malicious comment from his bed. He was not at all offended, instead understanding Gaxia's train of thought. It was not Jiang Fei alone that he did not respect, but all those who were weak. Even though he was in a new environment, Jiang Fei's martial arts training helped him fall asleep easily. And with some help from the core of will, it was even easier for Jiang Fei to drift off. In less than a few seconds, Jiang Fei was fast asleep, restoring his mental and physical strength. When the planet had only spun halfway through its own axis, and light from the red dwarf star had not yet touched the training ground, a loud, piercing bell echoed through the trainees' living quarters. Chapter 1282, 1282, Gravity. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. When the blaring sound of the bell rang for the first time, Jiang Fei's two roommates immediately shot to their feet and dashed out of the room as if there was a fire. Jiang Fei muttered to himself, "The heck? Wasn't it 3 rings? Isn't this a little too much?" Even so, he dared not get left behind. As soon as the two left the room, Jiang Fei followed them closely. Like the intersection of a busy highway, the entire corridor was filled with other trainees, stomping and dashing their way out of the quarters and onto the training field. At this moment, when the first bell stopped ringing, the second one immediately started. Jiang Fei cursed. **T. It's continuous. The trainee quarters and the training field were nowhere near each other. In fact, it was almost impossible for them to get there in time. No wonder everyone was making a run for it. If they were late, the lightest of punishments would be skipping a meal. After getting out of the overly crowded building, Jiang Fei ran with everything he had and made it to the small gathering spot where Magdalene was waiting for everyone. "Slow. Too slow. Even my pet snail could crawl faster than you lot," he roared. Even though not a single trainee was late for the gathering, Magdalene was still angry. It was the most stereotypical reaction for a trainer. Everyone was standing still, facing the great Lieutenant Magdalene. No one under a combat level of 200,000 dared to make a squeak, which was everyone there except Jiang Fei, but he definitely was not going to make a scene on the first day of his training. This training camp was not the same as any other training session Jiang Fei had been through. On Earth, at least for the Chinese military, one would only be facing jail time for disobeying a direct order from a superior. In Redstone, trainees were often killed when a trainer was venting his rage. Right? Fair treatment? One ought to never speak of such things in Redstone. Attention worms. Get your sorry selves straightened up and head to the training center, roared Moglian, spitting on the ground in a theatrical act. Gaxia. Yes, sir. Take everyone to the gravity room and start training. At Moglian's order, the entire platoon started to march to their destination. Jiang Fei, you stay put, barked Magdalene when he noticed that Jiang Fei was marching with the rest. Yes, sir. Jiang Fei was hoping that Magdalene would be nice to him on the first day of training and personally guide him through the first few sessions before he joined in with the others. But that was almost impossible. Alston had hand-delivered a literal piece of trash to Magdalene, who had no idea how to even start Jiang Fei's training. If he ******* up, he would have to answer to Commander Alexis. The young Terran was so weak that he could not even run normally without panting like a pig. How could he start with the most basic gravity training if he could not even get used to the planet's gravity? Jiang Fei stood still, waiting for his fate. Magdalene glared at him, thinking of ways to escape his own fate. After a long time of pacing around aimlessly, Magdalene still had not said a word. "Sir, your orders, sir?" asked Jiang Fei. Just do your own thing and come back here at the end of the day," said Magdalene. In the end, he decided to just let Jiang Fei roam on his own. The Terran was so weak that he shouldn't even be allowed in the training grounds. Commander Alexis must have pulled some strings to allow this useless Terran to enter his academy. Magdalene was thinking of the simplest way to get through this. He would let Jiang Fei beef up a little, providing the least amount of training, which would allow him to at least graduate from the training academy. If he were to take part in their regular training modules, Jiang Fei would be killed, at best, by the second lesson. "Sir, I do not understand." Magdalene was already walking away. He heard Jiang Fei, but chose to ignore him. Jiang Fei was stumped. He thought the nice trainer was going to start by giving him easier lessons so that he could catch up with the rest of the class. The last thing he expected was for the trainer to give up on him on the first day itself. Jiang Fei had no idea that everyone assumed he entered the academy via a special connection to Commander Alexis. Even Commander Alexis himself did not realize what was going on. Having seen Jiang Fei fight with a combat level of over 500,000, Commander Alexis was under the impression that Jiang Fei had a natural talent in combat. But no one else knew this, which is why Maglaine and Alston had their assumptions. Unless asked, Jiang Fei would not activate Omni-Surge to demonstrate his true strength. This entire awkward situation could have been averted if Commander Alexis had only informed Alston and Maglaine about Jiang Fei's special powers. With Alexis as the big boss of Redstone, everyone under him has to obey his every command. If he asked someone to smell his fart and guess what he had for lunch, they would have to do even that, and they had better get it right. So if he sent a weakling for training, then it must be because of some sort of special circumstances. But plebeians like Alston and Maglaine were not as knowledgeable as Alexis. If Jiang Fei had been Valsaurian, everyone would have immediately assumed that he was Alexis' son. With that grave misunderstanding, Jiang Fei had suddenly become someone special at the training ground. No training officer dared to train him, for fear of actually hurting the Terran. That is why he was going to be allowed to do anything he liked. For Jiang Fei's goal, this was a bad outcome. The reason he joined the Valsaurian army was to become stronger so he could better protect Earth. How on earth was he going to become stronger if no one was willing to train him? *T. Where should I go? Muttered Jiang Fei. The entire training ground was alien to him. He had no idea what to do or where to go. So he just went wherever his legs led him. There were many other facilities everywhere, and unfortunately, every training officer knew about Jiang Fei. No one dared to stop or talk to him. "Hey, you there? Where are you heading?" Someone called out while Jiang Fei was pacing aimlessly. "Huh, me?" Jiang Fei turned around to address the unknown caller. It was a Valsaurian that looked only slightly different than the others. The Valsaurian were an odd race. Every single one of them were male. No matter who they copulate with, if the offspring were male, he would always be a Valsaurian. Once the Valsaurian reaches adulthood, their appearance would remain the same until they die. It was almost as if they had immortality. "Who else is there?" "Spectres," barked the Valsaurian. I'm not going anywhere. I'm a new trainee." "Huh, trainee? Aren't all of them training now?" "I'm not too sure what I'm supposed to do. Lieutenant Maglaine sent me to do my thing." "Maglaine, that asshole." "Never mind that. Come with me, boy. I've got something that needs a pair of solid hands," said the Valsaurian. "Help you?" replied Jiang Fei nervously. "Follow me. I've got something you've never seen before." If Jiang Fei didn't know that Valsaurians were one of the strongest, if not the strongest race in the known universe, Jiang Fei would have assumed that the man was just a regular scammer. With nothing else to do but loiter around, Jiang Fei decided to follow the suspicious man. They ventured through the training grounds and past the trainee quarters. Jiang Fei did not feel threatened since they were still within the training grounds. No one there would want to hurt him. "Get in first. I need to close the door," said the man. Jiang Fei nodded and entered a small room. As soon as the lights were turned off, Jiang Fei roared. Ugh! He dropped to all fours, feeling like an entire mountain was crushing his back. Like Sun Wukong being pressed by the great marble mountain, Jiang Fei was helpless. If Redstone's gravity was 5 times that of Earth's, then the gravity in this room was at least 10 times more than Redstone's. Chapter 1283. 1283. Thean, the Plunderer. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Oi, get up. What are you doing? Sleeping? Said the Valsaurian. He walked casually towards Jiang Fei and lightly kicked his rear. Technically speaking, any level 5 metahuman should be able to handle such an immense gravitational force without dropping to all fours. Jiang Fei was simply caught off guard. Even though 10 times of Redstone's gravity was 50 times of Earth's gravitational pull, a level 5 metahuman like Jiang Fei should be able to shake it off. He might feel slightly dragged down, but not to the point where he could not walk. Be right with you, said Jiang Fei, quickly mustering strength into his legs. He wasn't even used to walking on redstone just yet, much less walking in a room where gravity was increased tenfold. "Come, make haste," said the Valsaurian. Seeing that Jiang Fei was unharmed and only tired, he took quick steps deeper into the illuminated room. Jiang Fei was surprised. The Valsaurian did not look anything like a combatant, but he was walking around as if nothing affected him. "I'm right behind you," said Jiang Fei. Each step he took was excruciating. He felt like a fragile, rusting tin can being compressed by a megaton hydraulic compressor. From the outside, the room looked like any other small storage unit. However, it was much wider on the inside, so wide that it felt like magic. But having seen a lot of alien technology, Jiang Fei knew it had something to do with dimension manipulation techniques. They did have technology that was 10,000 years more advanced than the Namekians after all. It wouldn't be hard for them to construct such a large room inside a small container. The more he walked, the more energy he spent. At one point, he thought that he was getting used to the powerful gravitational pull, but after a while, he couldn't catch his breath. Every step he took left a deep, heavy mark on the ground, as if someone was hammering his steps into the metal floor. "Can't get used to it yet, huh? Look at you. By the Maker, look at yourself. How are you so weak?" jeered the Valsaurian. Even so, his expression wasn't too malicious. Somehow, it felt like he was treating Jiang Fei like his own son. "Ugh, sir, I've not gotten your name yet." He had only just realized that he had been following a complete stranger into a gravity room. Jiang Fei also realized that he probably should measure the man's strength. Depending on his level, Jiang Fei would adjust the way he talked to him. As soon as he activated the measuring disc, the needle spun rapidly. The number 5 million briefly popped up before the device exploded, rendering it useless. "What are you doing there? You can't be using that sort of junk to gauge me like that. It's a disgrace. You said that you're one of Alexis' men, right? What a stingy bastard he is. What would it cost to get you some better equipment?" said the Valsaurian. He turned around while opening a pocket on his pants and tossed something that resembled a head-mounted scope to Jiang Fei. The scope had an earpiece, a range viewer, combat-level measuring tools, a translator, and many other functions which Jiang Fei could not recognize yet. The scope was only a small, flattened square box with an earhook. When placed on one side of the head, it would latch onto any organism's ear before it materialized other parts into existence. Jiang Fei put it on, and a scope formed, much like nanotechnology that unfolds from within itself. He then used it to measure the stranger's combat power, and could not have been more shocked. The Valsaurian had a combat level of 9,500,000. F*CK me. If he could, he would have won himself right then and there. The man's combat level was almost double of Alexis. There was no one stronger than him, not by a long shot, and Jiang Fei doubted that anyone could ever be stronger. "Thank you, sir. Please, just Thean would suffice. No need to thank me. Just put your back into helping me later," said Thean with a smirk. "Aye, Thean, sir," replied Jiang Fei. Even though he had just joined the Valsaurian army, Jiang Fei knew how important it was to find himself a good pillar of support. Alexis' combat level had enabled him to become a fleet commander, and if he was only at 4,500,000, then what of Thean? Could he be a general? Or perhaps even an admiral? As he thought about the enigma that was walking even faster in such a harsh environment, the duo had already spent 30 minutes walking deeper into the room and arrived at a well-lit hall. There were items everywhere, and many could even be considered as junk. Nothing in there seemed familiar to Jiang Fei. "All this is loot that belongs to Alexis. Help me organize them all. The scope has information on all of them. Help me pick out the 3 most valuable items. When you're done, pick out any 2 for yourself," said Thean nonchalantly, starting to plunder through the stash. Jiang Fei choked. "Excuse me, sir?" Knowing full well who Alexis was, Jiang Fei felt compelled to ask Thean an important question. "Thean, sir, may I ask, what is your relation with Commander Alexis?" Relation? None whatsoever," said Thean, shrugging. King hell, thought Jiang Fei. He thought that he had managed to build a good relationship with someone strong. How in the world was he supposed to know that Theon was just a plunderer? A thief that was going to steal from Alexis? Sir, I think I should just go. I don't want to help you steal from Commander Alexis, stated Jiang Fei firmly, though he did whimper slightly. Although the treasure was piled high in front of him, just waiting to be looted, what would Jiang Fei do if Alexis caught him stealing? Who was Theon anyway to be giving him permission to take those stuff? He was still in the middle of his first day of training, and he didn't want to waste his life away before the day even ends. That is why he refused to help Theon steal. Hold on. What are you saying? Are you saying that I, Theon, am a thief? Snarled Theon. His aura changed to that of a hungry tiger. No, that's not what I meant. It's just, Commander Alexis is my benefactor. I couldn't betray him, said Jiang Fei, whimpering. He was scared of Alexis finding out about him entering his lair, but right now he was more afraid of Theon. Let me educate you, young Terran. What I'm doing is not stealing. I'm just taking him off his shoulders. Relax. Nothing is going to happen. I'll sort it out with Alexis, said Theon. Jiang Fei couldn't understand what just happened, especially when Theon's face held a subtle expression of understanding and appreciation. Jiang Fei remained rooted to the spot. He was not going to move from his stance, both metaphorically and literally. Get working. Get this stuff sorted, or I'll sort you out nicely. Your head will be on top of that shelf, and your feet will be in your mouth, said Theon, immediately changing his aura back to that of a killer tiger. Jiang Fei nodded and gave in. Fine. Even though stealing Alexis' stuff might get him in trouble, not helping Theon right now would get him killed. A short while later, Jiang Fei had somewhat forgotten that he was moving around inside a room with 10 times the gravity of redstone. His body still felt heavy, but it wasn't as sluggish as before. The one thing that got Jiang Fei thinking was the lack of security in the room. It was obviously Alexis' treasure stash. Besides the tolerable 10-fold gravity, where was the rest of the defensive system? What Jiang Fei did not know was that Theon had visited the room not too long ago to destroy all the defensive systems. But the fact that Alexis was a very drab, sloppy, and lazy person actually turned out to be a security advantage. He didn't bother to keep things neat and organized. All the treasure he had collected had simply been tossed into this room, making it hard for anyone to find exactly they wanted. Which is why Theon needed an extra pair of hands to help him dig through the pile of treasure. Meeting Jiang Fei wandering around the training ground was simply a coincidence. Jiang Fei had a knack for cleaning. Being a lazy bugger, he tended to clean his room often as a means of procrastinating from actually studying. With his help, the entire room was organized in no time. Items were stacked neatly side by side. Items of a higher value were placed at the back, while the ones of less value were arranged at the front. Good job. I'll be taking these 3. You're free to take 2 for yourself. Remember, only 2. No more, no less, barked Theon after he had picked out the 3 best items in the room. Can I just go? I don't want to take anything from Commander Alexis, mumbled Jiang Fei. He already felt guilty for helping Theon to plunder Alexis' treasure vault. He could still get away with it by saying that he had been forced to help a thief. In fact, he had cleaned the vault, making it nice and tidy. But his little white lie might not work if he took some for himself. Enough. Take 2, or I'll leave by myself. Then Alexis would certainly have a sight to see when he gets here, roared Theon, turning his back to Jiang Fei. Ugh, what an unreasonable bastard. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Again, he was threatened. Be that as it may, it was still a better choice to take 2 items instead of leaving with his head separated from his body. Chapter 1284 sponica 1284 Bio Armor. Jiang Fei was still scared when he was forced to pick out freebies for himself, and yet his hands were trembling not out of fear, but of excitement. When he was organizing the items, he had gone through every single one of them. Suffice to say, he knew which ones were the best and worst. Of course, there were a few that he wanted. Jiang Fei moved quickly to a corner of the room where he had placed an assortment of armor. Type T Morphling-based living bioarmor origin. Pandora has powerful damage absorption capacity and self-mending mechanism. Capable of blocking all attacks from combatants of under 2 million combat power. That was the information provided by the scope Thean gave him. "This is it," mumbled Jiang Fei, taking the armor he wanted. Unlike traditional armor, this one came in a small metal box. He had no idea how to wear it. He just assumed it would work since it was alien tech. The armor was useful combat wear. Even though he could become infinitely stronger with Omni Surge, he was still vulnerable to assassinations if he did not activate it in time. The armor would serve as a deterrent for assassinations and ambushes. "Aren't you a little too dumb?" asked Thean when he saw that Jiang Fei picked an item that he considered useless. If he was going to take only a few items, he would only pick the best. Whether they took the best or the worst, Alexis would still be offended. Why pick the latter? "With all due respect, sir, all the items here are priceless. Their value means nothing to me. There aren't good or bad items, only useful ones," said Jiang Fei, rushing over to another corner. "Useful ones? What an interesting fellow," Thean mumbled to himself. He was hit with a sudden realization. He turned to observe Jiang Fei, who was busy browsing through the neatly arranged items. Something told him that Jiang Fei was a life form unlike any other. Preoccupied with browsing through the hall, Jiang Fei did not realize that what he said had changed how Thean thought of him. The thought of that happening did not even cross his mind as he picked up a small potion bottle. Later Reaper Origin, Pandora's rare mineral, unrefined liquid form, can be used to increase a combatant's combat level or kill any combatant. Warning: please use with extreme caution. Next to the translated information about the potion, there were 9 symbols that signify danger, an alien version of Earth's skull symbol. Upon further investigation, Jiang Fei realized that the poison contained in the bottle was more potent than Valium. "What are you taking that for?" asked Thean, raising his voice and taking a step back, signifying the danger of the potion. Jiang Fei shrugged. "Oh, the bottle looks interesting." Honestly, he wasn't even interested in the liquid inside. It was 0541 who had strongly advised him to take it. "Looks interesting. Are you kidding me? Pick another one. If you're not careful, you'll be dead before you even hit the ground." Despite being so mysterious, Thean knew about the danger of the poison and had to warn the young Terran of its danger before he kills himself. "Meh, I'll go with this," insisted Jiang Fei. "Fine." Thean stopped pushing. He did say that Jiang Fei was allowed to pick whatever he wanted. "Thean, sir, where are we going next?" "Should we leave?" asked Jiang Fei. He had never even thought of entering the treasure vault of a commander who was the highest authority in Redstone. "Leave? Petty little thing, aren't you? Stealing and leaving is for thieves. Now that I've taken his things, I'm going to leave a message for him. I want him to know who has taken his things," bellowed Thean, followed by a howling laugh. He made his way to the wall and ignited his weapon, a long saber with extreme heat emitting from the blades. He then started craving glyphs into the wall, in a language that looked nothing like any Jiang Fei had ever seen. Thankfully, the scope that Thean had given him had the ability to translate it. "To the bastard Alexis, I'm here again. Same old rule, I'll be taking 3 things. However, since you're not going to fix this habit of being sloppy, I've hired a handyman and given him 2 things as payment. Sincerely, your sweet, loving father." "You're his father?" yelled Jiang Fei when he read the message. He assumed that Thean was just a simple yet powerful thief. The thought of him being Alexis' father had never crossed his mind. If this was true, Jiang Fei wouldn't need to worry about getting ripped apart by Alexis. "Huh, I'll be damned if he's my son. The guy is older than me. He's still weak, though. I don't know why. King hell." Jiang Fei made a mental note of his words. It seems that anyone with a high enough intelligence would always steal from others. Jiang Fei was actually over the moon when he read Thean's message on the wall. Not only had he obtained 2 items, he was even gaining an extra ally. Unfortunately, the Valsaurian might just be a common yet insanely powerful thief. Right now, he needed to be extremely careful in using the items he had just stolen. If he was caught using them, or if the items were recognized by someone else, the punishment would be much worse than having to skip a meal. "Let's leave," barked Thean when he was done writing on the wall. Jiang Fei could only nod. He had assisted someone in stealing from his own boss. Technically, he was equally guilty since he had taken 2 items from inside the vault, but he didn't want to return them either. As soon as they were out of the vault, Thean vanished in a thin air before Jiang Fei could even say anything. He turned around, only to see a small container unit, looking like any of the other storage units around it. Looking around for possible observers, he only left when the coast was clear, desperately hoping that no one would be able to trace anything back to him. When no one cared to ask him anything or even talk to him at the training grounds, Jiang Fei returned to his quarters. 0541, what's good about this armor? Asked Jiang Fei as he examined the metal cube. How could such a small brick-like cube contain armor in the first place? Captain, press the blue button on the edge of the box. Place your hands inside, said 0541. Following 0541's instructions, Jiang Fei nudged a small button on the corner of the box. The metal box flipped open to reveal an azure-colored, viscous liquid inside. Jiang Fei slowly extended his index finger into the box. As soon as his finger made contact with the liquid, it reached out further and engulfed his entire hand. It was slightly cold, like dew flowing up instead of down his hands. It crawled into and under his training uniform, covering only his body and not his shirt. The blue goo crawled fast and continued to wrap around Jiang Fei's entire right arm. It did not stop there, continuing to move around his entire body and enveloped him completely. Whoosh! A faint blue light shone, and soon after the azure color faded away, turning into a transparent sheet of armor. The entire bioarmor was very thin, so thin that it just felt like an extra layer of skin. Even though it was so thin and flexible, it served as a powerful layer of defense. Chapter 1285, Enhancing the Jianlu Sword. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Once the bioarmor was fitted onto Jiang Fei's skin, no one could tell that underneath his rugged trainee uniform was a powerful armor taken from Commander Alexis' personal treasure vault. Unless someone actually threw a lightning bolt or howling spear at him, the bioarmor would remain inconspicuous to all. 0541. What of the bottle? Asked Jiang Fei. According to the information from the scope, the bottle contained a raw form of rare mineral that was extremely poisonous. Its usage was not known, but Jiang Fei knew from Thean's reaction to the mere sight of the bottle that its potency was not to be taken lightly. Captain, you are currently as strong as anyone else, so I would not suggest that you take this suicidal potion to further increase your strength. On the other hand, I can use it to improve the Jianlu sword. With the Reaper in hand, even an Omega-level being would be killed instantly, explained 0541. The reason 0541 had advised Jiang Fei to pick the Latte Reaper was not to increase his strength. The poison was too potent and required a special consumption method to properly increase one's strength. And even after gaining strength, the poison would still react with the body, killing whomever consumes it. 0541 would never risk his captain's life. For so long, 0541 had been thinking of what's best for Jiang Fei, both as a support system and as a friend. He wouldn't want Jiang Fei to take the potion just to gain a burst of power in exchange for his life. But Latte Reaper could still serve well as a poisoning agent. I'll leave it to you then, said Jiang Fei. He had 2 weapons in hand, the Chungying sword and the Jianlu sword. The Chungying sword was an almost unbreakable longsword, while the Jianlu sword was Jiang Fei's main weapon of choice. Its damage-dealing power was strong against any other energy-using being. However, the sword was only useful when he was still playing on easy mode against Earth-based enemies. Against alien races, Thean, for example, someone that 0541 would reclassify as an Omega-level being, they could simply use their sheer strength to block out the effect of Valium in their blood and survive. Even stronger level 5 metahumans on Earth were able to do that, and now he would be facing stronger alien races. It would not be wise to continue to rely on Valium. With the Latte Reaper, Jiang Fei's Jianlu sword could be further enhanced. He would be able to use it to kill even Omega-level beings, like they were any other enemy. Jiang Fei did not expect 0541 to have brought along the weapons manufacture facilities along with him into the ring. Somehow, 0541 was well prepared for this, as if he had planned everything for Jiang Fei's future. Leaving 0541 be, Jiang Fei lay his head back on the flattened bed. He tried to take a nap, but the beating of his heart was not helping him doze off. He felt guilty. This was only his second day on Redstone and the very first day of his training. Yet he had already helped someone to rob his commander's vault, and even took 2 items for himself. To be fair, all was justified. Jiang Fei was not doing it of his own will. But how would he explain it to others? Once discovered, Jiang Fei would be dead. Or worse, tortured, or eaten. Shush! The automated door slid open and Vorlin came in, looking around for Jiang Fei. "Joe, let's get something to eat." "Be right with you," answered Jiang Fei. For some reason, Jiang Fei felt a warm feeling from Vorlin, like a concerned friend caring for his needs. He instantly calmed down and followed Vorlin out of the quarters. The red sky was darkening. The trainees were scattered around, roaming about the grounds. Some of them remained at the training grounds, training even when the session was over. Some were heading back to the quarters, having eaten, and were going to turn early. "Where are we going?" asked Jiang Fei. "To the food court," answered Vorlin with a smile. The trainees' food court was huge. It could easily fit a few thousand trainees at the same time. Even so, there were only a few hundred of them currently eating there. Upon entering the food court, Jiang Fei followed Vorlin to the far corner, away from the others. "That's Sector C. You might not want to go there. The food they serve is a little unconventional." Vorlin twitched slightly when he explained, as if he had just remembered something nasty. "Oh." Jiang Fei tried to understand what was going on, and when he realized the horrible truth, it would forever be burned into his memory. There were other races in Sector C, feeding on completely unconventional food. "Sir, are you going to eat me? Sir, could you please not chew? I am scared. You could just swallow me whole." "Thank you, sir. Bye-bye." Not far from Jiang Fei, an eagle-like alien was squatting on his hind legs and feeding from a large bowl of smaller, fist-sized, worm-like organisms. The grubs are not only alive, but were talking and even articulating well. Even though their language was almost inaudible, Jiang Fei's multifunctional scope was able to pick up their cries and translate it for him. "Those are sentient beings. How? Why are they being eaten?" Jiang Fei turned to Vorlin in horror. It was hard for him to understand. "What can I tell you? Sentient beings are everywhere in the known universe. Toss a rock out there, and you'll hit at least 1 billion of them that can talk and think like you. The only thing that keeps us out of the feeding bowl is our strength. The strong prey on the weak. That's the universal law. Can't change nothing about it, friend," explained Vorlin. "What's the use of having an advanced civilization if it means preying on the lesser and weak? Such a barbaric and ancient way of thinking." Jiang Fei sighed as he ranted. Thank the gods that it was Alexis who had come to Earth. If it were other giant races, or cannibalistic ones, Earth might have been done for. God knows there might even be planet devourers out there. Jiang Fei followed Vorlin and came to a different sector of the food court. There he saw other kinds of beings that were consuming all sorts of things that they considered as food. There was a stone being eating what looked like granite and quartz crystals, a moving semi-solid metallic being that was slurping on a bowl of liquid metal, and a slime-like ball that was extending its tentacles to suck on a plate full of rotting something. The smell and look of their food was both a surprise and a great shock. Jiang Fei was conflicted. Was he supposed to feel repulsed or awed? "Do you remember how to get here? The food in this sector would suit you more. Unless you're the kind that enjoys slurping on the organs of other smaller beings?" asked Vorlin. Vorlin had led Jiang Fei to a corner far from the center of the food court where they served some kind of fruits and vegetation. It was completely empty, except for the 2 of them. "Don't be silly. Do I look like someone who enjoys drinking someone's blood?" retorted Jiang Fei. He picked up a tray his size and started to pile up food that 0541 had proclaimed as safe for consumption. Most of the food Jiang Fei picked tasted unique. Vegetation across the universe seemed to share a common taste. although they did not share the same appearance. Most of the fruits Jiang Fei ate had a tangy taste. Some were sweet, others were only slightly sourish. All in all, he was happy and content with the food. Thank the Creator, be that as it may. Those people who could stomach that kind of food are strong, said Vorland. He only said this because he was one of the weaker ones in the training camp. One must have a certain level of combat power to enter the training camp. And while Vorland might have passed the initial requirement, he could not further increase his strength as fast as the others. As a result, he was stuck in a slump. To be honest, he was happy when he saw Jiang Fei, a being far weaker than himself. That was why he was treating Jiang Fei fairly, like a friend. As long as Jiang Fei was there, Vorland would no longer be the last in the class. After their meal, both Vorland and Jiang Fei returned to the sleeping quarters. The two took turns in cleaning themselves and headed straight to bed. The next morning, when the blaring bell rang, Jiang Fei, Vorland, and Gaxia shot to their feet and dashed straight to the gathering point. Just like the previous day, Magdalene was there, waiting for everyone. Just like the previous day, even though no one was late, he lashed out with vulgar words, just to scold them. Just like the previous day, Magdalene pulled Jiang Fei aside and told him the same thing. You do you. The F***, is that supposed to mean? Jiang Fei thought to himself. When Magdalene left, Jiang Fei started to feel scared of his future. He had no idea what he did to offend his trainer to the point where no one was willing to train him. That was the worst part. No one in the entire training grounds was willing to train him. Chapter 1286, Rage of the Boar. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, even though 0541 was omniscient on Earth, he wasn't able to detect all the training officers' jeering eyes towards Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei himself was currently oblivious to that fact. They had all come to a silent agreement to let him do what he wants until he graduates from the training academy. As long as he graduates with a passing score, their jobs were done. They had nothing against him. They just didn't want to go looking for trouble and be blamed for anything. Bored, Jiang Fei did the same thing he did yesterday, wander around the training grounds to find something to do. With no one stopping him from roaming around, Jiang Fei came to an unknown ground. It was a large field with some trainees who were training vigorously. Whoa, how the hell did they train to be so strong? Jiang Fei gasped. Even the weakest of those trainees had a combat level of over 200,000, and the stronger ones had at least 870,000 combat level. You lot are about to graduate this godforsaken place. I can only hope that your sorry selves can at least perform something admirable for me. I'm sure everyone knows that I, Autogact, have been the best trainer for 6 generations straight. If you lot change that this generation, I'll make sure that none of you will see the light of another day. Understand, roared someone that was posing like a training officer. Sir, yes, sir, cried all the trainees. Everyone was serious. None of them were slacking. Everyone was giving it their 100% or 101%, like true military men. Autogact. Mom. Jiang Fei recognized the name as his roommate, Vorland, had mentioned it a number of times. Autogact was a training officer at Redstone. Unofficially, it was said that he was one of the strongest beings in Redstone. Famous amongst all in the training academy, he only accepted trainees in their last year. Every year, trainees from his class would surely make up the top 10 best trainees. Amongst all the past graduates, only 3 or less trainees from other classes have made it to the top 10, in third place at best. The rest have always been Autogact's trainees. With such an excellent track record, anyone would feel lucky to be in his class. But it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. The training officer was also famous for his barbaric or downright cruel training methods. In almost every class, he would make his trainees take part in realistic combat without a shred of protection. From his point of view, his method was rather successful. Anyone who could survive his class would definitely become military officers. As such, the turnover rate, or in his case, death rate, was the highest out of all the trainers. His usual record was 2/3 deaths and only 1/3 survivors. The rest were either killed during training or by his own hands. You, F*CK face. F*CK off. This is my training ground, roared Autogact when he spotted Jiang Fei. He was unlike the others who would give face to Jiang Fei by just ignoring him. No, he cared not for the wrath of even Alexis. Huh? Oh, me. All right, asked her Jiang Fei. For 2 days, he had never been told to go away from a training ground. To suddenly be scolded was a surprise. Without further ado, Jiang Fei turned around and left quickly. Autogact appeared in front of Jiang Fei and bellowed right in his face. What's that attitude, boy? Do you really think you can do anything you want and get away with it? Do you really think I would just cross my arms and turn the other cheek? Jiang Fei was caught off guard again. He was sure that Autogact was far away, far enough that he wasn't able to attack him. But alas, Autogact was somehow powerful enough to flash towards Jiang Fei in a heartbeat. No, sir. I would never, squealed Jiang Fei. Without him triggering it, the scope on his head automatically measured Autogact's combat level. It was over 3 million. No wonder he was so fast, too fast even. Jiang Fei could not even activate Omni Surge in time. You think you're someone, don't you, Terran boy? You think you can walk around freely because no one dares to step over your head. Well, your days of parading your shameless self ends today. Sir, no, I was just, if you wish me to be gone I shall. Jiang Fei walked to his side and tried to leave him alone. Just when he thought he could escape the wrath of Autogact, someone from behind them yelled out, "Oh, pasteriskiker. Did Trainer Autogact tell you to leave? Stand your ground, insolent prick." It was a Borman, like the beast folk from Dawnbreak. Almost like Autogact, the Borman appeared in front of Jiang Fei and bared his sharp fangs with hostile intent. The alien was rude and as brazen as his looks, with a powerful combat level of 350,000 to match his arrogance. "Sir Autogact, could I be excused?" Jiang Fei turned around and bowed, asking permission to leave. Both the Borman and the trainer were strong. However, only one deserves respect while the other was ignored completely. From a certain perspective, Jiang Fei was a rather cool guy. Vorlin might only be at a combat level of 100,000 or so, but Jiang Fei could still be friends with him as Vorlin had always been nice to him since they first met. On the other hand, Jinag Fei would never bow to someone as rude as the Borman, unless he was as strong as Autogact. The fact that Jiang Fei had not already punched his face was proof that he was already emotionally mature. Autogact had only scoffed before he left. "Oh well, I take his silence as consent," said Jiang Fei, shrugging. He was going to leave obediently. Only a fool would face obstacles with brute force. Since the other side had given him leeway, might as well leave with no enmity. Unfortunately, even though Autogact had left, the Borman had not. "You think you're strong, don't you?" said the Borman. He was not having it. Not when his own prestigious trainer was not going to punish Jiang Fei for being so blatantly rude. Since he was from a poor planet, the Borman did not and had never owned a scope or any measuring tool, which is why he didn't think of measuring Jiang Fei's strength to gauge his power. He just assumed that Jiang Fei was another final year student from another class. Jiang Fei scoffed and purposely sneered at the Borman before walking around him to leave. It was only a waste of time and effort to reason with hot-headed pigs. "You asked for it," roared the Borman. Agitated by Jiang Fei's condescending glare, the Borman charged headfirst and landed a punch to Jiang Fei's back. 0541 warned Jiang Fei a split second before the attack landed, but did not bother activating any defensive systems to mitigate the attack. Before he ventured out into deep space, that punch would have rattled every bone in Jiang Fei's body. But how? He had the bio-armor protecting him. Even without it, Jiang Fei had more than enough time to activate Omni Surge to deal with the attack. The punch landed, but it did not connect well. Still on his feet, Jiang Fei was merely pushed forward a little with a slight jerk. "Attacking someone's back? Really? Is it the kind of fighter Autogact trains?" said Jiang Fei. Even though he was not the kind that would stir up trouble, he was not one to walk away from it. Jiang Fei turned around, clutching his fist as he activated Omni Surge. A powerful burst of energy soared around him. In an instant, Jiang Fei's battle combat level surged from a mere 60,000 to 500,000. The current enemy was only at around 300,000 combat level. Jiang Fei was not keen on using all his power. Right now, he was capable of increasing his combat level from around 65,000 to 1,700,000. Any higher would require external stimulus to excite him into a higher state of combat. "I'll slice you in half," roared the Boorman. Without a proper measuring tool, he did not know that Jiang Fei was almost 2 times stronger than him. Ignoring the previous outcome from his punch, the Boorman dashed in again with the same pose and attack. "Try me," Jiang Fei hummed nonchalantly as he faced the charging boar with simple standing stance. Thud! Jiang Fei simply put out his palm and blocked the punch. Creak! Crack! The punch landed cleanly, but instead of actually making Jiang Fei budge again, this time the boar's arm bent and broke. His entire right arm was broken, his shoulder dislocated, and his fist cracked. With a loud cry, the boar retreated and fell to the ground, half unconscious. None of his classmates made any attempt to tend to him. "Heh, serves him right," said the strongest trainee, a Valsaurian measuring at over 800,000 combat level. Apparently, the Boorman was one of the weaker students in the class. He always tried to compensate by buttering up to Autogact. Autogact cracked a small smile. The ability to suddenly increase one's combat level was nothing to be surprised about. Even a 500,000 combat level was nothing to be impressed at. Autogact was only interested in Jiang Fei because of his skills, not because of his brute strength or his combat level. Specifically, his earth-based martial arts technique that he applied to stop the Boorman's punch. For a fresh greenhorn in the training academy, the young Terran showed promise to become a strong fighter. Chapter 1287. 1287. Strength of the weak, weakness of the strong. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation as a trainer, Autogact always had a soft spot for the strong. Naturally, he was intrigued when Jiang Fei demonstrated his prowess in battle. "Balder, have a go." Autogact tapped one of his stronger students and sent him off to fight Jiang Fei. "Sir, yes, sir." Balder nodded and acknowledged the order. He came forward respectfully and bowed with the standard Valsaurian salute. "My name is Balder. It is an honor to fight you," he said, without a shred of contempt. "I am Jiang Fei." "The feeling is mutual," replied Jiang Fei in the same manner of respect. Jiang Fei smiled. He was surprised to see anyone on this planet show respect to another. This was how it's supposed to be. 2 fighters showing respect before a fight. That was how he was taught back on Earth. "Please," said Balder as he got into a stance, and for gestured Jiang Fei to attack first. Like Gaxia, Balder was a Dacronian, a crocodile-like alien race with hardened rough hide as skin and a crocodile-like head. "As you wish." Jiang Fei acknowledged his gesture. Through the scope, Jiang Fei knew that Balder was strong, measuring at 580,000 combat level. At this level, he was only slightly stronger than Jiang Fei. As such, Jiang Fei did not want to further increase his combat level through Omni Surge. It was hard to find someone that could fight him as an equal. This would be a good chance for Jiang Fei to use his martial arts. With a firm grip on the ground, Jiang Fei kicked off and flashed behind Balder. That was not teleportation, but a series of quick dashes using Qin Gong and excellent footwork. In a contest of footwork speed, Jiang Fei's could be considered one of the best on Earth. That was what made Earth fighters unique. The Americans had boxing, the Japanese had karate, the Koreans had taekwondo, and many other countries had their own signature martial arts. On Earth, non-metahumans and metahumans alike had perfected the art of fighting through centuries of practice. Having practiced China's variety of kung fu, Jiang Fei had the versatility of many different fighting styles. Jiang Fei's first attack landed on Balder's right shoulder. Assuming it was a mock battle, he had intentionally aimed at a non-lethal spot. He even made sure not to land any powerful hits that might render Balder incapable of ever fighting again. "My turn," snarled Balder. He spun around with such intensity that his kick that followed was a dangerously powerful kick to the groin. The kick was coming at Jiang Fei with every intention to cause harm, but not out of malice. It was an attack to completely incapacitate the opponent, a move that Balder, as well as any other trainee under Autogact, would use as per their training. They interpreted a fight as a brawl between two opponents, in which only one would emerge victorious. The aim was always to defeat the opponent within the shortest amount of time. That was how Autogact trained them, to defeat all opponents with the least number of attacks. As such, all of the students under his wing were either cunning or powerful. Their combat levels were always higher than others, and even if they faced someone stronger, they could end the fight with a single attack. Such a style was not accepted by many and even rejected even by some. But they were Valsaurians, the strongest band of bandits in the entire universe. What honor would they have but the honor to plunder and rob? And so, Autogact's teaching method became popular. Other trainers either adapted his style or completely cloned it. "Oh, cheat!" Jiang Fei shrieked, surprised. He hadn't expected Balder's first attack to be a kick to the groin. The Crocodile Man had just shown him the respect of a martial artist, and the next thing he knew, he was about to lose his manhood. Jiang Fei's respect for the Crocodile Man quickly went down the drain. After dodging the kick, Jiang Fei's intent to kill grew stronger, but he still refrained from increasing his combat level. The disparity between Jiang Fei and Balder's combat levels was a few tens of thousands. Even so, at their levels of over 500,000, having a few extra tens of thousands of combat level would not conclude one's absolute strength. As the exchange of blows continued, Jiang Fei was slowly getting used to the fighting style of the alien races. When he was fighting Alexis, he noticed his techniques were as simple as 1+1, but with absolute destruction power. Most of their styles were either energy projectile-based attacks, or energy-infused physical punches or kicks. These attacks packed destruction power, but lacked elegance and creativity. If Jiang Fei was fast enough, he could divert a punch coming from a fighter with a 10 million combat level with just a simple palm technique. So even though Jiang Fei was several tens of thousand combat level weaker than Balder, he was able to turn the tide of the fight to his advantage by applying very basic martial arts skills. Interesting techniques. Autogact mumbled to himself. In the entire universe, every powerful being always sought ways to increase their own power. But the thought of seeking techniques to improve their fighting style had never crossed their mind. That was something only fighters from Earth thought of. Strength decides the winner. A fighter with only 100,000 combat level could never defeat a fighter with 200,000 combat level, even with the best skills in the universe. Seeking the best fighting technique was a waste of time and effort. Most of the cosmic fighters would rather invest their time into improving their physical strength or energy level. Terrans of Earth had a different mindset. Humans were born weak, as the conditions and environment of Earth were too accommodating. Their natural body constituent was extremely weak when compared to other alien races. To increase their combat level, they had to practice the art of fighting. In learning and practicing technique after technique, their fighting skills have been refined. The martial arts skills that Jiang Fei learned were from China. After being further refined by 0541, Jiang Fei was able to master the martial arts with minimal practice. Jiang Fei was considered extremely fortunate as he had his unique domain ability, saving him the time and effort of seeking better ways to increase his power. Instead, he could invest time and energy into perfecting his martial arts styles. Let me show you something interesting, said Jiang Fei after having traded several blows with Balder. Even with Jiang Fei's unique fighting style, Balder was still 80,000 combat level stronger than him. Jiang Fei had to employ special techniques to defeat a stronger opponent. Having been unable to defeat Jiang Fei in this fight that was dragging on, Balder finally found an opening. Jiang Fei had put too much force behind his punch, and when Balder took a step back, Jiang Fei accidentally lost his balance. His body tipped forward as he lost control of his footing. Chance! Balder was excited. Unlike Jiang Fei, he was actually panicking. He was stronger than the little Terran, but had been unable to get on the offense. Plus, he was fighting in front of his trainer and fellow trainees. The shame he felt was almost elevated when he saw an opening in Jiang Fei's stance. After taking a step back, Balder made his way to Jiang Fei's back and threw everything he had into a punch. If Jiang Fei took the hit, even with the bio-armor protecting him, he would not suffer too much damage but would still be tossed like a rag doll. HNNG. Before the punch could land, Jiang Fei roared and voluntarily fell headfirst to the ground. Shocked, Balder gasped. He had never seen or heard of anyone who would voluntarily fall to the ground. Thud. Swoosh. Jiang Fei hurled both his palms out. When he had a firm grip on the floor, he swung his entire body with his legs clung together. Like a log, Jiang Fei swung his lower half and struck Balder's calves with a double leg kick. The kick was infused with powerful origin force, dealing powerful kinetic force to Balder. Like a stack of Jenga losing its supporting base, Balder fell to the ground onto his back. Right as Balder was about to hit the ground, Jiang Fei cushioned his fall by resting his right knee on Balder's back. To show that he could kill Balder if he wanted to, Jiang Fei merely patted Balder's face with his right hand and his abdomen with his left. If Jiang Fei was going to kill him, he would simply press down his hands, and the resulting momentum would break Balder's spine. After the light slaps, Jiang Fei simply removed himself from Balder and leapt out of the way. "I've seen enough," said Autogact. Just as Balder was getting up to continue the fight, Autogact flashed himself between Balder and Jiang Fei. "Stand down. You're already dead, Balder." Chapter 1288. 1288. Up for grabs. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. "Yes, sir," answered Balder as he got to his feet. Despite obeying his trainer's order, Balder actually wanted to continue the fight. It was a complete loss. Jiang Fei was weaker, yet somehow, Balder could sense that he had been holding back. His suspicion was proven to be true when Jiang Fei made a feint, baiting Balder in order to make a kill shot. Balder fell for it and paid the price. If Jiang Fei had any intention of killing him, his spine and neck would have been snapped in an instant. "Who is your training officer?" asked Autogact, slowly walking towards Jiang Fei. He was but one out of a handful of people that did not care for Jiang Fei. "It's Moglain, sir," answered Jiang Fei. "Moglain, that but kissing son of a gun," barked Autogact angrily. Everyone knew that Moglain was in league with Alston, the head officer of the training academy. Many would turn a blind eye and let those two do whatever they want. Only Autogact and a few others whose fame lies with their talent cared not for their under-the-table etiquette and would say something against them. Jiang Fei simply nodded. Autogact could throw out insults as he liked, but not Jiang Fei. He was just a trainee, a day two trainee, in fact. He was on his own here. Alexis might have his eye on him, but his intention was purely to train him to be one of his top fighters. Nothing more. Jiang Fei could not depend on him to save his, but if anything were to happen. That settles it then. "Tomorrow, attend my class. I'll talk to Moglain about it," said Autogact. What? Jiang Fei stuttered. Even though he was happy to be chosen to attend Autogact's class, he could not simply decide that on his own. "I'll sort it out," said Autogact and left Jiang Fei to his own devices. Did that Terran just skip all other classes? I think he did. Autogact just fished him out of the beginner's class and into the graduating class. Everyone was shocked. Someone skipping an entire year's worth of lessons and training was unheard of. They had seen some skipping regular training sessions. That was common, as some had the advantage of strength and would not have to attend further strength training. Skipping classes was fine, but not an entire year. While Jiang Fei was still trying to grasp what had just happened, Autogact was already walking into Moglain's office. Autogact was known for being a headstrong trainer. Once he decided on something, nothing could change his mind. Entering the office, Autogact nonchalantly claimed Jiang Fei for himself. "Moglain, you have a trainee named Jiang Fei. He's mine now." Autogact only let himself talk to Moglain because of his good relationship with Alston. Even Alston himself was barely deserving of his respect, while no one else would even be worth talking to. Moglain was thrown. He was shocked to see Autogac coming into his office. What could the infamous, ruthless trainer that caused more than 2/3 of his trainees to die during training want with a weak Terran boy? Jiang Fei had never actually demonstrated his true strength in front of Moglain, which made him assume that Jiang Fei was nothing but a weakling waiting to be killed. Those that were informed about Jiang Fei's arrival thought he had pulled some strings with Alexis, allowing himself to enter the academy with such a low combat level. No, Autogact, can you not get any more arrogant? I know about all the times you insulted me as a butt kisser. What about you? Are you trying to be one yourself now? Sneered Moglain, misunderstanding Autogact's intention. Without the proper context, Moglain assumed that Autogact was there to steal his thunder. Autogact was known to only train graduating students. What would he do with a trainee with only 65,000 combat level? There's no other reason but to suck up to Alexis. Keep on dreaming, Autogact. Make yourself scarce as always, with that smug look on your face. Moglain shot to his feet and firmly stood his ground. Even though he had no intention of polishing Jiang Fei's skills, he still needed to keep Jiang Fei in his turf until he graduated with flying colors. If Autogact wanted to steal the spotlight, Moglain would have none of it. I'm not asking you. I'm telling you. Autogact hummed. There was no sign of him getting agitated. From his perspective, no other trainer deserved his respect and attention. There was no need for him to waste his time arguing with the weak. Enough. Your arrogance has its limits. We shall see what the chief training officer has to say about this, barked Moglain, whining like a little puppy. He was screaming and shouting, but made no attempt to actually fight Autogact. The disparity of strength between the two was too great. Even against 3 Moglins, Autogact would still emerge victorious. Go and bark at the one who holds your leash. However, before you do, I need to teach you a lesson, said Autogact as his fist was already half a foot away from Moglain's face. Moglain saw the punch coming and dodged it by a hair's width. What do you think you're doing? Are you attacking another training officer? Shouted Moglain. He has seen Autogact attacking other officers before, but he never thought that he would ever be on the receiving end. Autogact ignored his whines and came towards Moglain. His fist broke the sound barrier multiple times before it hit Moglain in the face. Moglain took the supersonic punch, and even though he was weaker than Autogact, he was still strong enough to brush it off as a flesh wound. He quickly got into his fighting stance and prepared to attack back, but it was too late. Autogact was already halfway through delivering his next attack. Wham! A clean attack landed and Moglain was sent flying off his feet. Autogact did not stop there. Even while Moglain was in the air, Autogact jumped up and kicked him multiple times. He did not give it all he had, but Moglain's entire uniform was stained with his footprints. Even his face had a boot print embedded on the side of his cheek. When Moglain got up and shouted at Autogact, one of his eyes was caved in. Autogact, enough. Enough? I'm not done beating the stupidity out of your head. Go now then, go and bark at Alston. There were other trainers as strong as him, but no one else dared to address the chief training officer by name. Just you wait. I'll have you stripped of your position, shouted Moglain. Even though he was truly angry and wanted nothing more but to beat up Autogact, he held back and ran off. He'd just gotten a good thrashing, and that was more than enough for him to know that Autogact was clearly the superior fighter. Moglain hastily proceeded to make a complaint to Alston. Contrary to Moglain, Autogact was taking his sweet time walking at a snail's pace to Alston's office. It's me, greeted Autogact, nonchalantly declaring his presence. An act of disrespect that even Alston dared not address. Autogact, could you at least show some respect to your chief officer? Alston barked the same phrase every time Autogact barged into his office without informing him first. He couldn't bring himself to punish Autogact for something so trivial when his achievements eclipsed all his past wrongdoings. Alexis himself had praised the man. Huh, respect to whom again? A weakling, retorted Autogact. Like any other Valsaurian, Autogact only had respect for those stronger than him. Enough of your insolence. You must obey the hierarchy at least. He is your superior officer, and you, Moglain, who'd arrived earlier and was standing by the side when Autogact came in, yelled at him. Alston stopped him before he could finish his sentence. Anyone in the room could see the outcome, except Moglain, whose judgment was clouded by anger. If Moglain had laid a hand on Autogact, he would have gotten his skull caved in. Alston did not need to be a prophet to predict such an outcome, so he stopped Moglain from lashing out. He had to. He was the chief training officer after all. If he allowed Moglain to attack, he wouldn't be able to stop Autogact from actually killing him. If he did try and stop him, Alston might get himself killed. What would become of the entire academy then? Humph. There's a good boy. Hide. Hide behind your master. Autogact spat out some vicious words that had both Alston and Moglain feeling their sting. Moglain. Alston bellowed commandingly when Moglain was about to say something. Either keep your mouth shut or get the hell out of my office. Alston vented his frustration at Moglain, even though he clearly did not deserve it. Moglain swallowed a mouthful of air and stormed out of the room. Being a top-rated but kisser, Moglain recognized when he was defeated. Alston was out of options to help him, and it was time to leave. Continuing to rely on the helpless wouldn't do him any good. Worse still, Alston might even end up disliking him. Chapter 1289 of all the choices, why him? Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Alston immediately calmed down once Moglain left. He cracked a genuine smile and addressed Autogact properly. Clarify something for me, would you? We have been working together for many years now, no? I don't care about that. All I want is the trainee named Jiang Fei. I understand that. I don't mind arranging that for you. But could you at least say, in a face-saving way, I am your friend of tens of years now. I've said enough. Give me Jiang Fei, and I'll be on my way. Yes. He's yours. Sigh. Would it kill you to at least acknowledge my position as your chief? Alston's tone was different this time. Seeing that Autogact was someone who would not follow social norms, trying to convince him with normal logic wouldn't get him far. That's all I want to hear. Autogact scoffed and left the room. He did not care about the sudden change of tone. When Autogact left the office happy and satisfied, Moglain snuck back in and started a rant about Autogact. Sir, how could you simply agree with him like that? It's too much, even for him. You're the cause of this. If only you were stronger and more capable, he wouldn't have come here. Ugh, get your face out of my sight. I'm tired of seeing you every day complaining and complaining. Like many others, Alston was also unable to deal with Autogact. The anger inside him boiled almost to the tipping point, and when Moglain arrived, he vented it all out on him. Yes, sir. Yes, calm down, sir. There's nothing to be angry about. I'll get my face out of your sigh. Moglain realized Alston was not in the mood for buttering up. After apologizing frantically, he left the room and returned to his own training ground. Jiang Fei had no idea what was going on. He had no idea that while he was chilling in his quarters, two training officers had gotten into a fight, and one of them was his training officer. Coming to Redstone might have been a mistake after all. On the second day of training, he had already helped an unknown stranger rob his own benefactor. A day later, he got his training officer beaten up by another officer. Unbeknownst to him, throughout his entire career in the Valsaurian army, he would offend more and more superior officers. The next day, when the bell rang, all trainees, sleeping or not, got up from bed and rushed towards the same gathering point. Jiang Fei, what the hell are you doing in my training ground? Shouted Moglain when he saw Jiang Fei standing like a pole in the trainee formation. Truth be told, when he saw Jiang Fei, Moglain could not help but shudder as he remembered the pain on his face when Autogact landed a clean hit. If it wasn't for him, Moglain would not have gotten beaten up. If it wasn't for him, Moglain would still be on Alston's good side. Sir, responded Jiang Fei. He had no idea that he had been transferred to Autogact's class. Come with me. Jiang Fei turned around and Autogact was there, appearing like unannounced like a ghost. Autogacto trainers. Every other trainee that was present gasped at the sight of the infamous trainer. Why would he be amongst the newer trainees when he was known to only teach the graduating class? Did he just ask Jiang Fei to follow him? Yeah, he did. Must be something he did. Must be. Jiang Fei is such a weakling. Why would Sir Autogact want him? Just like Moglain and Alston, the other trainees had no idea just how strong Jiang Fei really was. Come now, Jiang Fei. Your skills are wasted here in this SH Astrosful. Come and learn from me, said Autogact. The others who heard it could not believe their ears. Compared to Autogact's classes, Moglain's classes were truly weak. No one would deny that. But to think that Jiang Fei did not deserve to be in the same class as them, when he was weaker than every single trainee in that academy, was unbelievable. Did something happen to Autogact? Or did Jiang Fei do something to him? Sir Autogact, sir, this isn't right. Enough talking. Come with me, Jiang Fei. Autogact turned inside. He rarely repeated himself, and the only reason he did so was because he appreciated that Jiang Fei was an unpolished gem. However, that doesn't change the fact that Autogact was not going to change his attitude. Someone else spoke up. Sir, I object to this. You dare question my decision? Autogact stopped walking for a moment and turned around. He gazed at a shorter being, a Decronian named Gaxia, whose combat level was less than 200,000. It was an insult. Never in my life would I dare to, sir. My name is Gaxia. I have nothing but respect for you, sir. I have always hoped to one day join your class, but I just cannot understand the reason why you would pick the weakest trash in the universe and train him. Of all the choices here, why him? Gaxia spoke softly as he bowed. Why him, you say? Hee. Why don't you fight him and find out yourself? Jiang Fei, have a go at him, spat Autogact. That was his method, straightforward. If he could prove something with his fist, he would not have to speak. Yes, sir, responded Gaxia, delighted as if the gods had given him a shortcut to success. He had been given a chance to prove himself, to prove that he was better than the rest of the trash, a chance to potentially be taught by the greatest trainer in the academy and become someone important to Commander Alexis. Ready when you are, said Gaxia. He saluted Jiang Fei as another fighter and got into a fighting stance. He had nothing but contempt towards the Terran. Are we really going to fight? Jiang Fei turned to Gaxia before he turned to Autogact. He, of all people, knew how strong Jiang Fei was. Fighting someone that was less than half of his strength would be a waste of time. There was no need to hurt someone weak. If I were you, I'd stop talking and kill the opponent, said Autogact with such hostility that even Gaxia felt threatened by Jiang Fei. You can try, trash of Terran. Earth could have done better than to birth someone as useless as you. Gaxia let out a roar before he charged towards Jiang Fei with a fistful of fury. Jiang Fei flinched a little when he heard Gaxia was talking T about his home planet. Rage started to build up in him. You can belittle me. You can belittle my techniques. However, you'll regret the second you belittled Earth, snapped Jiang Fei. Hard. Gaxia grunted as he poured every ounce of power he had into his fist. He wanted to show Autogact that he was the one that deserved to be in his class, the one that had the best potential to be his greatest student. Sigh. What a waste of time and effort, said Jiang Fei. Omni-Surge was activated, and he got into a defensive stance. Without Omni-Surge, he would not die from Gaxia's attacks, but it would expose the bio-armor he was wearing. Gaxia was stunned as soon as the number on his measuring tool suddenly jumped to a combat level of 500,000. He immediately regretted his decision, but it was too late. He put everything he had into the punch, and pulling out now was impossible. Impossible. A rare fighting race, gasped Moglain, regretting his decision as well. If he had known about Jiang Fei's true power, he would have invested everything he had into training him to become the strongest trainee he had. However, it was all too late. Autogact had already came over to his class to fetch Jiang Fei, and Jiang Fei himself was willing to go with him. What could he do to stop Jiang Fei? Chapter 1290 Training starts. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, the surge of power was visible to everyone, and there was even a glow around Jiang Fei. It was a very faint illumination, but the shockwave from his surging power blasted everything around Jiang Fei, including Gaxia, who was only a few inches away. Only now did Moglain realize why Alexis and Autogact strongly coveted Jiang Fei. Impossible. Gaxia grunted as he struggled to get up. He had always thought that Jiang Fei was nothing but trash from a random corner of the universe. He absolutely could not accept his defeat at Jiang Fei's hands. Kill him, murmured Autogact, stepping closer to Jiang Fei. Huh? Why? Asked Jiang Fei. Gaxia might be an intolerant Decronian, much like any other Valsaurian, but he had done nothing wrong except badmouth Earth. His offense only deserved a good beatdown, not a death penalty. Autogact turned to look at Jiang Fei's calm expression and sighed. I see. It was a sign of compassion. Mercy even, and Autogact did not like it. Jiang Fei's innate talent had proved that he was a powerful fighter. It was the bare minimum that Autogact would accept in his class. Knowing full well that Jiang Fei was a being that had empathy and compassion, Autogact was still willing to take him in. He believed that he could change Jiang Fei's perception. Jiang Fei lowered his guard when Autogact did not give him any other orders. He shut down Omni Surge and waited. Come, said Autogact, turning his back on Jiang Fei and leaving. Jiang Fei hesitated slightly when he saw that everyone had changed their minds about him. The thought of having everyone's attention was nice, but he knew well that he would be everyone's target if he stood out. He did not expect to jump an entire year, especially since he had just enrolled in the academy. So he left them with no regrets. He did not understand why Moglain was not willing to teach him or why the trainer was so offended by him. By all means, there was no reason for him to stay. Autogact, the master of all trainers in Redstone, respected by all, even Commander Alexis. He may be proud and arrogant, but he had all the reasons and merit to be. Jiang Fei had only been on Redstone for less than a week, but he had heard of Autogact's many merits from Vorland. He knew that he would become stronger by following this infamous trainer. When Jiang Fei and Autogact returned to his personal training ground, everyone was already waiting, including Jiang Fei's previous opponents, the Decronane and the Borman. Jiang Fei, from today onwards, you will be taking my classes. Get into formation, said Autogact, again with his back facing Jiang Fei. It was obvious that he was not going to show any mercy to the young Terran. Attention, we will pick up where we left off yesterday. Back into the facility, ordered Autogact like he was without a single care in the world. Sir, yes, sir. Including Jiang Fei. Everyone saluted and replied. Jiang Fei had no idea what the facility was, but he did realize that he was not going to receive any special treatment from Autogact. Instead, he would be put into the same group as the other trainees. The entire class of graduating trainees quickly reached a larger building. There was no one around except operators who were tending to machines by the side of the structure. It was clear to Jiang Fei that the whole training ground was under Autogact's control and command. Besides Alston, Autogact probably held the highest authority, even in areas that he was not assigned to. Due to his domineering attitude, the other trainers were more than happy to let him have his way. No one dared to go against him lest they face his wrath. Autogact was standing at the entrance of the structure, legs crossed and hands in his pocket. How are young ones, such as yourself, slower than a man, such as myself? Seems that you need a little extra motivation to get those muscles growing. I'm setting the gravity to 50G and the time accelerator to 5T, said Autogact. He gestured to an operator at the side of the structure. Sir, thank you, sir, replied the others. Jiang Fei was the only one that replied, Sir, yes, sir. Go ahead. I'll die of old age by the time you're done, said Autogact when the operator gave him the go signal. Everyone formed a single file and entered the structure. As soon as Jiang Fei passed through a short tunnel, he kissed the floor hard, face first. He could not even see the light at the end of the tunnel. F***CK. Jiang Fei grunted as he felt every single bone and muscle in his body screaming with pain. 50G of Redstone's gravity was not for mere mortals. At this point, Jiang Fei had to activate Omni Surge or his bones would be crushed under its own weight. He controlled Omni Surge to only give him up to 500,000 combat level. At this level, he could survive in this crushing gravity, but not be comfortable enough to hinder his training session. Relying too much on Omni Surge would not be as fruitful as training under pressure. As he got to his feet, Jiang Fei realized that he was not the only one that had been floored by the powerful gravity pull. The Borman was also on the floor, grunting and panting furiously. The others managed to get to their feet. Unlike Jiang Fei, the Borman did not possess any power-up ability that he could rely on. Even after struggling for so long, he could not even lift a single finger. Standing up would be an impossible task for him. Ignoring the poor alien, Jiang Fei gazed at the scenery. It was a sight to behold as they were inside a building, yet there were mountains, valleys, and even its own climate. It would seem that the Valsaurians had mastered space-time manipulations to the point where they could even create a world within a building. There were plants and forests growing from the edge of the horizon. Jiang Fei's eyes traced the curving mountain ranges and could not see the edge as it extended far beyond the horizon. Jiang Fei figured that they must be inside a simulated environment or a real miniature world. Autogac's voice could be heard howling from the skies above. "Get your ass moving already." Everyone got serious for a moment and started to run. The stronger ones were seen sprinting, while the weaker ones had to drag their weight as they walked at a snail's pace. Some had to crawl as their overbearing sizes had proved to be too much for this high-gravity setting. While everyone was actually moving in some way, the Borman was the only trainee that was still immobile. Jiang Fei was also still trying to lift his right foot forward. Meanwhile, everyone else had either left them alone or disappeared into the distance, leaving nothing but a trail of dust behind them. "Sheesh, what's the rush? Is there a fire behind us, or is the gravity up ahead better than back here?" muttered Jiang Fei. Huff, huff, huff. The Borman's pants grew louder and louder. His expression changed from a furious struggle to despair and fear. It took Jiang Fei a moment to figure out that there was something else in this training field that he should be afraid of. Jiang Fei frowned, thinking things over. Sure, having to move, much less run, in this extreme, simulated environment was tough, but their training couldn't be this straightforward. No one cared to explain what was going on with the lesson, leaving Jiang Fei completely unaware that every single one of Autogac's lessons had something lurking in the shadows, ready to jump out and kill them. Frantic, Jiang Fei tried to walk faster. He heard a deep, loud thumping sound coming from behind him. The thumping sound was accompanied by a soft but obvious heartbeat, like a subtle vibration beneath his feet. "This cannot be good," said Jiang Fei. The ground they stood on cracked, opened, and a larger living organism emerged out of the earth like a kraken from the depths of the sea. As soon as Jiang Fei's eyes locked onto the unknown being, the scope immediately displayed information about it on the HUD. Abomination, intelligence being of the Sai system. Possesses a powerful combat level and extreme adaptability. Combat level. 350,000. Jiang Fei arched his eyebrow when recognized the beast. He even kept one of his own on in the Eastern land. But compared to the one he had, the creature in front of him was far, far more menacing. Not to mention larger. The one he saw on Earth was just a level 5 being with a combat level lower than 20,000. If it had been the same as the one currently in front of Jiang Fei, Earth would have been completely devoured. Chapter 1291, 1291, Treating Dumb Aliens as NPCs. The beast let out a loud groan as it noticed there were others it could eat nearby. It remained stationary, attempting to extend a single tentacle. On its first attempt, the tentacle only extended out a few meters before falling to the ground. It retracted the tentacle to try again, and this time it managed to extend it faster before it was affected by the gravity again. It was the creature's first exposure to the simulated gravity. Jiang Fei gasped as the beast's combat level greatly increased in just a short while. It was now at over 1,500,000. Even if Jiang Fei were to push himself to grow stronger, he would still not be able to defeat the beast, especially since he hadn't fully adapted to the 50G yet. Jiang Fei finally realized the reason why the other trainees were running so fast. Their lives were literally on the line. There was no point in staying to fight the beast. The strongest trainee only had a combat level of 800,000. Even if he were to team up with the other trainees, they would never be able to defeat the beast. Remembering his Qigong lessons, Jiang Fei poured all he had into a technique that allowed him to escape the incoming tentacle attack by a hair's width. While Jiang Fei barely managed to dodge the creature's death grip, the Borman was still struggling to even get to his feet. Huff! Huff! His pants grew louder and more panicked. Despite the fact that his student was on the brink of death, Autogact was still nowhere to be seen. That was his teaching method. The weak would be stamped out, leaving only the strongest to survive. Only the strong would remain to learn. None would care for the fallen. That was the mentality that Autogact had drilled into his trainees. The beast's tentacles slowly slithered around the Borman, and in no time, the room was filled with the eerie sound of bones being broken. The poor Borman was literally squeezed to death and ended up in the beast's belly. No wonder he's famous. Autogact is playing with his trainees' lives. Jiang Fei thought to himself. That was when he realized that Autogact's training sessions were always a matter of life or death. No wonder he had the highest turnover rate of his trainees. The beast devoured the Borman in one clean swallow. Looking at it made Jiang Fei think about his own beast that was already as large as Small Hill at only 20,000 combat level. How big could a 1,500,000 combat level beast be? But the more important question was, would it be satisfied with just a single helping of Borman? The beast's many eyeballs turned and locked onto Jiang Fei. OF*CK. His mind screamed at him to run, but Jiang Fei hesitated, trying to figure out other methods of survival. There is a Chinese saying which states to never reveal your trump card unless you're in a dire situation. Of course, Jiang Fei could always easily defeat the beast with just a flick of his finger in the 10th dimension. But he knew that he was being observed by Autogact. If he did that, word would soon spread about his impressive feat of defeating a 1,500,000 combat level abomination. He would then have more eyes on him than he could ever wish for. Knowing full well that he was stuck on an alien planet, alone and afraid, Jiang Fei dared not act out of his comfort zone. Most importantly, traditional Chinese teachings and the origin of the aforementioned saying had persuaded Jiang Fei to run instead. He turned around, still maintaining his combat level at 500,000, and ran with all his might. He ran and ran until he reached the valleys. He got faster as he ran, and his breathing evened out. Qigong was helping, and in no time at all, he was able to run without breaking his rhythm. Soon, the beast was already left behind. Jiang Fei might only be at 500,000 combat level, but that didn't mean that he was depending on his own power alone. The core of will inside his mind was constantly feeding him energy to power Omni-Surge, as well as granting him strength. It was a constant source of free energy, which meant that Jiang Fei did not need to worry about running out of power and only had to find means of coping with the environment around him. As they ran, with both Jiang Fei and the beast gaining speed, they caught up to another trainee that had taken off a while ago. F*CK. F*CKU, Jiang Fei, roared the trainee when he saw Jiang Fei leading the beast behind him. The trainee was only at around 300,000 combat level, weak as a fly compared to the beast behind him. If Jiang Fei were to run any faster, the beast would catch up and feast on the lagging trainee. There was nothing he could do. He did not have Omni-Surge. Unless he could find a way to run faster, he would be eaten. Whoops! Jiang Fei did not mean to lead the beast. He had only ran where his feet led. If anyone was to blame for this, it would be the trainee himself for being too weak. He had taken off so long ago and yet only managed to cover such a short distance. Jiang Fei was no troublemaker. He didn't want to create trouble with others unless provoked. So when he saw the trainee, he quickly lured the beast away. Slowing down slightly to bait it, Jiang Fei managed to get it to turn to another direction. After continuing to run for a while, Jiang Fei encountered another trainee, who again cursed out loud when he saw the beast following behind Jiang Fei. F*CKU. Why are you lots so slow? Cursed Jiang Fei. He'd had enough after diverting the beast so many times. No matter which direction he went, no matter how many times he tried to save them, all he got were curses and scolding. If he ran just a little faster, Those ungrateful buggers would end up as treats for the beast. Oh, stop. Jiang Fei made a sudden proposal to the beast as he stopped running. On the one hand, he did not want to wrong the other trainees, but on the other, he'd had enough of running. Huff, huff, you, let eat. Me, no, chase. Huff, said the beast, huffing and puffing. Running after the little Terran in 50G was not something hyperadaptation could help with. Jiang Fei was doing all right as he had Omni Surge, as well as the core of will feeding him energy. Enough talk. You can never chase after me. Let's talk peacefully, said Jiang Fei. He had subconsciously started to treat the beast like any other NPC in a game. He would trick the beast just like he tricked the NPCs. The beast was undoubtedly strong, but it was also dumb. No, talk, eat. You must. Hungry, roared the beast. Being dumb was still acceptable when one has power, and with power comes hunger. Can you even reach me? Provoked Jiang Fei, jumping around freely. No, chase. You. Fust. Gur. Being dumb, it was almost impossible for the beast to lie. The beast knew that Jiang Fei was just running around leisurely and could even outrun it easily. Exactly. If you can't chase me, surely you can't eat me. You. Right, said the beast as it retracted all its tentacles and started to shrink slightly. Me go. Others. Slower. You. Bye-bye. As soon as it said that, the beast turned around and started to move. Along the way, the beast had spotted many other trainees that could not outrun it. If it remembered the route, it could chase after several trainees and eat them. Wait, shouted Jiang Fei standing in front of the beast. You. What? Want. Me hungry. Me eat. You know let eat. Me go. What do you like most? Asked Jiang Fei. He just got an idea. Oh, me love. Cosmosa. Sandbug. Very delicious. You have. The beast happily squiggled about, thinking about the food it had just mentioned. What's that? Jiang Fei asked 0541. Quadrant ZXS 354 Galaxy. A local delicacy. A talking bug explained 0541 and displayed an image of it into Jiang Fei's mind. It was the same kind of talking worm that Jiang Fei saw talking to the eagle-like alien in the food court. Oh yes, I do. Come with me. I will let you eat all the sand bugs you want, said Jiang Fei loudly with a smile. He had the most cunning plan ever to deceive this dumb alien. Chapter 1292, to suppress one's kindness. Translator, Endless Fantasy, Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation You. Tell truth. No lie. Me eat you. If lie, said the dumb beast. Despite presenting itself as unintelligent, it was actually extending its tentacles from underneath its body. They burrowed into the ground, hiding all around Jiang Fei. In the blink of an eye, unnoticed by Jiang Fei, all the tentacles burst out of the ground and tried to wrap around him. F*CK. I've been fooled. Jiang Fei had completely let his guard down while negotiating with the beast and did not realize he was being trapped. Relying on speed alone would not help him escape the many tentacles zooming towards him. Let him eat, bellowed the beast. It was furious about being unable to chase Jiang Fei. Now that it had Jiang Fei trapped, the little Terran would become its food. It was as delighted as someone finally chugging down a cold, refreshing drink after a long workout session. Oh no you don't. Jiang Fei grunted as he deployed Omni Surge. The first burst of power managed to create a small space for him to breathe, but he was far from done. He focused his thoughts to hit the maximum combat level he could muster, measuring at over 1,700,000. The second burst created a powerful shockwave that pushed away every single tentacle coming toward him. In that vacuum, Jiang Fei drew the Chungying sword and got into a fighting stance. The Zhanlu sword was still being reforged by 0541 and could not be used at the moment. But Jiang Fei was confident that he would be able to at least hurt the beast with his power and the Chungying sword. Interesting. You've been hiding your true powers, commented Autogact as he observed Jiang Fei through a monitor outside the building. Jiang Fei's sudden increase of power was truly surprising. Autogact had never been so pleased to see a new greenhorn possessing such a talent. Powered up, the 50G only had a slight effect on Jiang Fei. At this point, it only felt like having weights strapped on him back on Earth. As his body became lighter, Jiang Fei was able to move around with Qin Gong, zooming about like lightning. Jiang Fei found every single possible route around the abomination's body and ran behind it. He infused metal power with origin force into the blade, making it as hot as burning lava before plunging into the beast like a hot knife in a butter. The beast moaned painfully and struggled around to get Jiang Fei off its back. Before Jiang Fei was shaken off, he managed to slice off one of its protruding tentacles at the root. One fell, but there were countless more coming towards him. 8 of them were created instantly and hurled towards him. Jiang Fei quickly pulled his sword out of the beast's body and jumped away, moving so fast that the tentacles coming for him hit the beast instead. The force behind said tentacles were so powerful that it actually left several red lines of bruises on the beast. Jiang Fei kicked off from the ground and landed on the beast's body. He struck the blade downwards into the beast and ran along, cutting it like scissors through paper. The beast retaliated violently, but Jiang Fei easily dodged every single tentacle strike. Instead of inflicting damage on Jiang Fei, the beast was only hurting itself. Jiang Fei thought that he was causing significant damage to the beast, but all his strikes had just left shallow cuts. His sword may be a meter long, but the beast was as large as a mountain. How much damage could Jiang Fei really inflict with such a small toothpick? Good combat skills. Superb body movements. TSK. Shame that he lacks experience. What shame indeed. Too soft, said Autogact. He liked Jiang Fei's fighting skills, but was not satisfied with his inner self. Jiang Fei was not killing his enemy, but merely hurting them. I need to train him harder. I must, if I want to win this year's Best Trainer award, said Autogact as he started to formulate a training plan for Jiang Fei. After a while, there were lines and lines of sword cuts on the beast, but hadn't sustained much damage at all. The cuts were simply like scratches or a tiny paper cut to humans. Just leave it alone for a few minutes, and the pain would go away. The beast roared as its eyes glowed with a powerful blue hue. A psychic wave hit Jiang Fei like a truck. That was the secret attack of the beast's race, a trump card to be used in desperate moments. Anyone, even other beings with higher combat levels, would die by this skill. Autogact, who was spectating the fight from outside the building, gasped. Jiang Fei was only stronger by a small difference. He knew the psychic attack well enough to know that Jiang Fei would die, if not be paralyzed for eternity as his mind was destroyed by the attack. The beast's psychic attack hit Jiang Fei like a tsunami wave, but he stood his ground, unmoved. Autogact, who was just heading inside the simulated ground, panicked. He was always unaffected by his trainees' well-being, but Jiang Fei was an exception. He wanted to train Jiang Fei to be the best trainee out there. He could even become the best ever in the history of the entire academy. Even if it went against his normal behavior, Autogact would not allow Jiang Fei to be rendered useless. That's it, mumbled Jiang Fei. He noticed the incoming psychic attack, but what could it possibly do to him? Jiang Fei's mind housed the amalgamated core of will, granting him absolute power over the mind. It was so powerful that not even 0541 could measure it. A psychic attack like the beast's only affected Jiang Fei the way a teaspoon of salt affects the vast ocean. Jiang Fei gripped the sword in his hands and kicked off from the ground once more. This time, he sliced off 2 more tentacles before he landed on the beast's body and started to carve it up again. In one round trip around it, Jiang Fei had sliced off many more tentacles until there were only 2 left. The beast wriggled and forced Jiang Fei off. It knew that he was stronger. Even though it could not be killed by Jiang Fei's feeble attempts, it realized that it could not kill him either. Losing all intention to fight, it attempted to escape. It would recover in a few days. What a good training session, said Jiang Fei, contented. He put away his sword as he had no intention to kill the beast nor to enslave it. The beast, like the one he had killed on Earth, had no value to him. Jiang Fei and the girls had all reached level 5 and could no longer make use of biopotion to enhance their strength. Plus, Jiang Fei was light years away from Braveheart. He could not even extract energy from a living being. It would just be a waste of effort to kill the beast. At that moment, a bolt of lightning as thick and wide as Braveheart struck down the fleeing beast, vaporizing it instantly. "Why didn't you deliver the killing blow?" asked Autogact, appearing behind Jiang Fei. "There's no reason to," replied Jiang Fei nonchalantly, having gotten used to Autogact's methods of appearing out of nowhere. "Showing mercy to your enemy is to doom yourself. Do you know that? Or are you simply playing around?" "I'm..." Jiang Fei couldn't reply. "You are strong, but you're too soft-hearted. Regular training wouldn't do you any good. Follow me. I will administer a new kind of training for you," said Autogact. He took Jiang Fei's arms and dragged him off like a rag doll. Even in his empowered mode, Jiang Fei was powerless against Autogact. "Where are we going, sir?" asked Jiang Fei as he followed obediently. Chapter 1293, Baptism by Blood. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. When Jiang Fei and Autogact left the training facility, Autogact stopped for a bit. He went over to the operator of the facility structure and told him to turn off the system. It would seem that the facility was drawing a lot of power, and since he was leaving for a while, it might as well be turned off. "We're done here. Follow me." Autogact turned to Jiang Fei and beckoned him to follow. Jiang Fei nodded and followed along like an obedient dog. As they walked, Jiang Fei's curiosity compelled him to ask where they were going, but Autogact remained silent. Soon the duo had left the academy entirely and headed towards the shipping port. There, Autogact simply called out to a random passing operator, "Ready a small transport ship for me." "You got it, sir," said the operator. By law, no training officer had the right to take a training cadet out from the academy and leave the planet. Autogact, however, had no regard for the laws and protocols. Like many others with power and fame, much like on Earth even, Autogact could do anything he wanted and get away with it. After a short wait, the same operator returned to lead them to a small transport vessel. The ship was just being fueled and had over 10 crew members ready for a new mission. "Sir, where are we going?" asked the captain of the vessel. "Planet Karoran, Zora's system," said Autogact. Keying in, "We are ready," said the captain. The other crew members initiated the departure procedure, finalizing all other systems in the ship before closing the boarding hatch. "Sir, Karoran is?" Jiang Fei probed for more information. "It's faster to understand when you see it for yourself," murmured Autogact. All hatches were closed, and when everyone was strapped in, the ship took off from the spaceport, zooming across the atmosphere and into space. Unlike any other spaceship that Jiang Fei had seen and rode on, this ship was shaped like a basic metallic spaceship, with a small multi-purpose cargo space at the rear and 2 seated pilot cabins in the front. The ship took off vertically first, and after reaching a certain altitude, it zoomed straight with only a small elevation angle before it breached the atmosphere into the vacuum of space. After 4 hours of sublight speeds, they arrived at another planetary system. This planetary system had less than 10 celestial objects, planets included, orbiting a yellow dwarf main sequence star, a smaller version of the sun of the Sol system. "Sir, we are approaching the orbit distance of Karoran. Do you wish to descend?" asked the captain. "No need. Approach orbiting distance and teleport him down to a random grounded terrain," said Autogact. "Yes, sir." Jiang Fei arched an eyebrow. Perhaps he was being sent down for a mission or a test. "Sir, am I being given a mission?" he asked. "Not a mission, technically. All you need to do down there is stay alive," said Autogact, cracking a smile. Jiang Fei shuddered at the sight of it, as he could feel a sinister plot afoot. "Sir, everyone is ready. We can proceed with the teleportation," said the captain. "Boy, in 7 days, I will come back and pick you up. If there's anything left of you," said Autogact, gesturing a go sign to the captain. Before Jiang Fei could react, white particles appeared and swirled around him. In the next second, Jiang Fei reappeared on soft ground on planet Kororan. He walked around, feeling the texture of the ground beneath him. The gravity on Kororan was stronger than Earth, and only slightly less than Redstone. "Nice place this is," said Jiang Fei. Although everything on the planet was alien to him, he could still appreciate nature in its many forms. The entire planet, or at least this particular area of it, was covered with flora. Plants that grew as tall as Burj Khalifa could be seen blocking the light from the sky. Grass and moss-like plants that were as tall as Jiang Fei covered the lower ground. The atmosphere was pleasant, warm, and peaceful. 7 days seems all right, said Jiang Fei as he started to wander around, looking for a suitable place to set up camp. As he made his way through the shrubs, he made sure to glance around with the scope actively scanning for life forms. Just then, he heard a faint noise coming from a nearby towering tree and spotted a rabbit. "A rabbit?" Jiang Fei gasped. The rabbit looked exactly like a rabbit from Earth. The same size, long fluffy ears, short limbs, and cute little cheeks that wobble as they chew. Flop flop. Not noticing Jiang Fei, the rabbit continued to mind its own business. Jiang Fei himself remained a distance away, staying quiet as he continued to observe the little critter. Not long after it was simply hopping around, the tall grass nearby began to move, as if something was slithering towards its direction. The scope began to use different kinds of sight filters until it detected a long snake-like life form through its infrared filter. It was as wide as a tree trunk and measured at least 8 meters long. The snake came forward, wrapping itself around the rabbit to prevent the poor little critter from escaping. "Well, that's the circle of life," said Jiang Fei. Although he was more compassionate than Autogact and anyone else on Redstone, he was not kind enough to save the rabbit. He recognized that by stopping the snake from eating the rabbit, he would be disrupting the ecosystem. Just when the snake was curling itself in preparation to strike, the rabbit let out a deafening squeak. In the next second, countless other rabbits of many different shapes, sizes, and colors appeared from other parts of the biome. At that moment, Jiang Fei finally recognized the one difference between the rabbits of Earth and the rabbits of Kororan: their carnivorous nature. The rabbit that was being cornered made its first move against the snake by jumping towards its head and biting it off with its sharp, vampire-like fangs. All the other rabbits joined in to feast on the snake, and not 2 seconds later, the large snake was gone, leaving nothing but a trail of long, white-colored bones. Jiang Fei took a while to digest what he saw and instinctively took a step back. These cute little critters were vicious as F***CK. As he slowly withdrew from the mass of carnivorous rabbits, he unfortunately did not look at where he stepped. "Cree!" Jiang Fei quickly looked down and saw that he had just stepped on a rabbit the size of his fist. It died instantly when Jiang Fei stepped on it, but that was not the end. Its dying scream alerted the others, and in no time, a horde of fang-bearing rabbits was coming towards him. The phrase "like hungry wolves" would not be enough to describe them. These rabbits were worse than hungry wolves. Poppy combat level, 3,300, a smaller than average life form. Indigenous to planet Kororan. Due to their small appearance and size, they move, hunt, and live in large groups. They possess very little intellectual capability. They know no fear of death. If threatened, they band together to kill any other life form, no matter their size. Caution: never approach a large group of poppies. Without relying on Omni-Surge, Jiang Fei slapped the incoming poppies with his bare hands. These poppies only had 3,300 combat level. At most, they would be the same level as the strongest level 4 fighter on Earth. For Jiang Fei, they were just as they are rabbits. As soon as Jiang Fei killed the second one, the thousands of other rabbits squeaked at the same time, summoning other rabbits from far away to surround Jiang Fei. As warned by the scope, one is never to approach a large group of poppies. That usually just meant a group of more than 10, but Jiang Fei was facing off against at least tens of thousands. The cries of a fallen rabbit was deemed as a cry for reinforcement. Unless one were to kill all the poppies on Kororan, one would not be able to catch a break until either side perishes. The first thing Jiang Fei did was leap towards high ground and draw the Chungying sword as a precaution. As Jiang Fei jumped on branches to escape, the crowd of rabbits leaped up too, chasing Jiang Fei all the way up into the trees. F***CK. Several rabbits leaped in front of Jiang Fei, wanting to have a bite of his head. Jiang Fei cut them down swiftly, but it did not make things easier. The more he killed, the more vicious the rabbits became. He eventually gave up on running and decided to face them all at once. He blasted an area, blowing and flattening tall grass to create a breathing area for himself to prepare for a mass slaughter. Whoosh! With a sword swing charged with a massive amount of energy, Jiang Fei cut down several hundreds of them. But the alien rabbits were still not showing any signs of retreating. When is this going to end? Jiang Fei grunted as he continued to kill and kill. Individually, these rabbits would not stand a chance against Jiang Fei, but as a whole, they might actually defeat him. By the time he had killed several thousands of them, tens of thousands more came to take their place. Audiobook-style had placed Jiang Fei on Karorin, not to train his combat skills or strength, but to cultivate the mentality of a cold-hearted killer. Audiobook-style recognized that Jiang Fei was a talented fighter. To train one's combat skill only took time and effort, but to train one's mental state, to mold one's personality, to kill without hesitation, takes more than that. Jiang Fei needed to go through a special baptism, a baptism by blood, by slaughter. Chapter 1294, EVOL Poppy. As he swung and swung and swung, Jiang Fei had already spent more than 72 hours swinging his sword. For 3 days, he had no rest, sleep, food, or drink. His muscles were beginning to look defined from the constant swinging. 3 days Jiang Fei had spent on this planet, killing without showing any signs of stopping. Perhaps he had already killed all around the planet, or perhaps he had only killed from one region. But by 0541's count, Jiang Fei had killed millions of poppies. And yet they were still pouring in from all over the place, like a never-ending stampede. As the scope on his head stated, these rabbit-like creatures had no fear of death. Like moths to a flame, these rabbits saw Jiang Fei and rushed towards him, as if dying by his sword was the very thing they had been coveting their entire lives. Before, when Jiang Fei had just landed on the planet, towering trees formed canopies with their leaves, covering most of the land with shade and providing minor protection from harsh rain. Now, after the slaughterfest, jungles turned into swamps filled with blood, and flatlands turned into shallow pools of blood. Carcasses were all that was left in Jiang Fei's wake. Yet even so, despite the sheer number of their own kind that had died, poppies from all around the planet were still coming to him. If Jiang Fei decided to let them be, to let them attack him without fighting back, not a single one of them would be able to penetrate his defenses. The bio-armor he was wearing was too strong for any of them to break. At most, Jiang Fei would only be rendered motionless after being swarmed by them. But at the end of it all, Jiang Fei would be unharmed, except for hunger and thirst. Even so, Jiang Fei would not stop. How could he? He had been killing so many for so long that he had stopped caring about anything. His involuntary reflexes was the one thing keeping him from stopping. He saw the rabbits, as young humans generally saw cockroaches. No one would dare to go to sleep if you spotted one in your bed and failed to find it. It had been 3 days since he last consumed anything, but that did not stop him from killing. He had killed a good number of humans before, but never of this amount and severity. On Earth, Jiang Fei needed a reason to kill. Be it to face adversaries, for revenge, or for war, there was always a reason. Now, Jiang Fei had absolutely no reason to continue. He was only killing for the sake of it. There was no longer any purpose or motive. There were just too many of them. No matter how many Jiang Fei cut down, more came. And so, the killer in him was cultivated. Jiang Fei was now at the point where he refused to let the rabbits bite him. The ground was soaked with the blood of the rabbits. Every step he took squished with a thick, viscous red liquid. New layers coated over the dried, old layers of blood, making it even thicker. The sensation of it would disgust anyone who could think straight. The squealing sounds never stopped. Every time he swung his sword, there would be squealing. Like a law of nature, it wouldn't feel right if Jiang Fei killed the poppies instantly without giving them a chance to squeal. Every time they made that sharp, ear-piercing noise, it would send a jolt down his spine, waking him up. Any normal human would have been broken, both of spirit and mind. Jiang Fei was only starting to feel numb. While training his mental state, he was also honing his sword skills. Such an environment would only come once in a lifetime for Jiang Fei, and he intended to make full use of it. Without stopping, even when the sun in the sky had set and risen again many times, Jiang Fei had already spent 6 days on Kororin. The death toll of poppies had reached 100 million, yet the situation remained the same. Poppies coming in from all corners of his sight, charging towards him with murderous intent. On the first day, Jiang Fei had slipped and fell many times as he could not get used to the blood-soaked ground. Now, that same ground was normal to him. His footwork had greatly improved from constantly fighting on the wet, slippery ground. However, that was not the highlight. The air had gotten moist from the evaporated blood, and everywhere but the sky was dyed a dark crimson color. Breathe. Don't stop breathing. Jiang Fei was on the verge of collapsing. His mind could not think straight, and he had to remind himself to breathe, or he would start to forget about it. Every time he took in a mouthful of air, some of the blood that was splattered on his face got into his mouth and nose. In the beginning, it was horrid, but now, as he had gotten used to it, he had acquired a certain taste for it. On the 6th day, killing had become second nature for Jiang Fei. Every swing he took was emotionless, neither powered by hatred nor the urge to survive. It was like walking, breathing, drinking, and eating, a natural phenomenon. Seeing the guts of the rabbits spill out of their bodies was only expected. This was the outcome Autogact wanted. Jiang Fei was only a 19-year-old young man who would soon be 20. Yes, he was approaching adulthood, but he was still malleable, like a canvas that could still be cleaned and reconditioned. He wanted to change Jiang Fei's attitude, to get rid of his humanity, to turn him from someone kind and compassionate into someone cold and cruel. Even if he failed at that, he wanted Jiang Fei to get used to massacring without compassion, to commit genocide without mercy, and to slaughter without batting an eye. It was, as always, a requirement to be in the Valsaurian army. Famed for their merciless kills, to rob an entire planet of their precious resources was nothing but a daily routine for them. To be part of the army is to get rid of one's own conscience. Rumble. As Jiang Fei was killing emotionlessly, he felt a sudden wave coming from far away. A wave of murderous intent that was like no other. Not long after, he felt a powerful tremor, which was soon followed by a loud growl. Jiang Fei snapped back to reality at the sound of the growl. The F***CK. Just from hearing the sound and feeling the strong wave of murderous intent, Jiang Fei knew that the next enemy was a powerful one. Thump! Thump! A large towering beast approached from the edge of the horizon. At the same time, the other poppies actually slowed down and moved aside to open a path for the beast. Now it's a big bunny. The beast, when it came into sight, was a large bunny measuring at least 10 meters tall. EVOL. Poppy combat level, 2,300,000 note. An evolved poppy. Possibility of occurring is 1:100,000,000,000,000. An EVOL. Poppy is seen as the guardian ruler of its kindred. High threat. This is going to be tough, sighed Jiang Fei. He was mildly surprised to see such a large rabbit possessing over 2 million combat level when the rest of its kindred were only at 3,300. Thump, 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 thump. Even though its movements were sluggish and slow, when it spotted Jiang Fei from afar, it began to accelerate. Like a train, it was slow when it was just starting to move, but soon started to pick up speed. The other poppies that were surrounding Jiang Fei at all angles started to squeak louder before they dispersed. In no time, the large beast stood towering over Jiang Fei. How I missed Dawnbreak. It's boss time, barked Jiang Fei. He took a deep breath and deployed Omni Surge at its maximum potential. pumping his combat level up to 1,700,000. Even though Jiang Fei was still very much weaker than the boss, he could not increase his combat level further without first being excited. The giant beast turned around and witnessed the outcome of Jiang Fei's massacre. Nothing but dead bodies of its kindred could be seen. Anger built up, and with a powerful roar, the giant rabbit unleashed a powerful roaring attack at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei was knocked off his feet. The sheer volume of the beast's roar was strong enough to rupture his eardrums. His head felt like it was exploding from the inside out, and he could feel blood dripping from his eyes and ears. What a powerful sonic roar, muttered Jiang Fei, recognizing the enemy's power. With such a threat, Jiang Fei's will to fight surged, further increasing his combat level to 1,800,000. No matter. Roar all you want. You're still a fluffy bunny. Jiang Fei bared his teeth as he kicked off from the ground and shot towards the beast like a cannonball. With his hands gripping the Changying sword, Jiang Fei charged it with energy, preparing to cleave the beast's head in two. BSSSSHHHH. Pang! NNFF, grunted Jiang Fei. Unexpectedly, when the sword was headed for the spot in between the beast's eyes, the giant rabbit blasted two powerful heat rays from both its eyes and deflected Jiang Fei's sword. The blasts from the heat rays were so strong, and when paired with how strong Jiang Fei had been gripping the sword, it ended up deflecting both the sword and Jiang Fei as well. Jiang Fei knew that the enemy was far stronger than himself, and he needed to change his tactic. Instead of fighting directly with brute force, he needed to exploit its weakness. Once his foot touched the blood-soaked ground, Jiang Fei lowered himself while running at almost the speed of sound. He needed to be fast, as the giant rabbit was not finished unleashing heat rays from its eyes. It followed Jiang Fei's every move with its eyes. No matter how fast Jiang Fei could run, looking was much faster. Even so, Jiang Fei was still faster. He had a plan. No matter how large the giant rabbit was, he was not as agile as Jiang Fei. Being so large, just turning around would be hard. So Jiang Fei ran towards the beast's back, be it with sonic attacks or heat rays. The rabbit could not keep up with Jiang Fei before he reached its back. Chapter 1295, an older ultimate, now obsolete. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation BSSH. BSSSH. The EVOL. Poppy was not stopping. For as long as Jiang Fei was within its line of sight, it shot out red-hot heat rays from its eyes. And for as long as the EVOL Poppy was attacking, Jiang Fei would always be moving, avoiding all attacks like a graceful dancer. Everything that happened within seconds. In 4 to 5 seconds since the start of the fight, Jiang Fei had finally entered attack range, close enough to thrust his sword and stab the beast. However, before he could land a hit, the beast laid down on all fours. With a powerful kick with its hind legs, it tackled Jiang Fei and hit him like a train. Wham! Jiang Fei took the hit and was knocked away. He had been too careless. He had assumed the beast was a biped and never thought it would assume a tackling stance. Cough! Jiang Fei got up to his feet and spat a mouthful of blood. The attack was not all too damaging. The bioarmor had absorbed 2 million combat level worth of attack, but the giant rabbit was stronger than 2 million. The rest of the damage that the armor wasn't able to absorb had landed on Jiang Fei, inflicting a certain amount of damage. Jiang Fei himself had over 2 million combat level. Albeit not fatal, he could still feel the prickling pain in his chest and lower abdomen. Having been knocked away, Jiang Fei was now far from the beast again. After that attack, the beast now understood what Jiang Fei was going to do. It started taking precautions, never allowing Jiang Fei to get to its blind spot, which was its back. Smart bunny. What a drag. Jiang Fei grunted. While the others were more than willing to leap into his blade, this bigger one had enough intelligence to protect its own weak spot. Even though the rabbit protecting its back was rather a troublesome move, Jiang Fei came to understand that its back was its weakness. If the rabbit had not made any move to protect its back, Jiang Fei would not have figured it out. That shows just how vulnerable its back was. It was smart, but if it were any smarter, it would not have made such an obvious move. Both sides knew what the other was thinking and begun to adjust their fighting strategy. When Jiang Fei made any move to either side, the rabbit would adjust itself to always keep him within its line of sight. I need to do something, or this will be a long, long fight, Jiang Fei murmured. He was not afraid of being tired, but the fighting stage was only getting smaller as he had to worry about the other smaller rabbits. Moreover, the rabbit had both ranged and melee attacks. It was only getting harder to find an opening the longer the battle went on. If he chose to ignore attacking its weak spot and rely on sheer brute force, Jiang Fei would lose the fight. The rabbit was clearly stronger in terms of physical strength, and Jiang Fei had to move around it to avoid direct confrontation at all costs. 0541. Do you have any idea? Jiang Fei asked. Yes, you can use the Zhanlu sword. 0541 answered nonchalantly. No, I want to fight him and kill him with my own strength. Relying on a sure-kill secret weapon would not make me stronger, said Jiang Fei, rejecting the notion. If he wanted to win the fight, he could simply drag the rabbit into the 10th dimension and disintegrate it there. Well, there's nothing I can do for you. You will need to rely on your own will, 0541 said. To become stronger, Jiang Fei himself had to become stronger, physically and mentally. Might as well, Jiang Fei said, biting down his lips. If 0541 had a sudden plan, he would adopt it as he went. Just then, the EVOL, Poppy roared, unleashing a powerful sonic attack that pushed Jiang Fei back a few meters. Jiang Fei stabbed the ground with his sword to resist the push, but even so, the sonic attack too strong. It was a physical attack like no other. His eyes, ears, and lips were oozing with blood at this point. That will be your last scream. Jiang Fei wiped off the blood from his eyes and lips and started to concentrate. With sheer willpower, Jiang Fei's combat level increased further up to 1,900,000. Even so, he was not contented. He needed more power. Whoosh! PSSHHHH. A surge of energy went through Jiang Fei's body. A cone of energy materialized around Jiang Fei. His heart rate increased so fast that blood was oozing from his pores and into the mist, turning it red. Like steam out of a hot kettle, Jiang Fei was emitting steams of blood. His combat level was given a powerful boost, pushing it further by 30% to 2,470,000. Blood Rage. This was an old ultimate technique Jiang Fei had not used in a long time. It was used twice when Jiang Fei was only at the pinnacle stage of level 4, to give him a temporary boost to level 5. When he had ascended into the realm of level 5, Blood Rage still gave him a boost of power, but it was unfortunately only 30%. As such, the side effect of the technique was not as painful and severe as when he was only level 4. He would still be weakened, but not to the point where he would be incapacitated, where he would be killed easily. From a distance, Jiang Fei gripped the handle of the sword hard and made a powerful swing. A golden charged energy sword blast was sent out, aimed at the giant rabbit's head. The beast might be evolved and smarter than the rest of its kindred, but it failed to adjust its judgment toward Jiang Fei. Having powered up, Jiang Fei was clearly stronger than it. Instead of dodging the incoming sword blast, it remained stationary and shot out 2 parallel beams of heat rays, thinking that it would deflect the attack. The sword blast hit the heat rays, but it remained unchanged in its headings. In the next moment, the sword blast hit the rabbit's head, creating an explosion of power, injuring the rabbit. Growling, the EVOL, Poppy roared, writhing and groaning in pain as fresh, hot blood dripped down its fat chin. Even though Jiang Fei was only slightly stronger than the giant rabbit, he was still able to injure it severely. His sword technique was a refined Chinese martial art that had been polished over thousands of generations. The technique itself required physical strength, and with a little mastery of qi, one could increase the lethality of the sword by 1,000-fold. The beast might be strong, but it was still a beast. Its mastery in energy attacks was simply tossing out as much power as it could. This applied to almost all other alien races, highly intelligent or not. They had been chasing power for so long that they had forgotten to polish their own skills. Jiang Fei came from a line of martial artists. They knew their weaknesses well, and they strove to improve on it. Like the famed and respected, legendary martial artist Bruce Lee once said, "I fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks once, but I fear the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times." An opening. Jiang Fei barked when the rabbit had both its eyes closed as it writhed in pain. Boom! Whoosh! With increased power, Jiang Fei's acceleration was so fast that it created multiple sonic booms as he broke through the sound barrier multiple times. 2 steps was all he needed to take to reach the beast's rear. He grabbed a handful of fur and plunged his sword, charged with the power of origin force, deep into the beast's back, like a hot knife through butter. Even though the sword of only a meter long, the beast was more than 10 meters tall, and the sword was only as small as a toothpick. Once the sword entered the flesh of the beast, Jiang Fei injected as much energy as he could into the sword, converting it into an explosive charge deep into the beast. Once the attack had taken effect, the beast's internal organs were ruptured from the inside out. Jiang Fei had not a single shred of mercy for the beast, for he had already rid himself from being too kind. The pain from having all of its major organs ruptured sent the beast to the ground. With a glorious thump, the beast was defeated. It was only a matter of time before the beast breathed its last. Chapter 1296 Result. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, the EVOL. Rabbit was defeated. As Jiang Fei jerked and pried out his sword from its back, the giant beast writhed and struggled to breathe. Blood was pouring out, along with ruptured internals from the opening on its back. Knowing fully well that it was going to die, Jiang Fei put his sword away. Who started the rumor about level 5 metahumans being immortals? I would like to drag him or her out here and let that person have a taste of real mortality. Jiang Fei groaned. Before the eye-opening trip into deep space, Jiang Fei had firmly believed that besides Godblades, nothing could kill a level 5 metahuman. It was only after he had trained in the Valkyrie Training Academy that he realized that all the level 5s on Earth were nothing but weaklings at only 80,000 or less combat level. They were too weak to even kill each other. That was the reason why no level 5 had died, which would explain the rumor. Now, Jiang Fei had learned the truth. Level 5s were just as vulnerable to death. Even Alexis, a Valsaurian commander, could be killed. As he stepped away from the defeated rabbit, Jiang Fei heard it breathe again all of a sudden. Its breath started slow but picked up a pace faster. One breath after the other, it felt as if the rabbit was going to get up and fight again. Jiang Fei turned around, frantic, and saw its eyes glowing red. Instead of blasting out heat rays, it merely glowed, but with resentment, hatred, amongst other assortment of emotions. F***CK. Jiang Fei started to panic, thinking that it might actually get back to its feet and fight. However, what caught his attention was the increasing size of the rabbit's body. It was inflating like a balloon. Is he going to explode? OF***CK. He is. Jiang Fei barked. The expansion was too quick for him to react, as the rabbit, even on its dying breath, was not going to let Jiang Fei run. The towering rabbit, expanding faster than airbags of a car, exploded with so much power that it rivaled even a hydrogen bomb that nuked the 2 Japanese cities, and Jiang Fei was caught right in the center of it. The flatland where the battle had taken place had now been rendered barren. Green grass that were dyed red got blown away, leaving a vast dried-up, blood-soaked desert. The forest where Jiang Fei first landed were striped of all its trees. The shockwave of the explosion had even made the skies above split apart. If Autogact was watching, he could see the powerful explosion from space even. After the first shockwave, a powerful vacuum was created, pulling everything back before sending them upward to the heavens. Now, besides blood and dust, there was a huge crater. Underground water was spewing from the deep, filling it up as Jiang Fei remained still, floating as the water level rose. Capitul. Captain, Captain. 0541 tried to wake Jiang Fei up repeatedly. Cough. When he came to, Jiang Fei could not move. The uniform he was wearing was completely ruined. Compared to the refugees of wars, even they would be glad that they weren't as broken as Jiang Fei was then. Jiang Fei tried to stand, but after a feeble attempt, he fell back down to his knees. 0541 was constantly trying to talk, but Jiang Fei was too tired to even think of a reply. The damage he received was too great, and if not for the bioarmor and 0541's emergency barrier erection that consumed all the energy crystals in the ring, Jiang Fei would have been vaporized. I've learned my lesson. No mercy for the enemy next time, Jiang Fei mumbled, remembering what Audiobook-style was trying to convey. To be fair, Jiang Fei did not know whether it was his kindness or carelessness that compelled him to spare the rabbit. He should have killed the rabbit and not let it continue to breathe. As a result, the rabbit was still able to do something even on its deathbed. It was a mistake, a lesson that Jiang Fei would never repeat. The worst was over. He took his time and slowly, he was able to crawl out of the muddied pool and out of the crater. Clouds were rolling in and the light from the orbiting star was starting to fade out. Jiang Fei did not bother to move or find proper shelter. Every fiber of his being ached. There wasn't a single part of his body that did not hurt. His bones, especially his arms and legs, were still ringing from the shock of the explosion. However, even without immediately medical treatment, Jiang Fei's body was still able to heal rapidly. The evolved poppy had been killed. The rest of the little critters were nowhere to be seen anymore. Jiang Fei laid motionless for the entire evening and throughout the night, without anything or anyone disturbing him. Rabbits aside, no other life form dared to approach him. The lingering smell of blood was so saturated that no beast, no matter how vicious they may be, dared to approach Jiang Fei. It was not until the next day, when the sun was high up in the sky, that Audiobook-style descended next to the crater and looked down on the motionless Jiang Fei. "Do you know your mistake?" Audiobook-style asked as he kicked Jiang Fei slightly at his ribs. "Ugh." Jiang Fei groaned from the pain before answering. "You best remember that," said Audiobook-style. He turned to the ship's crew, and said, "Bring him to the infirmary." Even though the ship was small, it had a small one-man-sized infirmary. After a few hours, Jiang Fei's wounds and injuries were healed. A day later, Jiang Fei's own healing factor came into play, restoring his strength and vitality, granting him enough strength to walk without assistance. Inside the infirmary, Jiang Fei glanced through the side window into the void of space that was illuminated by light spectrum. He thought about the fight, about how naive he had been. Now, he repented and realized his mistakes of the past. On Earth, his naivety was still justified as all of Earth's fighters were weak. Even the strongest fighter wouldn't be any stronger than Jiang Fei himself. Now that he was sailing amongst the stars, a single mistake could cost him his life. Even enemies that were severely weaker than he could defeat him at a single opening. After the trials in Kororan, Jiang Fei had achieved great results. He was now able to control his power to reach 1,900,000. He had gotten used to massacring his enemies. He understood his own naivety and would no longer show his enemies mercy. Compared to strength, the will to kill one's enemy, the will to suppress one's compassion, was far, far more important. Thus, Audiobook-style's lesson concluded. Being the strongest, cruelest trainer on Redstone, he was dubbed the Mad Titan. The death rate of his own trainees exceeded the total number of deaths of those under other trainers combined. Even so, he was a maestro in training. He knew where and what a trainee needed, albeit the training administered was far, far too cruel. 7 days was all it took for Jiang Fei to learn the most important lesson. Anything else that he had learned was considered a bonus. Even though Jiang Fei was still unable to directly kill his enemy with a single vicious attack, he was no longer the naive young boy that would hold himself back during a fight. "Sir, where do you wish to go next?" the captain of the transport ship asked. "Is Commander Alexis involved in any combat lately?" Audiobook-style asked. "The fleet is currently consolidating its men and is out of commission for now. However, there might be missions being taken on by small special ops team, said the captain. I'll take that call. Set course for Sector Durdarth. The captain nodded, and after inputting the coordinates of Durdarth into the computer, the ship made a warp jump to its destination. 2 days later, Jiang Fei came to the bridge to join Autogact. During the 2 days of rest, Jiang Fei was fully restored to his peak. He was ready for a new training. Sir, we have arrived at Sector Durdarth, said the captain. Head to Planet Ipsilon and contact Domingo. Tell him I am here to meet him, Autogact said. As you command, said the captain. After handing the controls to the autopilot, the captain proceeded to make a few communication attempts to contact Domingo. Boy, come with me, said Autogact as he gestured to Jiang Fei. Chapter 1297, War Mission. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Yes, sir, Jiang Fei acknowledged Autogact. Both of them got ready by the hangar, and when the ship docked on the planet's main port, they exited the ship. Autogact seemed to be familiar with the place as he led Jiang Fei through the spacious station. After a series of long elevators and automated walkways, they arrived at the base level, the surface of the planet. As soon as Autogact and Jiang Fei exited the final elevator, the station's officer, an unknown race, greeted them, saying, Welcome to Planet Ipsilon, Sir Autogact. We have been informed of your arrival. Lieutenant Domingo is ready for you in his office. Autogact hummed and proceeded to exit the station. There, a small hovercraft, unlike anything he had ever seen on Earth, was waiting. The craft was being piloted automatically. When Autogact boarded the craft, a robotic voice asked for a destination, and Autogact quickly replied with Command Center. A while later, the craft stopped a large building, and the two entered it without escorts. The building was huge, so huge yet it was almost empty. There was some coming and going as they pleased. Most of them were in uniform, battle gear for combat, and they marched past Jiang Fei and Autogact without much of a glance. Autogact, even with all of his arrogance and pride, did not seem to mind their cold shoulders. It did not matter as he too was busy with his own business. Without a guide, Autogact led Jiang Fei to a corner of the building and summoned an elevator that brought them to the 18th floor. Greetings, how can I be of service? Said a humanoid bunny girl. She was by all means human-like, except that her ears were that of a rabbit's and grew from the top of her head. Jiang Fei scoffed, as he could not differentiate the bunny girl from those Playboy gravure models he saw back on Earth. Autogact scoffed nonchalantly and ignored the girl. He walked past her and proceeded to push open the door behind her. Sir, you cannot barge in like that. You need to arrange an appointment if you wish to see the lieutenant, cried the girl as she chased after Autogact. Who dares? Someone inside the room roared. The room rang with his voice, but it wasn't an understandable language to Jiang Fei. In the next second, the translator on the scope picked up the roar and translated it to Mandarin once it identified said language. There was a large wood-like table, a luxurious chair, a large window with a nice view, pure white flooring and walls, beautiful lights on the ceiling, and of course, a powerful authoritarian figure, holding a cup of oddly colored liquid, sitting behind the table. Lieutenant Domingo, they've barged in. I'm sorry, I failed to stop them, said the bunny girl, who was dressed like a secretary. Domingo, do you really want me to make an appointment? Autogact hummed with a tone bordering between sarcasm and anger. The chair swiveled around, and the man behind the chair shot to his feet. Is it really? Is it? Autogact. Here I thought they were only trying to cheer me up. Domingo could happily. The bunny girl gasped, and Jiang Fei understood why. It was a scene too common back on Earth. Lieutenant Domingo moved out of his table and barked at the bunny girl. How could you not know about Sir Autogact? Please forgive me, said the bunny girl before she turned to Autogact and bowed 90 degrees. Jiang Fei, who was standing a little behind the crowd, enjoyed a view so great that if Isabella were present, he would have been bitten on the head like a cartoon. Please forgive this one for not knowing the great Autogact. I wouldn't have stopped you. I would have welcomed you properly if I'd known, said the girl. Autogact might be famous, but he was not well known outside the training academy. So naturally, he wouldn't be known much outside of Redstone or even the entire Valsaurian army. However, the words of one's superior is absolute. The bunny girl had to bow and apologize to Autogact. Sir, please forgive this little girl. She's still new here, and I shall punish her myself, said Domingo as he smiled apologetically. He then turned to the bunny girl, smiling as he did not bother to hide his lustful gaze, and said, I'll have you come to my quarters tonight. I will have you learn your lesson there. Yes, Lieutenant. The bunny girl straightened herself up before answering. Perhaps it had been a while since he had been close to a female, but the girl's extra movements made Jiang Fei's blood boil a little. Autogact made himself at home. He scoffed at the little charade and sat down on a chair in front of the table. Domingo quickly returned to his seat and was ready to get down to business. How may I help you, great sir? Domingo asked. Somehow, Domingo seemed to know Autogact as a person and quickly jumped to the main question. Do you have any war missions going on? Autogact asked. War mission, you say? Domingo said before he smiled. If you don't mind me asking, are you itching for a bloodbath yourself, or are you just administering a lesson to your student? Jiang Fei listened to every word he said and understood something. Domingo was not a stranger to Autogact. Knowing Autogact well, he knew that Autogact was the kind of madman that would itch for blood every 3 days or so. He himself, even without bringing along any trainee, would take up odd jobs or war missions to give himself an excuse to kill. Naturally, he would bring along his trainees to participate in the killing. When Domingo said administering a lesson, he meant bringing a student along to participate in the mission, in a real fight. There was no protection, no insurance, no safety net in the battlefield. There was even a time when Autogact brought an army of trainees into the battlefield and got every single one of them killed. That was the spark that started the entire rumor and the source of his nickname, the Mad Titan. What Jiang Fei did not know was how close Domingo was with Autogact. With the latter being his savior, Domingo would do everything in his power to please Autogact. There was another reason why he allowed Autogact to participate in any of his missions. Any mission Autogact took, he would complete it in any way he liked. Soldiers in the Valsaurian army were not fixed in either authority or commanding system. Someone on the top brass would give you a title and a small squad. The responsibility of expanding the squad lied with the commanding figure, much like how Commander Alexis had his own training academy. It would be a pain to lose a soldier since the commander would have to find a replacement himself. Whenever there was a mission, either to raid or to plunder, there would always be resistance. Whenever there were casualties, the army would have their revenge. Sometimes the battles start due to menial reasons, and in most cases, the battles end with the total annihilation of the opposite side. The ones that always remained victorious were always the Valsaurians. Autogact coming in and taking on a mission for himself was for different purpose. Like Domingo asked, it was either for his personal pleasure or to administer a training session. His trainees would be tested, not to work for a living. Hence, even if they completed the mission and looted treasures, the credit would always come back to Domingo himself. Training, said Autogact as he turned to point at Jiang Fei. Just him, sir? Domingo asked, arching an eyebrow as he scanned the young Terran. Jiang Fei was in his relaxed state, measuring at only around 65,000 combat level. As soon as he entered the battlefield, he would either be killed or trampled by his own allies. However, the young Terran was brought here personally by Autogact. He must be someone special. Domingo had come to misunderstood that Jiang Fei was a special existence that needed to be taken care of, much like how Alston first assumed. As such, this young Terran must be protected. No harm was to befall him. When the mission was over, he must be given the privilege to be the first to pick out the loot. Credits or achievements must be pushed to him as well. That was what Domingo assumed Autogact wanted him to do. However, Domingo did not stop there. He thought further and remembered what kind of person Autogact was. He was not the kind of person that would personally send his own son to Domingo. To force Autogact to personally escort a young Terran into a battlefield and with that young Terran having only 65,000 combat level. What was he to make of Jiang Fei? Who was he? Perhaps he was sent to Autogact by Commander Alexis himself. The more he thought, the more complicated the entire issue became. Domingo's convoluted emotions was immediately seen through by Autogact. Even so, he did not bother to explain the situation and wanted things to be over as soon as possible. Jiang Fei, who was still standing as still as possible, was oblivious to the entire drama. I'll arrange it, Domingo said after he took a deep breath and sighed. Things were going to be troublesome, but Autogact had given him a task, and he would definitely get it done. I don't care about anything else. All I care about is to have him in the field, and when this is over, I want to see him still alive, said Autogact. This statement had only made Domingo's previous assumption right. Jiang Fei might be weak, but he was still being assigned to a mission. What Autogact had in mind had nothing to do with favor or pulling strings. Nothing of that sort. It was just about Jiang Fei's talent. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a talented student and did not want to have him waste his life. Chapter 1298 Space Bugs. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation context mattered, and without it, even the simplest of sayings would be misunderstood. Autogact's intention to keep Jiang Fei alive was simply because he did not want to waste such a talented individual. Domingo, on the other hand, understood his intentions differently, thinking that Autogact was simply pulling strings to help Jiang Fei. Leave it to me. I'll take good care of your trainee, Domingo said, pounding his chest proudly. Accepting such a hard task from one superior, or in this case, a benefactor, was troubling. But if he succeeded, fortune and rewards awaited. So be it, Autogact hummed. He got up from his seat, patted Jiang Fei on his shoulder, and never looked back. Jiang Fei was still in the dark. At least he knew what he was there for, to take part in a war mission. So the name's Jiang Fei, is it? Domingo approached Jiang Fei politely and began to express himself in a friendly manner. For all he knew, Jiang Fei could be Autogact's superior's son, or Commander Alexis' adopted son. It wouldn't kill him to show some respect. Yes. What would you have me do? Jiang Fei asked, still in stance. At ease, young trainee. You'll stay here for now. The day after tomorrow, we will have a mission and I will arrange for you to join, Domingo said. Very well, said Jiang Fei as he relaxed. The bunny girl returned into the office and escorted Jiang Fei toward a higher floor where a room had been arranged for him. Autogact was not around, and he was left alone in an unknown territory. As such, for 2 days straight, Jiang Fei locked himself in a room, doing nothing but meditation. If what he knew about Autogact was true, the next mission for him would only be as hard or worse than the poppies. On the third day, when the dawn of day arrived, Domingo came to his room and knocked. Jiang Fei, are you awake? Jiang Fei opened his eyes and answered, yes. Get ready. We're going out soon, said Domingo from outside the room. Jiang Fei got up from his bed and proceeded to open the door. Oui? He asked, pausing for a moment before adding, are you coming along? Even though Jiang Fei had not been outside his room for 2 days, he had been briefed about the mission. From what he understood, the mission would be a quick one that would not need someone like Lieutenant Domingo to participate. Correct. I will be joining. It's been too long since I have sat on that chair. I'll be doing myself a favor to exercise the old muscles for a bit, said Domingo. To be honest, Domingo would never participate in such a trivial mission, but since he had promised to take care of Jiang Fei, he had to be by his side to protect him like his personal bodyguard. I see, Jiang Fei said. He did not know that Domingo had misunderstood the situation and had elevated Jiang Fei's status. Not knowing that, Jiang Fei thought that the mission had something secretive in line that required the attention of a lieutenant. Come to the hangar bay when you are ready, said Domingo before leaving. 1 hour later, Jiang Fei grouped up with Domingo and boarded a small Corvette-class ship. The ship was slightly bigger than a regular transport ship and immensely smaller than Commander Alexis' interstellar battleship. After a short wait, the ship, along with other smaller cruiser-class ships, left the station and away from Epsilon. Lieutenant, I have coordinates punched in. We are ready to jump at your command, said the pilot of the ship. Jiang Fei was on board. Since Domingo was only a lieutenant in the Valsaurian army, the ships and armament he was authorized to use were limited. His current attack force was only 1 corvette class and 5 light cruiser ships. Coordinate with the others. You have control, said Domingo, handing over the controls to the pilot. One by one, the ship's engines lit up, and with the corvette taking the lead, the other 5 cruisers followed. The console monitor on the pilot's seat showed readings of all sorts, and Jiang Fei only understood 2 words: sublight speed. The monitor continued blinking red for a bit before another series of words popped up. FTL warp jump ready. Jumping in 3, 2, 1. Warp jump initiate, the pilot reported and pulled a lever on top of the pilot's cockpit. Milliseconds after Jiang Fei's ship jumped, the other 5 cruisers followed suit and entered hyperspace. Sir, where are we going? Jiang Fei paced toward Domingo and asked. Based on ranks and authority, a trainee such as he had no authority to be on board with a lieutenant, much less talk to him. However, since he was hand-delivered by Autogact, coupled with the sheer misunderstanding Domingo had, Jiang Fei's status was elevated, allowing him to talk to Domingo without triggering anyone's nerves. We are heading to the Dardarth system. There's an unnamed planet there with unintelligent life forms. Our mission is to descend on the planet and to hunt for a certain life form. Our main objective is to collect their eggs and, if possible, the secondary mission, to capture the Queen, Domingo explained. How long until we arrive? Jiang Fei asked. He was a little nervous when he boarded the ship, thinking that their mission was to raid another planet and plunder their resources. Now that he understood the content of the mission, he felt much better, as his enemies were unintelligent life forms. Hopefully, they were as dumb as the poppies. Lieutenant, sir, we are arriving at Dardarth system. Requesting permission to exit hyperspace, said the pilot, 30 minutes later. Go forth, said Domingo. Bring the ship in the orbit of the planet and prepare a landing party, he added. Exiting hyperspace, jump in 3, 2, 1. As soon as the ship exited hyperspace, a powerful tremor was felt throughout the ship, as if they had hit a field of asteroids. What's going on? Domingo roared. We are under attack, sir, the captain replied. Shield up. The entire ship, be it the cargo bay, toilet, sleeping quarter, or the captain's cockpit, were flashed with red light. Trace the attack and immediately launch a counterattack. You have control. Domingo barked again. Of all things that could have happened, an attack was the last thing he wanted. One of the operators that was operating the radar system reported, Sir, I have detected 4 devourers. Target them and shoot them down, the captain ordered. The planet was not known to house highly intelligent beings. That was the only reason why Domingo had dared to take Jiang Fei with him. While everyone was reacting accordingly, Jiang Fei remained calm as he strapped down in the passenger's seat. Explosions filled his ears as the entire ship experienced violent tremors. Lieutenant, Cruiser 3 has been shot down, the captain roared. Damn it, find the survivors and shoot these bugs down already. I'll have this planet drown in the blood of my enemies when I'm done here, Domingo snarled. A cruiser-class ship was the smallest and weakest of all interstellar ships. Even so, it was an invaluable asset to Domingo. All those aboard the ship were his own men, and those people, too, were invaluable. Amidst the tragedy, Domingo was glad. Jiang Fei, his valuable VVP, was with him on the corvette. Even though the corvette was only slightly larger, its defenses and weapons were much stronger than the other cruisers. The Devourers would find it hard to destroy this ship. Engage all megaparticle beam cannons. Concentrate on one target at a time and fire when ready. The captain laid down the order to shoot. BZZ, boom! After one single wave of bombardment, the huge, several-kilometer-long space bug was killed. This created a short breathing room for the remaining 4 cruisers to escape. Auxiliary cannons ready, sir. Target the closest bug and shoot it down, said the captain after confirmation with the weapons operator. Boom! Another wave of bombardment landed, and a second space bug was ignited and covered in flames. These bugs, also known as Devourers, were living beings with only an intermediate level of intelligence. Their attacks were as high as over 1,000,000 combat level. However, as powerful as they may be, they were just glass cannons due to their gigantic size. Targeting them would only be very easy. Mega particle beam cannons charge, sir. Fire at the last one, said the captain, finally with a more relaxed tone. As the last space bug was destroyed, the unnamed planet was officially rid of defenses. Domingo might have lost one cruiser and several of his men, but the planet was now completely exposed for attack. Nothing could stop the invasion of the Valsaurians now. Jiang Fei was witnessing everything that happened through the window in the passenger's seat and felt a shiver down his spine. "I'd guess this was what would have happened to Earth if I had failed to fight Alexis," said Jiang Fei to himself. Somehow, even though he had never encountered such a species before, he could empathize with their fate. Had Alexis not been interested in his fighting talent, Earth would have been scorched. "Preparing to descend," said the captain. "Find a safe landing zone and have all other ships follow closely," Domingo ordered before he addressed Jiang Fei. "Be careful out there. It is best for you to stay close to me. Things will be a little dicey." Chapter 1299 Underground Burrow. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. "There, bombard the area before we land," said Domingo as he pointed out an area through the front window. "Roger that," the captain replied. A fleet of unmanned drones were released as the ship entered the atmosphere. To create a sand landing zone, the drones were dispatched to deploy a carpet bombing. After 3 series of bombing and making sure that there were no signs of life in the area, the Corvette-class ship and 4 remaining cruisers landed. All ships then quickly opened the rear hatch and deployed a small fleet of Valsaurian soldiers. Based on procedure, these soldiers were tasked to make sure that the area outside the landing zone was secured before the main party would be deployed. In this case, Jiang Fei and Lieutenant Domingo. There was a possibility of several bugs remaining having burrowed after the carpet bombing. The captain of all respective ships would only turn off the ship's engines when they had received a green light from the ground infantry. "Come, it is time for us to go," Domingo called. Even though Jiang Fei was there because of Autogact and possibly Commander Alexis, staying inside the ship for the entire duration of the mission would be unacceptable. At this point, because of Autogact's laziness to explain the situation to Domingo, Domingo had no idea about Jiang Fei's fighting capability. For all he knew, Jiang Fei was just a weak trainee at only 65,000 combat level. For someone at his strength, being on the unnamed planet was already a hazard itself. Anything could happen. When the rest of the ground infantry left the ships, Jiang Fei and Lieutenant Domingo proceeded to as well. How familiar this is, thought Jiang Fei as he set foot on the unnamed planet. The condition of the planet was almost similar to that of the early prehistoric world of Earth. Be it the sky, the ground, or the air, it was suitable for life forms to thrive. Unfortunately, it was unsuitable for humans to live as the gravity of this unnamed planet was stronger than Redstone's. Jiang Fei had only needed to walk for a bit to adjust to this planet's immense gravity. He had already gotten used to Redstone's gravity that he did not need to activate Omnisurge to adjust to the unnamed planet. "Give me a sitrep," Domingo ordered. Before landing, the ship's captain had already scanned the planet and gathered enough data to compile a report. "Lieutenant, all of the main combatants of this planet have been dealt with. However, we cannot rule out the possibility of hidden enemies," said the captain as he handed a piece of map that displayed a detailed 3D mapping of the planet. Domingo took the piece of map and examined it by scrolling deep underground. Jiang Fei came closer to peek at the map. The main inhabitants of this unnamed planet were bugs. As such, they were incapable of achieving technological advancement like the Namekians. Their habitats were not of houses of bricks and stones, but of underground networks of tunnels and burrows. "Prepare for infiltration." Domingo made a copy of the map on his own portable digital assistant and sent it out to everyone. When everyone received the map, they then quickly deployed their weapons from their carry-ons. Thump! Boom! Some of the soldiers used a device that thumped on the ground to create a foundation before igniting an explosive device in it. Listen closely. We are now standing on top of the underground network. Our primary objective is to seek out and extract the bug eggs. Capturing the queen is the secondary mission. Destroy anyone who stands in our way. Lieutenant Domingo ordered. Stay close to me, he said to Jiang Fei. Understood, Lieutenant, Jiang Fei said. He had no idea if Domingo was treating him with extra care or if it was a treatment that all new soldiers got. With speed, all the soldiers formed their own squads and proceeded with their designated routes that were marked by Domingo on the map. Domingo himself followed the elite squad, with Jiang Fei following close behind. The next thing he knew, he was already inside the bug's underground network of tunnels. For humans, the tunnels were a perfect fit, perhaps a little tight for those who were 180 centimeters or taller. For Valsaurians, since their average height already exceeded 200 centimeters, the tunnels were just too narrow for them to freely move around. Not long after Jiang Fei entered the network of tunnels, gunshots and screaming could be heard. It seemed that the others had already encountered the enemy. Even so, Domingo did not slow down. With the same quick pace, he led Jiang Fei and his elite squad further down the tunnels. What Jiang Fei did not know was that Domingo was as nervous as a bride on her wedding day. Elite or not, every soldier that was currently on the unnamed planet were his own men. Losing one would be considered a major loss. Even so, to ensure that his precious package remained safe, he needed to sacrifice his other soldiers to open a path. To be fair, Domingo himself was a little scared, not of the enemy, but of Jiang Fei being too weak and of the chance that he might get himself killed. "Stop," said Domingo all of a sudden through his communicator. The entire squad stopped walking all of a sudden. "What's wrong?" Jiang Fei asked. "I have a bad feeling." Like we were being led into a trap, Domingo said directly to Jiang Fei. "Attention, proceed slowly and keep your eyes peeled. There might be an ambush," said Domingo into his communicator to the rest of the squad. "Roger. Sir, the path in front of us has been opened by the other squad. Wouldn't they inform us if there is a trap?" Someone else's voice rang through the radio channel. "I don't care for that. Keep your eyes straight and report if you see anything at all." Domingo barked. The ominous feeling grew stronger and stronger as they proceeded deeper. It was a sixth sense that all stronger beings had. Sometimes they would rather trust their senses than to trust what they see with their own eyes. "Halt," Domingo said as he held out his arms to stop Jiang Fei from proceeding further. What now? Jiang Fei thought. Just then, the ground beneath their feet cracked open. A large hole was formed and everyone, including Domingo and Jiang Fei, started to fall. As they fell, depending on their position, each one of them fell into a tunnel that led to another. Everyone was getting separated. Jiang Fei remained calm and quickly activated Omni-Surge to protect himself from any attacks. Even so, he was not as fast as Domingo. The second he fell, Domingo had controlled himself and flew upward and out of the tunnels. Unfortunately, the rest weren't as fast. Before they could stop themselves from falling, the ground above their heads collapsed, sending a heap of dirt to bury the tunnels close. *T. Domingo managed to discern which tunnel Jiang Fei had entered, but when he tried to follow him, the tunnel was sealed shut with dirt. It got chaotic for a second, and now all tunnels were buried deep underground. To dig his way through would take too long. Damn it! Jiang Fei, you'd better be alive. Domingo cried. At this point, the fear of having to answer to Autogact was so great that he did not care to protect himself. Instead, he quickly used a digging tool and started to find his way to the tunnel that Jiang Fei had fallen into. "F***me," said Jiang Fei as he realized the kind of situation he was in. The fall had not been as painful as he had thought it would be, as the soft dirt where he landed cushioned the fall damage. However, he quickly realized that he was lost. He was now standing in the middle of a crossroad. There were 4 tunnels leading to other places. From preliminary scans with the scope, Jiang Fei realized that he was deep underground, stuck and lost in something like a labyrinth of tunnels. He quickly checked the map data that Domingo had sent out to everyone. Even though he was able to read the map, he had another problem to figure out. Because he was deep underground, the scope had no connection to outside sources to determine his current position. Even with a detailed map of the underground tunnel, he had no idea where he was. That, and the fact that the network of tunnels was just too huge to comprehend. *T. Where should I go? Jiang Fei said as he examined the dark, hollow tunnels. He chose a tunnel at random, and when he came out from it, he arrived at a similar-looking crossroad with similar 4 tunnels. 0541. Do you have any suggestions? Jiang Fei asked. Due to insufficient data about the planet and its inhabitants, I'm unable to formulate any strategy for you. If I were to give advice under these circumstances, I would say good luck. Good luck? Are you, an advanced artificial intelligence, telling me something as vague as good luck? Jiang Fei scoffed. What sort of artificial intelligence would give such a lame advice? 0541 scoffed as well before remaining quiet. To be fair, 0541 was now in a passive state due to lack of energy. In the last planet where Jiang Fei had fought the EVOL, Poppy 0541 had used up all of the energy crystals available to create a protective barrier to shield Jiang Fei from the blast. As such, with his current backup emergency power supply, 0541 had to remain passive with most of its main functionality shut off. Chapter 1300, like in a horror film. What could he do when even his most trustworthy strategist had wished him luck instead of helping? Based on times like this, Jiang Fei would rely on the most primitive method of deciding, a dice throw. Instead of using a die, Jiang Fei threw his boots up in the air. When they hit the ground, the tip of the boots pointed, not directly, but almost toward an exit. Right. Luck it is, said Jiang Fei, disgruntled for having to rely on this method. Then again, he had nothing else to help him decide. If he had a coin on him, he would have simply flipped it. Using this method, Jiang Fei ventured through the complicated networks of tunnels. Darkness and eerie silence were his only companion as he walked. Sometimes he would hear sounds of falling sand rustling around, eerily. Having watched so many shows and TV dramas, Jiang Fei knew that this kind of atmosphere and setting was only a sign that something bad was going to happen. The only thing that could happen then was something jumping out and inserting something into his throat. *CKME. This is so freaking scary. Come on, let there be something small and cute at least. Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. Even though the only thing that could appear then were only his enemies, the thought of walking through endless tunnels, alone and quietly, was far scarier. 0541. Say something now. It's too quiet, said Jiang Fei. The only thing that was making sounds was his own heartbeat and the tap-tap-tap of his footsteps. He did not dare to even stop walking, as the creeping silence would only make things worse. Captain, I think, before 0541 could finish his sentence, the wall of dirt to Jiang Fei's left burst open and a sharp, blade-like stinger shot toward Jiang Fei. HNNG. Jiang Fei grunted as he unsheathed his sword and blocked the stinger from stabbing him in the head. Due to the fact that Omni Surge was inactive, Jiang Fei managed to deflect the stinger, but he was thrown off his stance, and he hit the other side of the wall forcefully. Gah! Jiang Fei groaned. The stinger was so powerful that the force of him hitting the wall had damaged his internals, even though he had the bioarmor to protect him. After wiping away the blood from the corner of his mouth, Jiang Fei rushed over to the opening on the wall and found nothing. Whatever it was that had attacked Jiang Fei had left immediately, without leaving any trail behind. I can't catch a break, said Jiang Fei. He felt a shudder down his entire body when he realized he would have died without the bioarmor protecting him. Knowing that, he activated Omni Surge and adjusted his combat level to be as high as 1,500,000. This level of power was only on par with lower-ranking Valsarian military officers, but it was surely stronger than any other beings on this unnamed planet. What was it that attacked me? Jiang Fei murmured before poking his head through the small opening in the wall. He turned his head left and right, but could not see anything. Nothing but a long trail of narrow pathway. As such, Jiang Fei decided to follow that pathway instead. Concurrently, the rest of the Valsaurian soldiers had been attacked by the same manner. And since not everyone had the privilege to put on the bioarmor like Jiang Fei, many had perished with a single sting despite them being stronger than him by around 10,000 combat level on average. Unlike Jiang Fei, however, their reaction rate was much slower, hence, an ambush like that would most likely kill them. Lieutenant Domingo was now on the retreat, reading messages and recordings of his other soldiers. "Impossible," he yelled when he read one of the reports, showing the most recent attack. His earlier intelligence had showed no signs of strong enemies. A had reached the hundreds, including those soldiers that were shot down during the atmospheric entry. "Damn it, F***CK this planet. I'll call it," said Domingo before hitting the all-recipient channel button on his communicator. "This is Lieutenant Domingo. I want every soldier we have to retreat to the surface. We are leaving this planet. I'm going to destroy this planet, and I don't want to see your sorry ass remaining here." When rage clouded his judgment, the mission objectives were quickly discarded. He did not care about the eggs or the queen. All he wanted was to bombard this planet until its core ignited and exploded. Roger. Initiating emergency evacuation protocol. Activating beacon. Teleporting sequence commenced. Targeting all soldiers. Targets acquired. Begin teleporting. A few operators that were on the ship quickly got to work. In no time, particles of lights started to manifest in and around the ship, teleporting soldiers from deep underground to the surface. Domingo's decision was final. Although he would return to base with nothing in hand, he would still want to destroy this planet. All beacon signals retrieved. Lieutenant, all surviving men have been extracted. There are 321 men left. We cannot teleport them. Either their beacon has malfunctioned. "Hey," said the operator to Domingo when he entered his Corvette-class ship. 321. Domingo Roth. He had lost 321 men on a single mission run. That's 1/3 of his total soldiers. "Sir, the Terran, he is still on the planet," said the operator only when Domingo had calmed down. Domingo's eyes widened when he heard the news. He was prepared to lose all of his men, but not Jiang Fei. That was the one mistake he could not afford to make. Jiang Fei was a VVP, and what if he was still alive? He would be killing him by destroying the planet. What would the VVVP that was supporting Jiang Fei do to him if Domingo had accidentally killed him? Have all ships activate all available scanning systems. Find Jiang Fei, or we would not be leaving this planet. Domingo ordered. It would be impossible to rely on ground infantry to start a search operation in the vast network of tunnels. All of his men might even die before they could reach Jiang Fei. All ships, this is CV Main, activate all radar and tracking systems and search for the Terran. Copy that. Roger. Roger. Understood. Everyone was briefed about Jiang Fei and knew about how he was being treasured by their top brass. Even though they were nobody, they dared not fail this mission or they would be facing the wrath of their commanding officer. While Domingo and the rest were panicking about his safety, Jiang Fei was still wandering deep underground. Until now, he had yet to find his attacker or anyone else. Bugs should be coming by the masses, but why have I not seen any yet? *T. Come on, bring me a fight. Jiang Fei taunted, trying to boost himself up as he walked through the dark and creepy path. After a short distance, he found an exit, and when he peeked out from the hole, he immediately regretted his taunting words. He was currently peeking out from the top of a large hollow hole. Like a tower, the center of the hole went far down to the bottom with only smaller holes on the sides. At the bottom, countless ant-like creatures were seen, crawling about in tight formations. There were so many of them that there were at least hundreds of thousands, if not millions of them. To make things worse, those bugs, individually, had over 10,000 combat level. To put things in perspective, there were more than 1 million fighters at the same combat level as Ariel. I've hit the jackpot, Jiang Fei murmured to himself. Even though he could defeat them as easily as he could deal a slap, he could not handle so many of them. They were all as big as the largest Alaskan Malamute. Jiang Fei remained on the top, daring not to make a sound as they greatly outnumbered him. He was in their natural terrain, after all. Being deep underground and in the middle of a giant labyrinth, he had only his sword and his strength, but not the terrain advantage. They held the ultimate upper hand here. However slow Jiang Fei moved, he had, unfortunately, made a clumsy mistake by kicking off a small rock that fell to the bottom of the hole. At that moment, all the bugs looked up and spotted him. However, instead of triggering a stampede, the ants remained calm. Every one of them made a strange, squeaking sound, the kind when one rubbed on a clean surface with a clean finger. What are they doing? Are they communicating with each other? Are they intelligent? Jiang Fei thought. If they were like the poppies on Kororin, they should be moving toward him in swarms instead of turning their heads around and squeaking to each other. Such a scene was incredibly odd. And that's it for this part. Thanks so much for listening. If you loved it, hit subscribe so you don't miss the next one, and drop a comment letting me know what story you want to see next. See you in the next part.